against Kitsune Rush Burst tends to lead, but when you get picked off the high ground from what? The charge gets the hook kill onto Jam. Advantage and another hook for Esdeath in the bank. Hog into the corner, 2 people going down, 3 from the Death Blossom of Jim, and now Shock Timeless looking to go.
Right, oh, never mind.
Shut down. Right. Caster cursed it right there. AJMR decides to step up to the plate to go. Death Blossom alive. Oh, Essel manages to stay alive and gets deleted. Oh my goodness, Saber absolutely snapped them out of existence and pressuring them in the back. But there's
wow, okay.
That was filthy. Pressuring out the other supports. That was beautiful coming through from Terra.
That is a huge Terra surge. Oh, I was like Mary's. Sojourner is almost a requirement. Another double pulse. Overclock. It just forces everybody out of line of sight. Yeah, really nice show. Ooh,
nice.
there.
Look at us.
That'll be the blade that comes out by HT, but Mary drops early here for Ultra Artemis, but that's going to be Death Blossom there from so and AJR with a pick there on the Aspen as well, they get the Reaper. Bastion does enough damage, but also Barcode from behind. Get some kills out of this, they do.
Exactly what they needed, and that is it for them. There's
Hello everybody, it's us, it's Moxie and Fibble, and we get the absolute pleasure of bringing you day 2 of the finals event for Calling All Heroes. And Fibble, we have some absolutely amazing matches for an absolutely amazing tournament, a tournament that is designed by creating a safe space for the marginalized genders in the Overwatch community, and I am so very happy that Overwatch has the space to be able to let all of these teams grow and prosper.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a long time coming. And it's also good to see that it's being deployed so effectively. Like, we have all these amazing players like coming out of the woodwork or showing, you know, basically that they've got it. They're ready. And there's been so much amazing competition coming out of this. Last week, Sid and I had just an amazing slate of games. They were so close, all going down to the wire. We're talking 99, 99, 99 sort of situations. So I think this weekend, right? I mean, where really the rubber hits the road and, you know, you have to show yourself or else. I'm so excited to see what these teams can bring.
Yeah, this is actually potentially going to be a really close one too, right? Because just as you said last week, it was going down to the wire. There were so many 5 maps, and even the scores that went to the 3 and 0s were extraordinarily close. However, today's first matchup, which is going to be Altiora Polaris versus Shikigami Toronto Defiant, it's going to be a rematch. It's a grudge match of qualifying #1 semi-finals. And I say it's probably going to be a close one because that last one went to a 3 and 2 when both of these teams played each other last.
Right. And I mean, there's so much that's changed, but there's so much that's the same from qualifier 1, right? The meta is shifting constantly. We're entering this really interesting sort of like rock, paper, scissors era in terms of your tank picks, especially. And these teams as well have had so much time to prepare. You know, they've been given more and more resources and become more and more comfortable with each other over the course of, at this point, months of competition and training and everything. And this final weekend will be the culmination of all of that effort. So very excited to see this, as you said.
There's also going to be a lot more pressure as well on these teams today,
Mm-hmm.
given the fact that on the 11th performance, it was upper bracket runs. Today, it is the lower bracket. So if you do lose your matches today, you are going to be out of the tournament for good, and your chance of being able to climb back up into those upper finals is going to be denied. So it really is going to be everything to play for.
Yeah, like I said, this is the moment where you put your money where your mouth is, right? Like this is where you need to show that you deserve to keep moving through this tournament. But none of these teams are going to make it easy for anybody else. They all are playing so hungry. They are trying everything. They are pulling every trick. They are doing whatever it takes to keep moving in this tournament. And that has made for some damn fine Overwatch. So I'm expecting a little more of that today because, yeah, the stakes have never been higher for these teams.
Yeah. I'm really as well looking forward to seeing Shikigami and what exactly Defiant have been allowing this team to become, because the last time we got to see Shikigami on broadcast, it was all the way back when Zarya was meta, as we can have a look at how exactly we've ended up here. You can see it was Altiora Artemis and Kaiju being able to get knocked out, Altiora Artemis moving on to go up against Washington Justice Red and taking that 3-0, sending Washington Justice towards the lower bracket. We'll be seeing them in a couple of games' time. However, the team that we get to look at is going to be Shiki Defiant, who unfortunately find themselves in the lower bracket pretty early on, matching up very early against Dark Monkeys, one of the favorites to be able to take the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of just what happens when you run into Dart Monkeys, right? They're definitely on a tear right now. A lot of people would call them the favorites, though I think that this is maybe a lot closer than some of those people realize, given how close so many of these matches have been. And yeah, as we take a look at our lower bracket here, we got Kaiju Corp versus Shock Timeless, who had an amazing series up in the upper bracket, but just barely lost out there. And the winner of that will go on to face the newly rebranded Riz Academy, which I love so much. And then we've got Altiora Polaris here, our first match of the day. Altiora Polaris coming up against Shiki Defiant. Both teams, I think, who want to prove a lot more in this tournament than a 2-and-out would maybe imply. Both of them definitely hungry to make a deep run here, but only one will be able to face Washington Justice Red, who also had an extremely close match to finally drop them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, it really could go either way between any of these teams as we get to have a look at the map pool. And there are a couple of new maps. It is Overwatch 2, so things like Paraiso have been included, as well as Esperanza for that push map. However, where we start off is the traditional Overwatch starting block, and that is going to be Control. And I know I have my personal favorite of the Control maps in this new meta, and it does come down to me for Busan. However, I've noticed a lot of these teams over the past days, Vibble, actually trying to pick things like Ilias or Oasis first. What's your opinion on that?
So, I mean, I think it's very dependent on the compositions you want to run and where you feel comfortable, because any control map is going to be a roll of the dice. You don't know which stage you're getting first or second, and that can definitely decide a lot of your strategy. You know, Lijiang Control Center is so different than Nepal Sanctum or what have you. But today, actually, we will be starting on Ilias. So I'm very interested to see what both of these teams bring to bear. It's not out of the question to see some Roadhog, some Orisa on Ilias, you know, obviously the kind of ubiquitous monkey composition that we've been seeing, just kind of taking advantage of the speed boost dive brawl hybrid style that has become, as I call it, air quotes, the meta. But there's still so much variance and there's so much comfort picking that these teams can do. And Ilios seems to be a pretty fertile breeding ground for that sort of gameplay. So no surprise to me, really, that we're starting on Ilios today.
Yeah, I wonder as well if it was sort of a distinct impression that Shikigami left when they last played, because the last time we actually saw these teams go head-to-head on the control map, it was Lijiang, and it was Control Center, and bugglingly broke out the Reinhardt. So maybe you want to stay a little bit away from that one. And that's another thing that I'm going to be really interested to see from this team of Shikigami, because they have now tied up with Toronto Defiant. And so we might get to see whether or not they're going to keep that sort of individual mentality around them, where they would have Buckley play things like the Reinhardt, the Wrecking Ball, we saw an Orisa come through, or whether or not Defiant have sort of molded them a little bit towards what we would define as the typical pro meta, with that Winston dive, the Sojourn, the Tracer, or the Reaper, and obviously the support lineup of the Kiriko and the Lucio.
Right, and obviously being tied to the Toronto Defiant and being tied to their new head coach, especially Casores coming over from the San Francisco Shock, an incredibly individual focused coach, excuse me, but also who has tons of experience in systems that obviously favor like we're going to play this because it's meta. So I'm very interested to see his approach to kind of shaping these players, as you said, because the individual talent is obviously there. These guys have that sort of signature streak that we could maybe equate to like a London Spitfire or something like that, where they have kind of what you'd expect them to play, but that almost makes them coming out on the meta composition a wild card. And you go, whoa, hey, that's not like Reinhardt or something weird. That's like the thing we expect. So that's an interesting wrinkle for a team like that to be able to bring to bear. On the
Yeah.
other side here, we've got Polaris coming through. This roster has been running pretty rampant, all said and done, despite the lower bracket drop here. I mean, still nothing to sneeze at on this roster.
I mean, we saw them on the 11th where they had a very strong matchup, and I have to say, like, we know the identity that they find themselves coming into for these finals events, and it is that Winston meta, and Terra is absolutely terrifying when she is on that Winston. She has had some amazing clutches, some amazing primals, and also some pretty darn good Winston bubbles as well to be able to block things like these Reaper Death Blossoms, which, you know, we can say, oh, well, Reaper Blossoms are pretty easy to shut down, but in this meta at the moment where something like the Reaper Death Blossom is used to circumvent the impact of a rush, that bubble can come in clutch.
Yeah, and being the kind of Winston player who has clearly established themselves to be very in control of the little details of the hero, that makes a big difference. Like it's more than just like, yeah, I can jump on a Zenyatta or whatever and just kind of make my presence known in that way. It's, can I get those exact bubble placements and timings? Can I get those exact like melee landing combos for the most possible burst damage? Those little details can make all the difference when the games are this close. And Terra definitely has established herself as one of those players, just one of those people who is so locked in on this hero in particular. So yeah, very
Speaking
excited
of
to see
heroes,
what
in particular, Pibble, it looks like Shikigami have continued to deviate away from the meta, and Defiant have actually helped mold that identity. Bogglingly is going to be coming out on the Wrecking Ball. This is something that they played all the way back in Qualifier 1.
Yeah, no surprise that we're seeing a little bit of the craziness come out from Shikigami here. The Pharah Mercy especially is pretty interesting, so we'll see what that can do up against Polaris.
Yeah, we can see Spiro now at the moment with that Pharmacy Megatron helping with assistance. Trying to just land those splash damages, already actually baiting out that Susie from Dax. His member score critically low and have to now worry about getting past Bogglingly if they want to be able to touch onto that point. The Wrecking Ball going to be coming on through, splitting the team away from the Winston, but oh, Bogglingly gets booped by Froggy straight off of the map. And a team without a tank, unfortunately, is a team that can't really contest this stronger hold that Polaris have already been able to establish. Megatron's not going to be able to get the res onto that hamster, and Shiki have to fall back.
Yeah, and bravo to the boot there, right? Perfectly timed, waiting for the grappling hook to go on cooldown. No escape there for Boggling. He tried to do the pile driver, but just drove down to the bottom of the map.
You can see as well, Polaris know very well how to handle this pharmacy at the moment. Even though they're not running the traditional hit scan, they are trying to keep a hold of Spiro by going after Megatron first. And that Pharah without the Mercy cannot contest the Sojourn with that Railgun amp charge already built on up. As Spiro, despite all of the spam damage she's been doing, she already has that barrage built up. She's not just finding this safe enough space to be able to use it.
Yeah, I mean, the damage being dealt by the Pharah is tremendous, and it was forcing out cooldowns and forcing out very fast rotations, but at the end of the day, right, just given the pressure that's been put on, you can't quite finish the job right.
Yeah, Shiki trying to initiate in with a dive as Bogglingly actually is pushed away from the high ground by another boop coming out from Froggies, not allowing the Pharah to be able to pick off members sent up by that curveball. As we now see Polaris now trying to find the tank. First of all, we'll be able to deal with Dicey as well, so no backline distraction's going to be pulling Dax's focus away. Everyone can just sit back and deal with the Pharah. As we see the swap has been initiated, the Tracer is gone. They know they have to match the Sojourn's output.
Yeah, the Tracer in this meta right now, if you're going to be playing that, you need to be getting your picks and hitting your one clips and your pulse bombs and what have you. But Polaris, seem to have that number, so no surprise we see the Sojourn swap. Spiro as well going over to the Reaper.
Kitsune Rush comes out from Polaris, layered over the top with the Silent Barriers. Terra comes in with that Primal Rage, pushing away all of the members of Shiki, and making sure that even with the swaps that came through onto the quote-unquote meta composition, no one is actually going to be able to break the order established on the high ground to be able to actually contest that point as a team. It's just going to be Shush on the Lucio trying to draw focus away. The Saber takes down Bogglingly and split away from the Winston. The Reaper's sure to follow.
I mean, talk about textbook here from Polaris to start us off. That Lighthouse went about as cleanly as you could ever hope for. So obviously Polaris just maintaining control all the way through. They had their number. They knew very well like what the Fair Mercy composition was trying to do, what the Tracer was trying to do, and very much kept them at arm's length, Charlie Brown style. Now though on Ruins, I mean, there are some opportunities to shake it up again, but maybe at this point Shiki realizing, no, we just kind of need to meet them in the mirror, see what we can do with a full round of that under our belts. No worries about mid-round swaps and the ult changes that come with that. You know, let's just see what we can do running the meta. And we're going to see Bogglingly, at least for now, coming out on that Winston. We got the Reaper Sojourn on both sides. And let's see how this goes in an even fight.
Yeah, Polaris gonna be moving together as a unit. Shiki also looking for that contest around the sides of the point rather than on top of it. Saber has opted for the high ground. Already brought up 30-40 charge on that railgun as again Froggies comes through with the boop. This time Shush is the victim, so they're able to actually use that wall ride to climb back up the cliff. However, it's distracted the Lucio and cut them away from Shiki's team, and as a result they've had to fall back.
And Terra immediately just taking space, being the executor that she needs to be, the tip of the spear for Polaris here. And as mentioned, Froggy still just on point with the boot. Such a great awareness of the spacings involved with Lucio and just where you need to be in just the right moment, especially as Shiki looks to push towards coast.
Oh, not again. Oh no, Spiro! They're just about able to make it until that from the Shadow Step allows them to climb back on top, but that means that they're going to be easy pickings for Saber, who comes in with the All Fire and snipes the Reaper out. However, Dicey is able to find the trade onto the tank, and with Terra down and no big Winston health pot to be able to absorb all of the damage coming out from that Sojourn as well as the Kiriko's Kunai, Polaris have to afford to give the flip over.
And they can afford this, right? Like, it's still pretty early days. You're trading back and forth here. Dicey just getting the 2 early picks, like, that's just a walk-away sort of situation. So no surprises there. But Saber close to hand with this overclock. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, Saber, as you said, building up to that overclock. However, Shiki, knowing very well what's about to come online, decided to pop the Kitsune Rush first to give Saber a little bit of cause for pause. And so you can actually see the Sojourn has held on to the overclock until Megatron's rush has run out. And now Polaris, with a rush of their own, hold on to the Sojourn ultimate. They think just with the rush alone, they're going to be able to overwhelm Shiki's position on this point. And without the Samurai to sustain through all of the doubled up time that Polaris have in their abilities, it does seem to be doing the deed.
Yeah, the damage coming through for sure. Polaris getting some picks here. Shiki Defiant deciding, okay, yeah, we'll back up. That's fine. Saber holding on to that overclock is actually huge. Polaris have all these tools in their chest at this point, and they're already about to cross 50%. So Shiki Defiant also coming online with a few of their own. But, I mean, this is almost a neutral fight in the sense that both teams are just going to want to pull as many ults out as possible. That's going to favor Polaris here because they're still building up control percentage.
Well, both bubbles invested, and as you said, this is going to favor Polaris because now Saber can move forward and look to find an off-angle squishy. She gets the absolute worst member of Shiki to go down early. The Kiriko is gone. Shush has the Soundbar, but you can't invest it without that support being there to actually help you push through the choke. And as a result, Polaris, just with the overclock alone, win the fight and can now reset Shiki.
And are that much closer to equalizing their Kitsune Rush as well, which is great for them, for sure. Defiant stepping up, but Death Blossom.
Yeah, Death Blossom comes on through. Terra actually dropping the Primal Rage to try and juggle members into it so that the Reaper can do the most damage possibly. But Shiki actually holds on. There's the Sound Barrier and the Primal Rage. Sound Barrier from Froggy's side to be able to sustain through the Winston ultimate, meaning that they can just burst the Winston's health down. Bogglingly immediately going to be removed. Spiro goes down before she can even use the Death Blossom. And this is just going to be clean up for Polaris. They don't have an ultimate left, but Shiki just don't have a push left at all.
Right, yeah, I mean, this seems like they're just running out of gas at this point, right? They had maybe a window there to equalize things as best they could. There were some ultimates on both sides that came through, but Polaris just getting so much value. Their overclocks getting picks, Terra with the primal, just consistently zoning and causing problems and getting kills. Let's not minimize that. Just like the entire team getting so much value out of all the tools in the toolkit. And just not much of an answer coming through for Shiki Defiant on this first map.
I wonder if it's an ever so slight side impact that because Shiki practiced so many compositions and so many different heroes that they're able to flex between, if it's the sort of master of all trade, jack of all trades, master of none effect coming on through, right? Because when they did go for the mirror matchup, we could feel that they were just a little bit less versed on the monkey meta.
Yeah, and it's definitely a thing that happens across metas and tiers of play and what have you. If you're going to kind of split your attention on different compositions, you pay the price, right? Like multi-classing never gets you as much. There's a D&D joke for you. I think it's good certainly to have those strategies and have those layers in your playbook, but when a composition has become this ubiquitous, you lose a lot by not being well practiced on it. And not to, throw shade to that degree, right? I mean, they can still show up, they can still play the game when on this composition perfectly well. But I definitely think over the course of that map, it didn't look like they were quite warmed up or knew quite how they wanted to execute in that composition. So maybe this is them just kind of shaking off that rust or those nerves or what have you. I mean, control is always crazy, so you never really know. But I mean, to bring us something a little more over the next couple maps, they're really going to need to shake that off quick.
Yeah, I think it was maybe a little bit of that rust, like you said, but also a lot to do with Polaris and Froggies and Terra, like in particular, were doing a very good job of disrupting any cohesion that Shiki were able to build when they were trying to posture up for a full group push. It never really felt like the 5 players got to play together, which is where that meta really shines. The Winston makes a lot of space for the Sojourn, the Lucio makes sure that the Winston is a little bit safer when the dives go through, as well as trying to bait things like the Suzu Wipe very early. The Reaper can rip through the enemy Winston's health and make sure that your Sojourn gets all of the time once that bubble's removed to be able to snipe out those squishies. That was something that Polaris were doing really easily. They were exchanging their positions, they were looking for those off angles. The Lucy was disrupting so often, and also forcing Shiki off taking fights on sides because they didn't want to get knocked off, because every single time they took a cliff entrance, Rockies found someone to play with, and it is no surprise that, do you know what, we're going to be going to King's Row, because King's Row doesn't have environmentals until the very last point available. So Froggies might be a little bit quieter and Shiki's entrances a little bit safer because of it.
Right. Yeah, and it certainly makes sense, especially because it's just King's Row, people. Statistically, I mean, this has to be one of the most played maps in the game at this point, especially at the competitive level. Pro players love King's Row, with a few exceptions. I've spoken to a few players who are just like, stop, please stop. But these guys, no surprise really, like you said, that they would head this way. I think Polaris were so intentional with their execution of that composition, especially as you mentioned in regards to how to use the primals and the boops and the spacings needed to just cause utter chaos. And yeah, King's Row perhaps is a place where it's a little more flattened. It's a little more straight up, like we're just going to walk at each other, JoJo style, and see what happens. And that maybe favors Shiki just a little more. And at the very least, I'm sure they've practiced on this map plenty.
We've also seen as well in the past week, Team Peps for the EMEA contenders, they took us to King's Row, and they actually took point A off of a very first fight win by running a pharmacy, even into that Winston quote-unquote meta composition, because they were able to use the Pharah's rocket splash damage around the corner while the Pharah was safer, forcing the defense back off the point and also off of Hotel, allowing their team to be able to move onto that sacred space and claim that point for their own. So I wonder if Shiki are trying to push us towards that a little bit as well.
I mean, they came out with that style to start us off on Ilya, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of it again. Though, of course, their current lobby look is looking maybe a little different. Sparrow probably just going to go for an early pop if they can. No surprises there. But even so, I mean, so we'll look at what Polaris is coming out, because who knows what Shiki will settle on within the next 20 seconds, right? They're obviously sticking to their guns here. They're perfectly confident in this composition. They're going to be
and it
set up
makes
right here
sense.
under Mondada. And yes, yeah, absolutely makes sense. But, like, why would you run anything else if you're Polaris?
They really are playing this composition absolutely perfectly, and I think the question for Shiki is, are they going to be able to play that mirror matchup? Because it does look indeed like they are settling on that, playing it. They're not even really opting off the Reaper onto something like the Tracer to deprive resources of Polaris' backline. That's making Terra a little bit easier to be able to push onto, as we do see them posturing up around the statue. No one going for a hotel, no one going for a back dive. Everyone just playing this composition like it's a frontline brawl. And this is probably going to benefit Polaris, as there it is. Shiki have to cut themselves in half to be able to deal with the two angles that is immediately available for the defense. And as a result, a team divided is a team uncontested.
That's right. And Saber does a good job of dividing, certainly. I mean, just like you said, dude, that was so weirdly frontline. There was no, like, I'm going to go to your back line, you're going to go to mine. It's like, we're going to walk up JoJo style, like I called it, which is interesting to see when you're just getting into a mirror like this. But I guess when you have this kind of natural cover to work around, it's kind of your natural conclusion. But Saber definitely carved that up in our first fight.
Well, there's the wraparound that we typically tend to see, the rotation around Hotel, but Polaris see it coming from a mile away and move to meet them immediately at the exit. As Bubble drop from Terra onto one side, Cleave goes through onto the other. Primal already almost bulked up, a full 30% ahead of Bogglingly at the moment, as all of those members in Shiki just stuck in that hotel, can't use the Lucio Soundbar. They don't want to risk it being cancelled early, and as a result, they go down, both to Winston Cleave, and then when Sheep and Saber get up close and personal.
Yeah, and Shiki, it feels like the backline is maybe getting a little disjointed. There's all this running around, all these rotations you have to keep track of, while also just trying to stay alive from all the flank shots and people running in at you as well. And I think they almost kind of get lost in thought when the fight comes.
Yeah, Suzu actually already invested just off the threat of Terra diving into that backline too, as they drop the soundbar to be able to hold themselves firm inside the middle of Polaris' Kitsune rush, knowing that they can use the rush a little bit later. But Terra's already found Dicey, and Dicey is the main player that you want to take advantage of that rush, being able to shoot at double the time, builds the ramp, and railgun charge double faster. As now we see Polaris losing Saber to that Primal Rage coming through from Bogglingly. Already one tick picked up from Shiki just by overlaying that rush in, as Spirit's still holding onto the Death Blossom, but so too is Sheep. Waits for the Winston Bubble to be on corner, knowing that they're going to be able to connect onto the Lucio as a result. And Shiki are actually having to back away right now. They were able to pick up one tick, but that's all they're going to get.
Yeah, about not quite 60%, but of course only the first 33 or so will stick. Polaris, yeah, just coming back quick on this and forcing Shiki to back up and take stock, and Saber will keep that going. Another pick. Of course, Polaris sent blood in the water.
Oh, Bogglingly tries to initiate in with a dive, and Polaris is treated as open season. When the Winston is away, that backline is nice and open for all of Polaris' squishies to be able to play. And as a result, Bogglingly may stand a little bit later, but Megatron and Shush go down extremely early, as Shiki now really have just one last fight left. They've only got one ultimate to be able to do it with as well. This Death Blossom from Spiro has to be absolutely perfect. At least they're going in when Polaris don't have ultimates other than this Primal Rage, but they're trying to go for a hotel, and that's exactly where a Primal Raging Winston wants you to be, because you're just going to get slammed against the wall as Terra comes in, pushes Shikigami out, Dicey removed, Spiro not even getting to use that Death Blossom at the moment, but there's Megatron's rush into Dax's. Shiki have been able to deal with Terra, but they haven't been able to keep their main players alive. Spiro goes down, Dicey removed. One last contest coming through from Shiki, one soundbar for them to be able to take the entirety of point A.
Yeah, and they do have that, and if they can manage to stick this for just a second or so, Dicey will build that overclock, but the sound barrier ready for Froggies on the other side, and both TPS are about to come online.
Yeah, there's the soundbar from both of these teams. Polaris actually dropping theirs a little bit later, which means that that health will stay a little bit longer. And as a result, Shikigami are going to fall. Unfortunately for them, that overclock for Dicey just did not come through in time. And it looked a little bit rough for this team. It seemed like they had the read on being able to use that hotel rotation, but Polaris had already written the book.
Yeah, Polaris just so quick with the download here. And obviously, much like Ilios, this honestly felt very similar in the sense that Polaris were so intentional with what they wanted to do, when they were going to use what they decided to use every fight. Terra waiting in that second to last fight to pop the primal the moment Megatron popped the Kitsune Rush. It's like, sure, you're going to set up this lane. I am a bowling ball, and you guys are the pins. And as soon as you knock people out of the lane of Kitsune Rush, they're not getting anything out of it, and they're pretty easy pickings when you separate them all. And that has been the name of the game this entire series so far for Terra, and it has been working very, very well for them. I will also, of course, shout out Sparrow popping the Death Blossom and immediately getting their head blown off by Saber, who has been playing lights out, going perhaps for the early pick opportunity on the Widow. We'll see if that gets anything. But yeah, Polaris comfortably in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest red flag for me coming out from Shikigami was that they would use Suzu instead of the Lucio knockback when Terra would try and initiate them with those dives.
That's a very good
so Terra
point.
could actually just pull her punches. Like, she could go for that dive knowing it would bait out the Susan that would be on the 15-second cooldown, and then you wouldn't even have to commit to the dive. You've already burnt out one of the most useful abilities in the game, as Shiki now have an objective. They cannot allow Polaris to plus the percentage that they've been able to pick up on point A. Both teams trying to posture up around the statue. Again, Disruptor Shot coming through from Polaris to make sure that Shiki don't have control of that high ground and can't actually use the split angle focuses that Polaris were able to find so much value with on their defenses. This is the dive that we're used to seeing. Spiro is going to be isolated away from the fight. However, Megatron with 2 kunai kills, one to the head on Sheep and the other body shots onto Terra, does enough to be able to force the attackers back.
Fall, Prime, Fall, bogglingly also getting a pick here just to stabilize things. Polaris forced to a clean slate, but in only a minute really getting through the time things. Still plenty of time here for Polaris to figure out an angle, and they are going for it. They're wrapping around in a big way, and bogglingly stepping up to meet them.
Yeah, they want that high ground cleave spot for Terra to be able to hold her position over the point and force Shiki to come to them. However, when you rotate that far around the point, you open yourself up to the off angle coming through from Dicey, and as a result, Sheep, who isn't able to use that right form to close up the distance and finally put the Reaper into a position where it flourishes, goes down early.
Yeah, just an early pick there. Just a little too much dip on the chip for Polaris, perhaps getting a little eager to finish this as quick as they can. You know, it's certainly confidence inspiring to get a full hold, but that does not guarantee to win. That pick, though, just might.
Yeah, good disruptor shot as well coming through from Polaris again to deny the space from Shiki and stop the full group from being able to help bogglingly when they actually decided to contest the attacking team moving onto that point. And as a result, off of the back of it, the rush found nothing from Shiki. No setup, no ability to be able to save the Winston. Polaris drop a rush of their own to stop any contest coming through from Shiki, and this is going to be King's Row.
That, okay. I mean, we're talking about some statement wins coming through for Polaris right now. We maybe wanted this to go a little closer in our first couple maps, but Polaris, man, they are ready to go. Just ready to go. I mean, I don't know how much more to say about that. So clearly in control, so clearly prepared for this meta, for whatever is in the toolbox on the other side of the field here. And, I mean, that's a quick and easy 2-0 to get us started today.
Yeah, I'm gonna gush a little bit more about that disruptor shot coming through from Saber because it is perfect in its intricacy and how it's used. They see bogglingly invest that jump pack and know, okay, the Winston is going to dive into us. There's going to be a follow-up. Everyone is pushed around the back of that corner. They're going to have to peek out if they want to be able to take advantage of the space provided by that Winston. Disruptor shot comes through. They know the Lucio doesn't have that sound barrier in time, and if the Kiriko decides to swift out to the Winston, she's used that cooldown. That's going to then be on the timer, and everyone knows when the Kiriko doesn't have the TP, she's the most vulnerable she is. You deal with the Kiriko, you deal with the Winston. If the Kiriko decides to throw herself in front of the bullet, you remove the rush, which is the one ultimate you have to worry about. Brilliantly played from the side of Altiora.
Yeah, I mean, this entire meta so clearly favors the team that can really think 4 or 5 steps ahead. Right? You need to think about, okay, they use their cooldown, so I do this. They are going this way, so I'm going to go that way. And throughout this entire series so far, Polaris have been so clearly in control of all of that sort of forward thinking. Like you said with this disruptor shot, you know what's coming when a Winston is going to jump in. So what do? You react accordingly. You know what's coming already, so just have the plan laid, have the entire trap in place. And that has been going swimmingly so far for Polaris in this series.
Well, speaking of knowing what's coming, we know there's a break coming, but we also know there's a third map afterwards, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, folks.
I go by Megatron in game. I also go by Miss Megatron on social media. My pronouns are she, her, and I play flex support or Shikigami. Mostly play Kiriko, Baptiste, and Anna. I'm 29 years old, which is a little older for most gamers. I'm a computer engineer. Even though I mostly play for fun, I've always been like a very competitive person. So competing in like high level tournaments or like in like high ranked lobbies, like how I've kind of always enjoyed playing games. Shikigami was formed from half of the Info-Aimers team, who won a previous tournament actually for marginalized genders, and our team is kind of still being formed as well.
Hi, I'm Bog or Bogglingly in game. I go by any pronouns. I play tank and I'm on Shikigami. I think I'm like one of the like only kind of higher level female main tank players, at least in Overwatch 1. So we came together actually really last minute. I think it was Aeroplane who reached out to us. She's a great manager, super nice, super great with everything. I knew half the team before this. So Shikigami's goals for competing is obviously we want to win. We want to get number 1. We want to like take home everything, like kind of prove everyone wrong. So Shiki doesn't really have any like pre-game rituals, but to kind of help with our mentality, anxiety, like Megatron, who's our flex support, likes to stream her cat, Pepper, who is very cute.
So the main goal for our team competing is, like I said, definitely to win. We're trying to go as far as we can in the tournament. We all want to prove ourselves as top tier players in Overwatch as an esport. Like, we know we're good players and we're like really excited to just have a platform to kind of show off our talent. We usually get a few encouraging words from our amazing manager, Aeroplane. Absolutely the best, love her. She's really good at like pumping us up before tournament matches, like preparing us. We tied for third with 0 coaching last time, so we believe that we're gonna perform even better next time around, and we're really excited to prove ourselves in the final tournament. So playing in Calling All Heroes and why tournaments like this are super important is because it gives an opportunity and a platform for players that have felt discriminated against because of their gender, because of how they present themselves to the world. Growing up, I always kind of felt like an outsider since I enjoyed playing video games so much. I love having this like tournament to like give myself the opportunity and my team the opportunity to show off, and so that like we could be like a positive influence.
The number one thing for me is it kind of normalizes like women and other marginalized genders in esports. In order to compete at a higher level as a marginalized gender, you have to go through a lot more discrimination, a lot more people like kind of being suspect of you. So by having kind of like a tournament for this and making it more normalized, I hope that kind of some of the discrimination like dies down and stops happening. So for my gender identity, for affecting me as a competitive player, number one problem is definitely in ranked. Most of the time when I play ranked, I don't speak. When I do, usually nothing happens. But the problem is the times that stuff does happen, it really kind of like makes you really upset because there's nothing you can do about it. Like, I can't make my voice not sound like I'm a woman. If you have someone who's recommending you as a good player, then they're more likely to think, oh, well, they just like this person, or they're just like romantically interested in them, so I'm not actually going to trial them.
Gender identity impacted me as a competitive player. I'm not really a stranger to harassment from toxic players that I've queued into. Had my games thrown because I'm a girl. I've had players mute me, block me, leave voice because I spoke. I've had horrible things typed to me in text and voice comms because of my voice. It's forced me to stay silent in many of my ranked matches. I feel like I've ended up losing games because I don't want to talk. I know that I'm going to tilt someone on my team. Another thing is that I feel like I've lost out on getting to know many other female gamers from my ranked games because they'll stay silent and won't use voice comms, so I won't even know who they are. So I feel like I've lost out on a chance to get to know a lot of people that I now know from competing in tournaments like this. You continue to encourage players regardless of their gender. Don't be so quick to judge others that you meet in your Overwatch games. You don't want to be the reason that someone stops playing the game. You want to be the reason that they continue to play it.
Definitely don't take what other people like say about you to heart. A lot of times they're just saying it because like you're like different, they don't understand you, they just haven't been around someone like that. It's not your responsibility to like teach them that they're wrong or like try to change their mind.
Something I would like to say to any player who is also of a marginalized gender identity and is aspiring to be a pro player would be that they should go for it no matter what. It shouldn't matter what people think of you. People might judge you, but you just need to remember that it doesn't matter what people think. The only thing that matters is your skill in the game. If you're just as good as anybody else, then you deserve the same opportunities as those players as well. And I'm really excited for the future if there will be more opportunities like this tournament for me and other players like me for like the next generation of marginalized individuals in esports.
There we go. That was us hearing from Shiki X Defiant. And Fibble, this was actually something that we were talking about during the break, right? Shiki X Defiant are a very strong team in their own right. The problem, I think, is that they're trying to morph their identity to be able to meet this mirror matchup. When they're a very strong team, when they decide to play their own game rather than bending to someone else's.
Yeah, I mean, over the years and years of Overwatch, something that always kind of is a common thread is whether or not you're able to play kind of the style you're most comfortable in, or if you are forced to adapt by another team. And Shiki X Defiant right now definitely looking like we want to try and meet them on what everyone generally agrees is the strongest composition, but maybe the practice isn't quite there, or they just haven't hit that like muscle memory phase that it definitely looks like Polaris have hit. So there's this obvious sort of like gap or dysfunction in the actual execution of the composition. Like the pieces are all there, they're all doing their thing, but they're not coming together into that nice hearty stew of excellence that we really need from this composition for it to be as strong as it is capable of being. So yeah, we talked about this during the break. It almost feels like Shiki need to kind of go back to basics, go back to what they feel in their hearts is best, because if they can pull something out with that, then so much the better.
They also step us away from choosing somewhere like Circuit Royale and instead decide to take us to Route 66. A very interesting choice given the fact that Circuit tends to be the map where a lot of teams actually step away from the Winston comp and go on to that Sigma BAP Zen with either Widowmaker Sojourn or even the Hanzo coming out to play. Route 66 tends to be where we continue to see that monkey meta. And you can see Shiki, despite being in that attack spawn, very much already locked in with Bugglingly on the Winston. But taking a look at what Polaris are running out with, because we know this for certain, no surprises, if it ain't broke, don't fix.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm playing nothing, the series has been going very, very, very well for you, Spiro, just opening with a Sonic Arrow. Spots that there is no one in the cable car here, and step straight up on the mirror again. So let's see if Shiki, maybe they had a little halftime pep talk. Maybe they've kind of figured out like, oh, this is what was going wrong. See if they can convert, because it's tournament point for them. This is their lives on the line.
Yeah, good disruptor shot as well coming through, this time from Dicey, to be able to make sure that Bugglingly, when they use that jump pack, wouldn't be contested by other members of Polaris who had been holding on to high ground, looking to deprive it from the dive composition. As Saber has already nearly hit full charge on that railgun, the comms have to be immaculate to be able to call that one out, otherwise the squishy is no doubt going to go down. However, Polaris are the ones to lose out first to the Sojourn. They lose Sheep, and immediately Bugglingly has a lot more aggressive spacing that she's allowed to be able to take, not having to worry about that Reaper constantly shoving those two shotguns towards her face when that bubble is gone. Disruptor shot comes through from Dicey. It doesn't yet have that lack of a slow effect, so it's going to be doing its job to be able to make sure that Polaris aren't able to cleanly disengage. But Sheep is back in the action, and as a result, Bugglingly goes down.
Yeah, it just took so long for Shiki to start to try and convert that main advantage, and unfortunately it didn't amount to much. Polaris right back into the action. Yeah, you get some progress here for sure around the corner towards Big Earls, but you're going to need at least one more fight, if not two, to really like actually cap the point. You have some ultimates coming online. Megatron's been doing great on their progress towards that Kitsune rush, but Polaris not far behind either, so really got to move here for Shiki's fun.
Well, there's the movement. Immediately vertical goes Shiki up onto Big Earls to be able to contest this high ground. Megatron, however, left behind, goes down to focus fire coming through from Froggy, seeing that Kiriko is low and immediately moving to capitalize. And without that Kiriko, this team is going to be extremely vulnerable, as we actually see a Primal Rage coming through from Terra just to disrupt all of those members away from the Lucio's AoE healing so that Polaris can capitalize on the lack of Kiriko. They're still losing members though, Bugglingly and Spiro, both with that self-sustain, the Winston with that larger health bar, the Reaper with his self-healing, is going to be able to find a lot more oh no.
Okay. Spiro. Buddy. That didn't happen. We're not worried about it. We're not worried about that at all. Polaris coming through.
We're
now,
rewinding the next 5 seconds. It definitely didn't happen, LS Star Wars. This is not the ultimate usage you were looking at. As Shiki X Defiant, unfortunately, without that Death Blossom, not gonna be able to find that next checkpoint.
I mean, I think even with it, Polaris had a great re-engage there. They knew that they could come back in right at the last second, maybe try and pull some ultimates, maybe not in that way from Sheikah. But here we go, we're right back in.
Oh, Death Blossom textbook style dropped in the middle of the enemies. Kitsune rush to make sure that they do not get to hold in the middle of it. As we see Dicey trying to hold on for Shiki at the moment, Bugly dropping that primal rage to be able to try and push onto Saber, but they actually move away from the Sojourn, and as a result allow Saber to charge up more alt fire on that railgun, and Shiki now have to wait until Dicey is in position to use the overclock. Plyo slides onto the top of Earls, catches Dax out before the Kiriko is able to disengage into tunnels. Suzy comes through to make sure that Dicey can hold this really aggressive forward positioning, but again, Froggies comes through, the absolute hero of her team, to be able to find that pick, as Shiki now have to pull out all of the stops to be able to actually see this map continue, and it's going to be so hard because Terra is on an absolute tear with that Primal Rage, holding on strong for Polaris to be able to continue this contest. Punches onto Spiro, denies the Reaper the chance to build up that last 15% and save Shiki with a Death Blossom on cart, forcing Polaris away. And Shiki just have to come on through with a kill onto Dax. Dicey hits the Disruptor shot, denies the Kiriko. We're about to hit into overtime. Polaris don't at least have an ultimate to be able to hold on with, allowing Shiki a chance, but Bogglingly goes down. And without this Winston, it now becomes a question of the Squishies holding on and winning the micro fight, as Froggies again finds a pick.
So back and forth there towards the end. Sheep, you saw swapping over to that Tracer, does get taken out. Saber could have maybe popped the overclock there, but I think it was probably wise to hang on to it. No worries here in terms of time bank. Obviously, you burned through all of it, and now only 2:10 on the clock for Shiki to get all the way through Streets phase with whatever they've got. They've built back up to a couple tools. They can start to maybe take some space, but Terra and Co are not going to let that happen for free.
Yeah, and you can see as well, holding on to that overclock for Saber has brought so much out of the positioning from Shiki. They had to contest the high ground, and unfortunately for them, there is still that catwalk right parallel to it. So Saber is still free to be able to use that ultimate and zone all of Shiki's forces off of that payload. Terra half-health will be able to get back to her team. They are still holding on to both support ultimates, but so too are Shiki. Dax decides to drop the rush first. Shiki not actually going to be dropping the sound barrier to be able to cover a rush of their own, as Polaris look to disengage and set Saber on a back position to be able to snipe any follow-through that comes from Spiro if that Death Blossom does get invested to be able to counter out the Kiriko's ultimate. But Spiro doesn't use the Q button, instead uses the bullets to send Sheep straight back to spawn. Froggy still not wanting to use that sound barrier, seeing that Polaris are losing members, but they actually decide, okay, we can try and use this to be able to regroup and staunch the bleeding of any stragglers going down, because they know that they can contest nice and quick.
Yeah, I think the sound barrier was almost an anti-stagger measure. Like, hey, don't try and jump at us, but Spiro's not listening. Get some great value out of that particular Death Blossom, and that could be exactly what Shiki Defiant need to finish this quickly. They do only have 45 seconds. You can't really afford to stall too much if you want to go for a full finish here.
Yeah, Shiki, however, knowing that Polaris don't have that sound barrier, are going to be ahead in terms of ultimate economy. Froggy's using that sound barrier to actually stop Polaris from losing straggling members, might have allowed Shiki to recover from how long it took them to take point A.
I think that move was so telegraphed that Shiki were able to realize, like, we do have the advantage here. This is how we deploy it. And to great effect were they able to. So now Shiki Defiant in a commanding position ult-wise. They have the cart, they have the momentum. They need to keep this going, though, because if they get stalled out, Polaris will step right back up.
Oh! Well, they had the momentum until Sheep was able to get into the backline and hit the Death Blossom and take down 2 players. This was the one thing that Shiki was so cautious of. That was the reason they were so vigilant of this very high ground, using the Disruptor shot, continuing to keep an eye as they passed around that corner. And unfortunately, Sheep is still able to pass by unnoticed and not just find 2, but also survive the entire duration of her ult as well.
And Sheep is dialed in. Like, if you show up in front of Sheep, you are not going to be there for very long. Shush immediately getting shushed. Shiki is Defiant forced to rethink again. With only a minute left, they do have the tools to do this. They do still have that advantage. But these picks coming through from Sheep.
Yeah, Bogglingly decides to make an anti-dive come through and pushes aggressively into Polaris without the actual lack of healers, and as a result goes down very quickly. Megatron trying to use the Kitsune Rush to be able to save the Winston and maybe get that jump pack back online so she can jump back to her team in time. Unfortunately, burns the ultimate absolutely no value, and as a result, Shiki are going to have to use something like the Samba or even the Primal just to be able to break back onto this payload, as now Polaris holding onto a rush of their own. With all of the cards in this engagement, there's the sound barrier burnt out early, as Polaris can just wait for overtime to do its job, knowing that Shiki aren't going to have ultimates to be able to contest when they eventually decide to drop in.
Yeah, and that sound barrier coming through after Bogglingly was down means that now this is going to happen. The stagger comes through, you got the Primal get popped, but there's, I mean, a total shooting gallery here for the Winston. That health bar is going down so quick. Saber still just getting picks on the side, as clean as you believe. And it looks like, frankly, this is just where the card's going to stop. Jeez. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's ever so slight. It feels like forms of miscommunication on the side of Shiki Defiant, where half of them want to jump in and play super aggressive the way that a Winston player does want to, and the other half want to play a little bit safer and play back and try and bait out abilities from the other side first. And as a result, they got a little bit of mixed wires sent on through, right? The rush has to be invested to try and bail out Bogglingly, who, instead of jumping back to her backline to be provided assistance, goes way too deep onto Polaris, trying to deprive them of the resources of keeping Terra up, who had initiated with a just as aggressive dive but was finding far more value because all of Polaris are honed in on this is the position we want to hold on payload, this is where we're going to allow our Winston to stand, as opposed to Shiki, who have to emergency drop a Kiriko ult, and even that isn't in time to save the Winston.
Right, yeah, and 2 fights in a row that happened, right? So Bogglingly jumps in, the Kitsune rush is committed, but Bogglingly goes down pretty quick. And then Bogglingly goes down first in that last fight. Shush still commits the sound barrier, trying to clutch it out 4v5. There's not much time left. Obviously, you have to try and make some sort of play. But I almost would have preferred, definitely would have preferred, frankly, that sound barrier gets saved for that very last minute stall. And they all go in, you know, maybe only 3 or 5 seconds on the clock, whatever, but you're all alive. You all get that sound barrier applied, and that fight could have gone very differently. So we are where we are, just shy of halfway through the creep phase there for Shiki Defiant. Polaris have the line drawn in the stand to make their way out of this series and on into the tournament. Shiki Defiant have the line to try and stay alive.
Polaris know as well that there is going to be as much time as necessary burnt off this clock, which is why Shiki are holding super aggressively around these train carriages, a hold that Polaris had actually foregone. Because even if they lose this fight, because of how long that payload takes to actually get to the checkpoint of A, they'll be able to respawn in time to be able to hold back up onto the high ground, which is the hallowed position of every defensive team, including that Sojourn. However, Shiki winning out that first front duel are able to retain this really aggressive hold, and Polaris is still yet to be able to push the cart past bridge.
And Megatron builds over 70% of that Kitsune rush. So, like, if you do this right, you keep this going for a couple fights. And that's definitely going to work out in Shiki's favor. They want that time to low. And it's a good start, but Froggy's doing Froggy things. Okay.
Oh no! They take a fight around Cliff. And just to make up for the fact that Froggies wasn't able to knock anyone off of King's Row, she picks up 2 on Route 66. The Lucio gets interest on the environmentals. And Shikigami still actually holding on to this fight. Bogglingly does not go down. Spiro and Megatron all still standing, despite Froggy's absolute best efforts. And as a result, the defense remains stalwart enough to continue to hold this aggressively forward.
Yeah, Shiki saw those 2 picks came in and just started playing Yaki sacks. And kind of were just running circles around, stalling for the respawn coming through. Now they just have to duck for cover because this overclock coming out is really forcing your head down. Terra takes advantage early.
Yeah, Polaris see that Shiki wants to take this really forward aggressive position, and they decide, well, we're not going to fight you on main then, we're going to jump over you and fight you on your flank. And it works for the beginning part of the fight until Spirit comes in with that Death Blossom and Bogglingly with the Primal Rage to be able to sustain themselves in, again, that really aggressive positioning. They deal with Saber, they deal with Terra, who is isolated out, going for that aggressive style. And as a result, they're able to win. A lot of time burnt off the clock. Polaris reduced to only 1 minute and 33 seconds. And Shiki decide, okay, this strategy's paid off for us enough. We're now going to hold the high ground.
Right, yeah, you just fall right back. The Kitsune rush, though, coming through from Polaris, they want to push the newfound advantage they have in Shiki Defiant. Backing up and backing up.
This is a really dangerous place as well for Sheep to be able to take this fight, which is why they're backing out. They know that Terra has Primal Rage, they know that Sheep has Death Blossom. When you fight in that enclosed space with a Winston and a Reaper, you know you're going to take every single hit off those ultimates, as there it is! The Primal combined with the Death Blossom, making an absolute coffin of tunnels!
Yeah, just utter meat grinder going through that transition right there. Polaris perfectly happy with those results. Sure, it's expensive, but you still have the overclock coming online here in just a bit. And you know Shiki Defiant don't have much. They're certainly not going to recontest, given how that fight went and how expensive these last couple fights have been for them. And now they can establish themselves early in streets and try and just keep burning time off the clock. But in terms of like the overall momentum of this map so far, they are still definitely on a back foot.
Yeah, Shiki as well, it's probably disrupted their ult tracking and plans as well, because they wanted to open up with the Russian overclock and they just got absolutely denied by walking into that blender, courtesy of Sheep and Terra's synergy. And you can see, like, they're not even really set up to be able to defend themselves onto high ground. Bogglingly is fighting on the mid part, and as a result, Shush not there to really help out the Lucio. Goes down to the alt fire because no one was able to cluster up and posture on that high ground that is so sought after to the defense when they lose point A.
Right, and you see them, Shiki now starting to, okay, we'll set up over here, we'll just wait for them to come around this corner and take advantage, but Polaris have no problem with that. The card is going to keep moving and the engagement already comes through.
Oh, that's exactly why Polaris are absolutely fine with Shiki taking that angle too, because they have control of Catwalk opposite, and Saber can just set up with the overclock and force all of Shiki off that high ground to deal with the Sojourn. Meanwhile, Polaris can continue to apply pressure onto this point, holding cleave when members try and challenge Terra on this Winston, and trying to push into that Primal Rage to be able to contest that payload as it hits the second checkpoint. Spirit building up to that Death Blossom, trying to shoot at any members of Polaris, pushing them off of that high ground, but Dax making it extremely difficult for Shiki to be able to complete the drop from high ground to low ground in one piece, with that rush being up and buying the payload so much space. And even then, Shiki, when they decide to commit once the rush is gone, fall to Froggy's a boop and two other assists take down Spiro. The target focus to deal with the Reaper because they know that's the only ultimate that can potentially cause them problems, as Bogglingly is forced not to use the Primal but to dive into the backline and try and take away the support so that Shiki can knock over Terra.
So many resources being committed. They're so stubborn from Shiki, and it is going to pay off for them. They do reestablish their hold. Again, the Yakety Sax comes through. So much running around, it felt like. But now this sort of disjointed style and this disruption that has still been coming through from Polaris, Shiki seemed to have slightly more of an answer. You know, on King's Row or Ilios, fights like that probably would have gone more cleanly in Polaris's way. And at the very least, Shiki are starting to figure out, like, this is what they want to do. They want to split us up. They want these fights to go crazy because that's kind of where they thrive. But we need to be that team. And I think they're starting to really get that figured out. The overclock, though, comes through, unfortunately. It's not going to get much. Polaris happy to step back and let that run out.
Yeah, they have to be careful though, because it does burn a significant margin of time off of their bank. And Spirit's still hitting on this Death Blossom. There it is, the Susie to make sure that the Reaper is going to be able to survive, but the Silent Barrier is in time not to save Sheep, but it does save the rest of the members of Polaris. However, Megatron goes into that DPS role and takes on Froggies, denying the support, denying the Lucio any chance of disengagement coming through from Polaris. With only 10 seconds left and no Lucio, they are forced to fight on this payload. Sheep coming back on that Tracer to be able to hold on to the payload and make it a little bit harder for Shiki to be able to oust them. As Saber from that high ground position uses the overclock, but Bogglingly takes the bullet for the team, pushes into that Sojourn space and makes sure that the ultimate doesn't rip through their entire health bar sitting on that cart. As Dicey is still alive, dropping that disruptor shot, making it even harder for Blast to be able to hug onto that cart and continue the overtime bar. Rush comes through from Dax, trying to set Polaris up to be able to control that neutral fight, as Shiki, without an ultimate, don't have an answer of being able to push them away as opposed to just finding those kills. Another disruptor shot towards the end of that rush to make sure that Polaris aren't able to see themselves through it. And Shiki, they've been able to download Polaris's play. They've dealt with the dives. They've been able to cut Terra away from her supports. They take Route 66. It's a close one. It came down to those early spawn holds on point A, but Shiki holds strong and continue in the series.
And that felt like the first time where they got to the point that we were talking about, right? Where we said they need to play their own style. They need to play as confidently as they can in whatever way makes them feel the most confident. And I think that early hold going so well, 2.5 minutes, multiple fights, multiple ult rotations going in their favor. I mean, that is what they needed to suddenly be like, oh, yeah, okay, we have some time bank advantages here. We are building up some ult advantages here. We see what they're trying to do to us and what they have been doing to us this entire series. I feel like somewhere in there, one of them said, oh, this is their plan. Okay, so what do we do about that now? And them hitting that moment at that exact time, I mean, that's the only way they were going to pull this out of the 3-0 zone. So I'm very glad to see them kind of bringing that together, starting to get this download. And maybe now we got a real series on our hands.
Yeah, like, you can see as well there's an adjustment to Froggy's playstyle. She is a very good Lucio, do not get me wrong. She's really coming in and carrying a lot of the damage for her team and a lot of pressure as well onto the backline of Shiki, but she plays very aggressively. And that is something that you can punish. If you catch out that Lucio, they're not going to be able to disengage cleanly, and you can turn one kill into an entire fight win, as well as picking off all of those stragglers, as everyone is just forced to try and turn tail and make it as clean as possible. And speaking of as clean as possible, Bogglingly in that last fight takes the dive onto the enemy Sojourn for the first time, it feels like, as well, deciding to use that Winston's extended health bar to be able to body block through the overclock, a move which really is imperative that these Winston players take upon their shoulders to be able to deal with the Sojourn's ultimate. Otherwise, all of your squishies can't actually peek those angles and play aggressively because they're worried about the Sojourn ripping their heads off.
And I feel that Bogglingly and Shush really synced up in that map because, as you said, right, it is so imperative for a Winston to be the player that is like, okay, their Sojourn is ulting, I'm just going to stand in front of them for the next 8 seconds. You guys do whatever the heck you're going to do. That is now my problem. And Bogglingly, as mentioned, really figured that out over the course of Route 66 for sure. And Shush as well. In one of the last fights in the Streets phase, you saw her just hanging out behind a pillar. The overclock comes out, and you know immediately, like, all his damage is going to be coming through. I am going to get as far away from that as possible, put as many barriers between that and myself as possible. Just come out for the ult. That's all I need to do. I am the sound barrier bot for this fight. And sometimes that's okay. You don't need to be the huge, crazy fragger getting 3Ks, funny Astro business. Like, sometimes you just need to be there to hit your ult and not get picked. And Shush really stepped into that comfortably, like had no problems just being like, hey, I'm going to boost you in. You're going to go do your thing, stand in front of the Sojourn. I'm going to ult, make sure everybody else here is okay. So us splitting apart, which has been such a problem for Shiki Defiant, them getting split and disrupted, suddenly was way less of an issue, which is where this composition needs to be operating at its most efficient. So all of that coming together is why suddenly we see this turnaround on Route 66 and why we are now making it over to Coliseo.
Yeah, and this might be a little bit more of an issue, right? Because for the first time, Shiki aren't the ones picking the map. They now have to revolve how they play around their opponent's pick. And I'm actually really surprised it is Coliseo, because this is where Shikigami has prospered in the past with a Winston composition against the Zarya composition when they played push all the way back in Qualifier 1 against the very team they now face.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see the Coliseo pick versus perhaps like an Esperanza or something like that. Obviously, the compositions throughout are pretty consistent, but where you need to fight and the tempo in which you want to be fighting can vary drastically between this New Queen Street Esperanza, you call it. So Shiki X Defiant here, you know, who knows how much they've been practicing each of the maps or which ones they kind of favor over the course of an official. But as you said, Polaris obviously coming into this with a specific plan, with some very specific probably fight placements and positionings that they want to be in. So now, as you said, this could be a chance for Polaris to kind of restabilize. They definitely don't want this to go to a map 5 and let Shiki establish that sort of momentum in their heads. So yeah, they're really going to have to bring this to bear and show them why they've been the better team over the course of most, but not all, of the series.
Yeah, so it could be as well that Polaris really want to be able to take advantage of the weaknesses that they've been able to find in the previous maps before Route 66 of Shiki's composition, the fact that Bogglingly would sometimes go a little bit more aggressive than her team were maybe ready to deal with. Coliseo especially, if that Winston really overcommits, it's very easy to be able to isolate them away from that team. As we start off this fight in no man's land. Dicey taking an off angle. Saber most likely going to be doing the exact same on the other side. Already 72% on that railgun. Power slides into position. Disruptor shot comes on through to make sure that no one on the side of Polaris can push past and help that Winston. And as a result, Terra goes down. This is what we saw Polaris doing on Route 66, and Shiki have adapted it and find the same level of success.
Yeah, back and forth here, but slightly favoring Shiki. Polaris just going to back up, see if they can reestablish themselves before Shiki get too much progress on this cart. Saber taking out their counterpart is definitely the way to do that. Terra's right back into the thick of things. And Timothy Smythe over there, heading back to the other barricade.
Yeah, Sheep comes in with the absolute clutch pick onto Bogglingly after Terra goes down, so Shiki can't really use the fact that Terra was down in the fight early to be able to push onto Polaris, and as a result, Saber still gets that space created to be able to snipe out Dicey, as Dicey again pulls extremely low. Spiro trying to push forward and create a little bit more of a focus fire so that there's another body to shoot, also has to now fall back as Saber wraps around that flank, allowing Sheep to be able to find that space, pushing Megatron away right into the Reaper's line of fire. Polaris really do just feel like a jigsaw when they're able to all come together. All of those puzzle pieces just fall perfectly into place, and the synergy between them, the communication of knowing when members of Shiki are going to be out of position, running to another member of Polaris so that someone can punish, is sublime.
Yeah, I mean, they run this like almost like sheepdogs, which is maybe a weird reference for most of the people watching this. But they love to kind of start with a frontline brawl and then slowly start just bringing around, taking teams out on the side, going to the flank. Obviously, ubiquitous sort of Overwatch. They do it so well. Shiki behind here, trying to step up, but okay, Terra and Sheep. No. They're not going to let that happen. You are not going to get out. Go kiss the Fondora. There you go, Terra. Almost up.
Oh my goodness, Polaris. You're either sandwiched between a Winston's fists and the wall on the sidelines, or you're stuck in the middle of a rush with Sheep's Death Blossom barreling through the entirety of Shiki's team. Polaris, with that momentum that is so intrinsic to push maps, already finding themselves towards those faster spawns. However, Bogglingly off of that rush will be able to find Sheep. A good knock, pushing that Reaper into position for the Winston to be able to follow up on. Primal is there if she wants to be able to use it to knock off those players, but she's holding on to it, conserving resources, knowing that they have to win so many of these other fights. And you can see Polaris accepting their fate. They know that they've lost. They refuse to give ult charge away to Shiki. However, Shiki's already got 4. It wouldn't have made much of a difference other than enabling Megatron to be able to build a little bit closer to Dax in terms of rush percentage.
And I mean, I think that's just good discipline either way. It gets you back into the next fight sooner, which already is going to happen before the bot can even start making any progress. Or Shiki. Overclock comes out right away, but Sparrow with the Death Blossom does not care.
Yeah, it looked actually like the Death Blossom came through just in time to be able to cancel Froggy's sound barriers. No one from Polaris was able to receive that over armor. As Shiki now taking matters into their own hands. This is a team that plays best when they play aggressive, when they take the initiative, and you can see that renewed confidence coming off of the back of that win from Route 66 has done wonders for this team feeling that aggression.
Yeah, and they maintain their ult advantage, and Polaris spent so much trying to recontest in that no man's land fight, right? The sound barrier comes through, as you said, doesn't get much. The overclock came through from Faber. I didn't even see it. Now Dicey with one of their own. You have these advantages, and you know Shiki are loving playing in this pocket right now.
Yeah, Dicey as well has really allowed Bogglingly to be able to have that space to be able to play with that Winston wants, as it is the rush coming on through, and Bogglingly is using that Primal to just be able to batter the members of Polaris off of it. However, she goes a little bit too far up towards ramp and off of the rush, allowing Polaris the breathing room to be able to use the ultimate and still dispatch the Winston after.
Yeah, a bit of a, hey, where'd everybody go? From Bogglingly, stepping forward, hoping perhaps for a couple boops, you know, a little highlight reel play. That would have been nice. But I think Polaris definitely saw that one coming and said, actually, we're going to go. Drop the smoke bomb, just get all the way out of there. The bot already almost making its way back to the barricade, almost making its way back towards progress. Sparrow, though, forced to pop this Primal. So much damage coming through. Ready, backing up.
Yeah, Terra actually using that Primal Rage forces out Shiki into using that rush very early on, and look at Polaris' discipline. They pull away until now, as Sheep comes through with the Death Blossom to catch onto the disengaging members of Shiki. And as a result, Polaris continue to have control at the moment. Megatron falls to Froggies, who is still alive. Saber, at an absolute sliver of health, is able to use the power slide to back away from the Winston cleave, reloads, comes back and finishes the job.
Yeah, but Shiki here, I mean, with the quick respawns, given where the bot is, they're going to be able to reestablish control right away. The bot starts just heading towards the mid-ground quick as it can. But there's going to be another no man's land fight here. We're more than halfway through this map, and Shiki still need, even just now, another 30 or so meters to really get ahead in this fight. It's definitely an uphill battle with the time bank going as it is, but they're going to have some ultimates online soon to try and kind of pad that gap a little left.
Rayform already used as well as TP. Spearow has to actually try and get the team to provide any focus fire so that they can use that Death Blossom safely, and they will be able to use it. Catching onto Sheep, forcing Terra to back away, and once you're out of that up form, you can immediately go back to pumping those shotguns to deal with that Winston. However, Saber is able to slice out Spearow. Use that TP animation a little bit more telegraphed, and you just turn around and hit him with the railgun alt fire.
And just so calm under pressure Saber has been this entire series. So much going on directly in their face, and they'll still be hitting shots, still making huge impacts in these fights. And just that pick alone is enough for Polaris to restabilize, get back on the bot, and force Shiki Defiant to just take stock again. Only the Primal here. You're close to a couple others, maybe saving that Overclock and the Kitsune Arrestor combo together. But Polaris happy just to set up in the mid fight here. They don't even need to make progress. They frankly just need to keep the bot here in the center of the map.
Yeah, baiting Sheik into trying to take a step forward and contest either the Reaper or the Winston on the other side, forcing them to step into Saber's crosshairs to be able to use both that rush and the overclock power slides immediately to try and catch the disengaging members of Shiki. And again, one member is left behind, and again, it's the most brutal to lose. Megatron denied life, not going to be able to use that rush to be able to help Shiki turn around once the disengagement has finished. And as a result, yes, Dicey is able to pick up Terror, but look at the distance that Polaris have been able to find themselves once again contesting that bot, as it's a Death Blossom from Sheep to again push onto Megatron through the rush and deny Shiki any chance of a contest in this next fight as well.
Sheep just wants to rule over the Decepticon. No Galvatron coming through, only Starscream, only Sheep. But Shiki here saying, nah, we're gonna end this Transformers metaphor and maybe win this fight, get this bot back going again. But we're really at the same place we were 2 minutes ago, right? The bot may be making great ground as Terra goes down, but there's gonna be another fight there. You need to start stringing fight wins together. You can't just go back and forth. You can't just go 1 for 1. At this stage in the game, in push, you need to have a dominant string of fights. It looks like they'll have the tools to maybe get one more here. This Death Blossom and the Sound Barrier are so impactful. But, I mean, even all those advantages they might be able to string might not be enough, as we are under 2 minutes here in Bank.
Yeah, and Shiki is still not actually able to push the bot even further because Saber uses the Disruptor Shot to drop it in front between the bot and Shiki's forces, and as a result, they allow Polaris to try and push back on through. Haven't used an ultimate until now. Soundbar not in time to save Spearow. Again, Polaris' ult tracking on point. They know that Death Blossom is the one threat they have to worry about, and they work together as a unit to be able to make sure that Spearow is sent back to spawn before it can come back through. However, they're still losing the fight at the moment, but Bogglingly goes down. Megatron trying to bail the Winston out, finds himself out of position and goes down shortly after. And once again, Shiki win a fight only to lose the next immediately after.
Yeah, and this 1 for 1, I mean, we're at a minute here in the clock. Polaris is just keeping things nice and comfortable. And as mentioned, I'll say it again, they don't even need to make any more progress. If the bot stays here for the next 50 seconds, they're fine. They're chilling, and they have so many ultimates now. They just waited to get that Sound Barrier out from Shiki, just got the pick on the hero, so they didn't even worry about that. So many Qs are about to go down.
Well, Rush comes through from Polaris first of all. Kitsune Rush immediately going to be down. Shiki trying to just push away those members of Polaris with the overclock, but unfortunately only finds the Winston bubble at the moment, as Bogglingly with that Primal had gone into the backline to try and make sure that Dicey would be uncontested. However, Megatron goes down to Saber, and with the overclock that Polaris had been holding on to, they now find those kills that they need to be able to win out this fight with numbers and brute force alone. As Shiki hopefully aren't going to lose Bogglingly to a little bit of a staggered out kill, as I can't actually see. Oh no, the Winston has to immediately jump onto that point to be able to keep it in contest as overtime is about to hit, but Sheep holding onto this Death Blossom. The bubble is in place. Boggley already has to use hers early. The Suzu comes on through. It's just zoning at the moment, chipping away the health bars of Shiki as Dax on the off angle spams a Buddha to try and keep Polaris up and healthy, but they don't have the sound barrier. And Shiki's target focus is coming strong as they're able to push through Terra, able to deal with Saber. Dax falls, and Shiki will remain in place. Sound barrier for the team, but they have to use it at the absolute perfect moment because Dax is going to be coming in with a rush, and Shiki cannot allow this team to regroup and fall.
Yeah, they need to play perfect over this next fight, and probably, frankly, two, or at the very least, a very extended fight. Terra already going low, getting topped off here, halfway to this Primal Rage. Kitsune Rush is online. Dax looking to pop it right away. The sound barrier is immediately coming through.
Yeah, Saber using that Kitsune Rush to be able to just push so much damage into Shiki, and they don't have an ultimate to be able to push the members of Polaris off. Boggley is unfortunately going to go down in the attempted disengage as Shiki try and take the high ground to be able to fall away from the rush and drop back down onto the bot to continue the contest, but as a result, their forces are fragmented, they're easy pickings, and Polaris bunch up and deal with them individually one by one to take the map win and the series win as a whole.
Bogglingly going down early there was just the icing on the cake, the beginning of the end for Shiki Defiant there. I mean, it's easy to kind of just lose line of sight, right? The healers in this meta are so dependent on being able to see you and get to you. So if you can carve them up in a kind of a multi-tiered environment like where that fight was happening on that hairpin turn, I mean, all of a sudden you're getting no healing. So very good, I think, from Terra to be very aware of the positioning. I believe even a bubble coming through to block any potential aura healing coming through from the Lucio. So, I mean, just smart play that we've been expecting, frankly, from Polaris that they've been showing over the course of this entire series. And despite that that little blip there on map 3, a nice clean victory for Altiora.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush has just been used perfectly for Altiora Polaris, and like you really can see a team who are very strong when they use that ultimate. That is pretty much in this meta how we like to sort of level teams and rank them on where they are, whether they're able to really capitalize off of the space that the Winston creates, or how strong they are on either disengaging a Kitsune Rush from the enemy or being able to use one of their own. And we have to talk about it. Sheep and Saber played every single Kitsune Rush near perfectly on that map. The Sojin doesn't even need overclock to be able to really find power with it. In fact, it's sort of better if you don't have overclock, right? Because you're firing at double the speed, so you're building rail charge at double the level, which means you're going to be able to hit those alt fires off twice as quickly and build overclock in an absolute blink of an eye.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is really a neutral game enabler, right? It just makes all your normal stuff that much better. You don't need to worry about popping ultimates, like you said. For the most part, I will say the whole hog Kitsune Rush combo, disgusting. Thank you to Big Hungry Phil for pointing that one out, because I didn't even realize that. It's nasty. So yeah, great job from Polaris there, just knowing exactly how much to commit, when and where. Like, they so clearly have the download on how they want to be executing this meta. And I mean, they converted that so well this series.
Yeah, Altiora Polaris really did play stellar, and we actually get to interview one of their players as well. So a big warm and welcome to Dax from Altiora Polaris, who will be joining us in the interviewing booth.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Hello, congratulations on the win. The team looked absolutely amazingly clean with the Winston comp, and I have to ask, this is a meta that we see a lot of teams really struggling to be able to pull off. How is the team so clean with the Winston dives?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to pure practice, especially playing this comp for about 3 months. Of course, a lot of people have, but we've stuck to our guns and played mainly like specialized in this comp. And a lot of that just comes from like us like playing together as a team, just, respecting each other, listening to each other, and just doing the best we can together as a team, not individually to win.
Gotcha.
And
I mean, obviously. Oh, go ahead. I'll let you keep going.
Speaking then of like specialized heroes, you'd obviously fought Shikigami all the way back in Qualifier 1, where they played a little bit further away from the meta, running things like the Wrecking Ball, the Reinhardt. We saw shadings of that in the first map of Ilios. Were you expecting them to really buckle down on the Winston mirror, or did you think there were going to be a little bit more wacky shenanigans from their end?
Well, much like quarter one, we did expect the Winston mirror, but the shenanigans were not totally unexpected. Basically, what we saw, in the semis against them last quarter. But the thing is about the meta, well, it's the meta for a reason. Like, no matter what kind of silly comps you play into it, if the other team plays the meta better, then they will counter it, as you saw in that first round when we went 100-0 against the Far Mercy.
Got it. I mean, so obviously you guys are starting off strong on this lower bracket run. You're looking commanding, obviously, in your understanding and execution of this meta. You're heading on down the bracket here. What are you kind of looking forward to, and how are you preparing as you now start to make this deeper and deeper run?
Oh, well, next round, we're looking forward to going against Washington Justice Red, because honestly, when they beat Timeless, I was like, whoa, it was like an upset, right? So it was just seeing their very creative Zen Hog comp. I think that will be a really fun challenge as a team to play into. But we've actually practiced scrimming against a Hog Zen comp just for Washington Justice Red. So I'm very excited to see how we can translate those scrims into actual official, because we are so ready to send that Zen back to the spawn room every single fight.
So
That's the
you've
kind of
obviously
energy
been
we like
keeping
to see.
up. You've obviously been keeping up with every team that are playing in this tournament. Is there one team in specific, other than perhaps Washington Justice, Red, or Shock Timeless, that you think is going to be able to give you all the most challenge?
I really want to go against Dart Monkeys. Dart Monkeys being like a quarter two team, we didn't actually get to play against them in quarter one. So I hopefully the bracket shakes out in a way where we get to play against them, because this is kind of just a me personal thing. But I've always looked up to Aspen, so I would love to go against her in an official. I think that would be just so fun.
Right on. Well, it was great to hear from you. Do you have any last messages to send out as we send you on your way to enjoy your win?
I have to say this. Did you know that Altaria Polaris does jumping jacks before every official? I have to say it. It's a running gag at this point. Just in case you didn't know, Altaria Polaris jumping jack team. We're very healthy.
How many though?
10. We do 10. We
Ooh.
count it all off as a
Oh, I
team.
can do that. I can do that in between the breaks. I will join you with the jumping jack meta.
Yeah,
It's like the secret
get
to
that heart
the
rate.
Winston comp then.
Of course. You gotta be have that high heart rate, so you have that reaction time,
Thank you so much, Dax, for joining us, and I wish you all the best in all of your future matches of the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Altaria represent.
Well, there we go, Fib. We found the real secret behind the Winston meta comp. You don't have to practice it, you don't have to scrim it, you don't have to have absolute crystal clear communication. You just have to do jumping jacks for all of your matches. And I'm gonna try a couple of jumping jacks. You can try a couple of jumping jacks at home if you want to, because we're gonna have a little bit of a short interlude between this and our next match, so you have plenty of time to go grab a drink and get some fitness. everybody, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Grand Finals event, Day 2. And Fibble, it's going to be a very interesting one. We just had a not so quite, I think, close matchup that everyone expected of this first series. This second series, however, may well go the distances. It is going to be a very big shock upset. Fittingly enough, given their name, that Timeless find themselves in the lower bracket run, and I believe you actually got to see that one in action.
I absolutely did, and what a game it was. To say it was an upset, I think, is probably underselling it just a smidge. It was so chaotic. Literally, a fight or two decided the entire series, map to map. I mean, it was definitely entertaining for sure. It definitely kept me slightly getting up out of my chair in excitement, you know how casters do. So very excited to see how they can make this lower bracket run happen, if they can channel the fiery spirit of their new parent org. But Kaiju Corp over on the other side, formerly banned on chalky milk, which I disagree with vehemently because I love chalky milk. Now stepping up and trying, I mean, they got to keep this going, right? They don't want to go 2 and out here. They want to show what they can do. They want to take it over to Riz Academy and see what they can do against that. That would be the most cursed matchup of them all. So I'm very excited to potentially see that, but this roster has their work cut out for them for sure.
Yeah, especially given the fact that just like our first series of the day, this is a grudge match. These two teams matched up against each other in the semi-finals of their qualifier 2, and it was a 0-3 for Kaiju Corp that they lost, unfortunately, to Timeless. So given a little bit of time and a little bit more practice, it's going to be very interesting, again, to get to see what they decide to go with in terms of the meta, because this is going to be the first time for the Grand Finals that we really get to see this team in play. And already starting off with Makabra coming in as that sub, fielding in the starting roster.
Yeah, we've seen some swaps hither and yon about the starting 5 across a couple teams as they kind of dial in on the meta, maybe go for some comfort picks, start getting into some rock, paper, scissors, you know, getting some players who are particularly comfortable on a particular hero or 2. And yeah, excited to see what Kaiju can do as they kind of switch things up, go for maybe a slightly different look. Over on the other side, Shock Timeless, bringing to bear what can only be described as such an immensely powerful roster. Frankly, for their game to go as close as it did in the upper round is shocking. Aha.
The puns. We're just getting all of the puns out of the way before we actually get to the cast. However, there is one player on this roster that I am really looking forward to getting to see what they're going to do, and that is Santana. Because a lot of these teams, like we talked about, like they do go for the rock, paper, scissors matchup of which tank they decide to choose, whether or not they stick with that Winston, whether or not they bend the knee and go with the Roadhog to try and counter it. Santana has actually mostly been going Winston. In fact, she was going Winston even into Esdef's Roadhog, and they were taking maps. The fact that it went to a 5 mapper when you're running a Winston composition into a Roadhog comp shows how well versed this team is on this particular meta.
Yeah, and even so, right? So Santana, obviously, much like Terra, if we want to look at our last series, one of those Winstons who has such a strong mechanical grasp of the hero, like clearly just a savant who's put in loads and loads of time on the Winston. But towards the end of that series, you could tell they kind of got sick of it and were just like, hang on, this Roadhog's actually doing work. Let me try that real quick. And it maybe took a fight or so, but all of a sudden Santana was just like whipping the hooks, getting the shots, like is clearly capable of kind of making those swaps if you're really put up against the wall. It's going to be a matter now of, will Kaiju Corp take them to that place where they are forced to kind of make those adaptations on the fly like that? Or will Santana be able to kind of stick to the majority pick, what you're most comfortable on, and just kind of like cruise through on what has obviously established itself as the meta style of play at the moment?
Yeah, and I think this first control map as well of Ilios is going to be a very good testing dish to see whether or not Shock Timeless are going to decide to retreat away from the Winston comp, or if they are going to hold strong on it, given the fact that you can run the Winston comp to a devastating effect on this map, as we saw in that first series where you are able to dispatch with a pharmacy, even though you're not really running the traditional tools to be able to deal with it, right? Sojourn isn't a traditional hit scan. Winston definitely doesn't really have a way of being able to deal with a pharmacy as opposed to just dropping that bubble in front of her face or going for the primal and trying to juggle her out of the sky. Those very, very rare instances where we'd see Overwatch League Winstons go after pharmacies with absolute anger in their eyes to chase those down. Like, those are very rare occurrences. However, if you are that good at this meta comp, definitely like forgo the Roadhog and just keep playing this Winston comp, and I feel like Shock Timeless is probably going to do just that, even if we end up somewhere like WoW.
Yeah, I mean, it would make logical sense for them, much like we saw in our last series, right? Stick to your guns. If you've been practicing this composition day in and day out, and you're very comfortable with it, don't worry about switching too much, even if the other team is trying to play this whole rock, paper, scissors situation. The meta comp is the meta comp for a reason. If you do it right, you can overcome just about anything. And at the very least, you can keep trying until it sticks if you find yourself maybe starting to struggle early on. And frankly, if you're a Winston, I'm telling you right now, I'm telling this to Santana right now, if they come out with a pharmacy, go for it. Channel Miro and Gushui's spirit. Just like no fear, primal off the map, multi-juggle, like we need to see that today. You need that for your highlight reel, and I am going to be the person who tells you can do it because I want to see that, because that'd just be fun.
Yeah.
So excited to see
if
what
they
both
do
of these
that,
teams
I'm
kinda
going to be the
decide,
person
yeah.
losing my mind. As I
Yeah.
get to play
Yeah.
by play it. I'll be like, wait, there's the pharmacy, and there's a Winston, there's the first jump, oh, there's the primal, there's the second jump, and there's the
Yep.
pharmacy gone.
Mhm. Yeah, just the progression of logic from, like, it almost reminds me of another play on Ilios, the one I believe it was in grand finals where the Sombra translocated off the edge to EMP the pharmacy. I want to see that. I want to see that progression in your mind of like, why is she standing there? What is that Winston doing?
Maybe
Oh!
Ramatra will ring plays like that. Obviously, he's not playable in this tournament, but I know everyone when we'd looked at his kit and I was like, oh, that's the zone that grabs everybody down, and that's going to affect Mercies and it's going to affect Farahs, and you can absolutely, find an environmental, and Garrett needs a flat surface to be able to activate, but as long as you just put it on the edge close enough, still gonna hit them on the skybox. Still gonna grab them down. Everyone's seen the Reddit clips where Mercies and King's Row Point C have unfortunately been dragged to their horrible deaths by Ramatra players cackling like crazy. One of those might have been me. I might have been a Ramatra player trying to set just that up as I stepped away from my 300 hours of Mercy play to be able to become the problem.
It's nice to take the other role, right? Like, I'm ready to cause the problems today. So yeah, Ramatra for sure. I mean, such an interesting layer that we don't even get to look at. We can only really theorize at the moment. We saw it in a bit of a show match action over in the Legends battle recently, but beyond that, we're not going to see that for a little bit. But it'll be fun. I'm so excited to see what these teams especially could start doing with that as it comes to bear. But for now, probably just sticking to some Winston, sticking to some Roadhog, which is weird. It's so weird to say that. Anytime we're in a Roadhog meta, I'm just like, what are we doing? How did we get here? We're better. We're smarter
really
than this, right? But we're not.
Do you remember
right
the
now.
days of old in Overwatch 1 where a tank player would lock in Roadhog or a DPS player would lock in Bastion and you'd just be like, oh, Alt F for me already. But now in Overwatch 2 we're like, wait, we have a Roadhog or a Bastion? Awesome! We can win!
Yeah, and it's not a throw pick anymore. It's not just for
not a throw
Rockets to
pick.
pick on Numbani or
Heck, even
last-minute swap
Doom.
on Hanamura.
Even Doom with his buffs,
man.
as of late, you're like, oh, sweet, we have
I'm
a Doom.
surprised. Yeah. I mean, we've seen actually on this patch, we've seen a little Doomfist come through. I think Phil and I most recently we saw it come through for Shocheng on Flagship Recreators. Just like that was kind of his spot, and he was living there. Like, he was having a great time, getting tons of value on the Doomfist, even into this meta composition. But no surprise, perhaps, that NA teams have not quite jumped onto the Chinese crazy Doomfist wagon, because that's a wagon. We are getting more of the same. A mirror here for sure to be expected. Azu over on the Winston, as we've got Anna jumping on that ubiquitous hero as well. An immediate brawl breaking out into Dota.
Yeah, a little bit surprised actually that Jim is on the Reaper instead of that Tracer. They were actually brought over from Shikigami, being a sub for the team so that they could specialize in Tracer. However, the Reaper is just a lot more distinct at being able to just tear through that Winston's health bar, as Shock Timers will be able to tear through Kaiju Corp and set themselves up to take that first control. Aramori already, by the way, over halfway to that first Kitsune rush.
I mean, and one of the quickest builders of that ultimate in this entire tournament so far, at least by the eye test, at least in the games I've seen her play. She is otherworldly. Her experience is extensive, and she's bringing it to bear in a big way for the team right now.
Jim having to use that right form to be able to back on out. Kaiju Cup have been able to oust Shock Timeless from that position on high ground, but they haven't been able to clear them off the point just yet. And Shock Timeless, having won that first fight, now have a second place to be able to immediately disengage their way from, so that Momo isn't able to find those hits. You can actually see her taking that little bit of an off-flank, but immediately Timeless bursting out from side room with that rush. That Aramori has been able to build up a lot faster than Open. Kaiju Corp answering with a rush of their own despite having already lost members. Might be a mistake that comes back to haunt them in the next fight, because they are not going to be able to have it to be able to blitz through Shock Timeless in this next contest.
Yeah, maybe hoping you could just quicken up a little bit of healing, just keep someone in the fight, get a Suzu cooldown back online, something like that. But the timing just a little bit off there from Open. Still a couple tools in the bank coming online. I mean, close to the Sound Barrier and the Death Blossom for sure. But Shock Time was still a little further ahead, and of course, they have the positional advantage.
Oh! Gorgeous snipe comes out onto Momo as well to be able to catch Jam before he's able to use that Sound Barrier and save his team. There's the off angle that we expect Sojin players to be able to take when all of those teams have themselves just set up on that side room, because if they do try to push forward onto that point, they're walking into your crosshairs. If they stay there, they're sitting in the middle of that Winston Cleave as well as Zabi in the frontline fight on that Reaper, getting to do so much damage with the shotguns. Kaiju Corp positioned perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, just a great run back there from Kaiju, right? Not being afraid, knowing they have tools that they could use to bring this quickly to bear. Now establishing themselves, crossing 40% here. Sound Barrier only online for Kaiju Corp, excuse me. But it could counter out quite a bit if they time it just right.
Well, Jin's definitely looking for that in to be able to use this Death Blossom, trying to burn out that Suzu. Winston Bubble already going to be invested. Soundbar comes early from Shock Timeless to be able to walk forward and enable Azurate to be able to push in with that overclock. Catches out Macabre, not going to be able to get back to that team. And again, without that Lucio, you can see Shock Timeless immediately moving into position. That rush immediately mitigated from Jin's Death Blossom, catching all to those members. You don't have the Lucio to be able to speed boost out of it.
So, I mean, the positive there for Kaiju at least is that they were maintaining control all the way to the end. They built up to 72%, kind of a stay of execution, where if Timeless had taken that earlier, we could be looking at last fight territory already. A pretty neutral fight here, only the Primal's close at hand, as well perhaps as that Death Blossom from Zabi, if you can be really, really quick about it. But Kaiju Corp need to get moving. Momo setting up again at this angle, trying to go for a little snipe, but I think Shock Timeless a little wiser to that than they were a couple fights ago.
Azunet trying to push onto those members of Shock Timeless, getting a lot more cleave at the moment than Santana. Unfortunately, though, Shock Timeless doing a little bit more damage than Kaiju. Made that a lot more damage. Aramori coming absolutely alive. Is going to be able to dispatch so many squishes from Kaiju's side and secure themselves that point. Santana dropping the Primal as a celebration, as even though Azu was able to build theirs faster, they weren't alive to be able to use it.
Yeah, I mean, just the quick burst there from Timeless, and I think that's been one of their greatest strengths over the course of this tournament, is how explosive they can be. They can really step up in just an instant. You think like, oh, this fight is going at a certain tempo, you know, they're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to force this cooldown, and then suddenly, like, there's just a pick or two or three. And so much of that has come off of the back of Azure and Aramori specifically, you know, these kind of burst damage capable players who are so mechanically skilled, who can hit shots that just make you kind of scratch your head. And for Kaiju Corp, definitely on the receiving end of that, and more of those fights perhaps than they would have liked on well. Now we're getting over to Ruins, kind of a fresh slate here, some neutral fighting to start us off on Coast.
Yeah, Momo again going to be taking that off angle, playing a little bit closer towards the high ground above that point, as everyone else is playing on cliffside. Watch out for those Lucios. We've seen the boobs, we've seen how instrumental they can be, but Azure again comes in with an absolute instrumental first pick onto Azu. Without that tank to be able to create any space, you can see Kaiju Corp immediately falling back, and the disengage again isn't clean, even though they try and drop Disruptor Shot to be able to cover for them. Chalk is still able to blitz through two other members.
And that's just what I'm talking about, right? Azu thought that they had a certain amount of time to get out of there or to pop the bubble and stay alive, and that just was not the case. Just entirely misjudged how much time there actually was. And that burst damage comes through, and that fight is over before it even really begins. Now Kaiju Corp kind of pushed pretty far back towards their own spawn here, just trying to establish themselves on the high ground, get a rotation all together, use that Lucio speed boost to as much effect as possible, and Shock Timeless happy to just kind of burn time off the clock.
Again, Susie going to be used very early on from open. Momo was able to use that high ground position to try and snipe out a member of Shock Timeless, but it doesn't actually land a kill. And as a result, we are going to be back to that poke fight. Kunai's coming through from open, but that sets them in position to aggressively get taken down by Azure. Again, the Sojourn from Shock is the first one to be able to chime in onto that kill feed, and again, Kaiju Corp are forced back.
Yep, taking one more step back, and of course Shock Timeless happy to take one step more forward. Plenty of tools here in the bank coming online from both sides. The Kitsune rushes on either side. Azu just barely staying alive there. Goodness, going pretty low. Jin as well, looking for a top off here. We're approaching 80%. The overclock coming through. The early one comes through.
Well, Overclock comes out from Shock Timeless. Kaiju Cup going to immediately drop their rush to be able to be resistant to it. As Santana comes in with that Primal Rage, bursting through the members of Kaiju Cup, throwing them, jostling them away from their teammates, and bundling them towards Shock Timeless's own rush. That plus one comes through from Zabi, doesn't manage to find the kills it looks for, but it is able to create space. No,
Okay.
You gotta look before you leap! The Winston catches one with the Primal, but catches herself off the map as a result. And Shock Timers, who were losing the fight, can immediately forge back in.
And I mean, that's potentially looking like stage losing, map losing of a whiff right there. You gotta be kicking yourself if you're Ozzy, but they do manage to get back into the fight. It's not looking too clean for them. One does get a pick, but that Death Blossom coming through. Damn, just getting the work done over on the Macabre. I mean, this is pretty done and dusted. I don't know, frankly, how much the boot would have made a difference one way or another, rather than just jumping off the map. Let's be real, the Underwater Squad special. But Shock Timeless stepping up. I mean, even without that, right? Even looking aside from that particular silliness, I mean, looking so explosive, looking so comfortable playing this game in this meta right now, and hard to think of it going any other way.
It's fitting that Azure's title is Executioner, because this Sojourn has just been dealing death everywhere she looks. If you've been keeping up with the NA contender scene, we have a Sojourn player who plays for Odyssey called the Tree Factor. He's 15. He is one of the best Sojourns in the entire region. Yeah, there is literally a specific staple that when you play against Odyssey, even if Odyssey are losing a fight, Tree is just that good at Sojourn that he can come back through and allow Odyssey off of the back of his picks to be able to just dumpster. And Azure really does just have all of those markings of that same Tree Factor. She has been doing absolutely insane on this Sojourn, and again, a lot of it does come down to a lot of the space that is created for her, but when she has just a little sliver of a line of fire, she is able to immediately find the first pick, and part of it does come down, I think, to a tiny smidge of hubris coming out from Kaiju's support lines that they want to set that Kiriko up to be able to find those picks with the kunai, but unfortunately, by pushing yourself that aggressively forward without the Winston bubble to cover you, the Sojourn sees, okay, there's a Kiriko peeking me. I'ma just, line up the railgun and snipe.
Yeah, you're not as slippery as you think. Let me show you specifically. Yeah, I mean, Azure, as mentioned, throughout this tournament has definitely been one of those Sojourns. It's like, we're down. Okay, I'm gonna go just get 2 picks real quick. I'll be right back. Let me just peek my head out real quick, and okay, we're good. We're a man up now. I think we can win this fight. Out of nowhere. Sometimes completely nowhere. You don't even know where they've gone. They just kind of disappear off camera and they come back and it's like, don't worry, they're all dead. Do we want to, push the cart, cap the point, whatever we're supposed to be doing? I don't know. I just kind of blanked out for a second. So, I mean, tremendous mechanical skill on display from many people across the board in this tournament and in this match in particular already. But Azure, of course, needs that special shout out just for the sheer amount of damage that they can put online here. So quick 2-0, getting us out of Ilios, and of course, statistically, we're heading to King's Row, folks.
King's Row, no matter what meta we're in, whether it's, like Reinhardt, Rush, or Goats, it doesn't matter. We always find ourselves returning to King's Row. It's quite nice, though. As a Brit, it feels like every single time I get to go there, it feels like coming home. especially with all of the weather effects potentially coming in 2023. Hopefully we get a rainy King's Row, and then it really is going to be true to Staple.
I mean, you've got rainy Blizzard World. According to some people, that's the greatest map in the game. Yeah. I don't know if I agree with the whole greatest map in the game thing. Those people also have some strange opinions about side dishes, but we won't get into all those references that only a few of you understand. We're going to bog standard King's Row, a staple of Overwatch since the early days. The monthly melees. Hex and Striker, Slasher, Striker's a player. Yeah, and the Ficus, I'm an old guy, okay? That's the kind of stuff I think about because I've never been to London or anything. But good for you. And yeah, I think one of the greatest points you pull out of all the mess that I'm making of this is that regardless of the meta, King's Row is so ubiquitous. It doesn't matter what you're playing, you're going to have a good time with it on King's Row. Even if goats can be played there to aplomb, I think a divey, brawly meta like this will feel right at home. And we've already seen some crazy fights coming through on this map over the course of today, let alone the rest of this tournament. So I want to see what Kaiju can bring, given that this is their map pick, what they're going to be doing here on King's Row.
So I think part of this is probably actually going to be down to Momo's positioning. When we looked at Momo and how she was positioning in that first fight on Ruins especially, she was taking that off angle parallel to where everyone else was towards Cliffside. And looking at King's Row, and especially looking at the defensive half for the Sojourn, you can actually start off the fight by controlling a lot of the tempo by your team sticking to, on your side, the left side of that statue, and then you can take that flank angle on the right side so that it forces them to be able to actually walk through that Sojourn's line of fire if they want to go straight to point, or having to pass through the entire rest of your team if they want to be able to avoid it. And I think because Momo has been trying continuously and consistently either taking those off angles or taking control of high ground, this is definitely going to be in part A for this team, where they're going to be able to find a lot of strength from that Sojourn pick.
Yeah, and the sort of corralling play style that you're talking about, kind of like we're going to purposefully steer them into these lanes where our Sojourn is waiting. That is the sort of stuff that I feel really differentiates the top teams from the rest of the pack, right? Knowing and being so intentional with, like, we know what they're going to do here, right? Having that foresight that we talked about earlier, just thinking a few steps ahead. Like that exact sort of positioning, I think, is what's going to make big difference. Kaiju, don't play with my heart like this. I know what you're doing. I know.
Well, they were teasing the Bastion and Reinhardt a couple seconds ago, so I think we should stay clear of discussing what Kaiju are running, and instead we can definitely know what Shock are going to be running, and no surprises. It is going to be that meta.
Yeah, and setting up exactly where you called it, right? To the left of Mondada, just like we're going to have that frontline fight right there, and our Sojourn's going to be waiting and ready for you. Momo, looking for something, does get pop just a bit, besides no joy. Going for the quick swap over.
Yeah, gets hit by one of those kunais. Thankfully it's not in the head, so the Widowmaker will be able to survive, swapping over to that Sojourn. Very early Suzu actually used for Aramori to be able to keep that Kiriko in play, as now Kajikok can take advantage of that being online. However, Santana initiates with a counter dive of their own, baiting out the Suzu from the other side, and Aramori still alive will have hers back a lot faster than Open has theirs. As around Mondada, you can actually see Jam trying to push some of these members of Kaiju into the waiting arms of Shark's front line. Doesn't find the knockback that they're looking for, however, here it is. That Sojourn factor that we talked about. As Array starts popping off, and Kaiju, despite having the better positioning when the fight started, are forced to pull back.
Yeah, I mean, you start that fight off pretty well, but you can't just have the fight right there forever. You got to start moving at some point. You got to make a fight happen somewhere else. And that moment, that sort of like secondary reposition is what Azure was waiting for. Steps right into the pocket, starts hitting the shot, and all of a sudden Kaiju forced to run with their tails between their legs. Now though, getting back into it, maybe thinking about Hotel rotation.
Oh, not Hotel when there's a Primal up. Santana is eyeing it. She wants to see whether or not Kaiju Cop were going to try to take that right, but uses... No, doesn't use the Primal actually. That's Azu using the Primal instead, as Santana holds on to theirs. Kaiju Cop knowing that they can't push into Hotel with the Winston and the Reaper both sitting on ultimates. Unfortunately, forced to use that Primal to try and conserve all of the aggression Shock are throwing at them as they move through choke and still fall under the pressure.
Yeah, the Primal, I think, just trying to kind of break the rocks, you know, get through this wall however they can. Now a Kitsune Rush comes through to try and do the same thing. Mori, though, holding on to theirs as Jam comes through the under.
Oh, Shock just throwing in the Suzu on top of Jim to make sure that they're going to be able to continue to use that Death Blossom to circumvent Kaiju Corp's rush. As Shock now drop a later one of their own. Zabi does the exact same thing, but unfortunately doesn't find the same value. Gets focused down by Aramori, who's able to find back-to-back kills onto Zabi and Macabre. And Kaiju Corp still haven't even been able to pick up a single tick, despite in that fight investing so much.
Yeah, so expensive these last couple fights and really nothing to show for it. Timeless just happy to kind of ebb and flow, step forward and step back as they need. Spending certainly some ultimates as well. I mean, look at those percentages, right? Plenty of Qs pressed over the course of the last 45 seconds or so. But they're making it work. And Missouri now with the overclock, really all you need to keep your defense going, especially with picks like that.
Oh, the echo chamber of the overclock, but Azure is the only one echoing in the kill feed, immediately cutting through Kaiju Corp's team and sending them packing. Silver lining, Fibble. It's fast executions at least. They'll have another push.
Yeah, I mean, quick, maybe even two if this next fight immediately kind of goes south, which you're certainly not hoping for. You have a Primal here online, and Azu needs to be smart about this. You really need to break up Shock Timeless here, really create an opening for the rest of your team. This is your last shot to avoid getting full health.
Well, Primal comes out from Azu, not into the backline, has to go back to the Mondata statue to be able to pick up one of those health packs. Trying to make sure that Shock Timeless aren't going to be able to disengage through Choke. They've got them all stuffed up in Hotel, but Aramori is about to come in with this rush, and Kaiju Corp aren't going to have their rush for a little bit. Macabre, in the meantime, goes down before Open can actually use theirs. And as a result, Shock are the only one showing up in the kill feed. Momo just trying to power slide away, but gets stopped by the disruptor shot from Azure. And, well, you said it, Fibble. They'll have another fight afterwards, but they'll have to do it without a single ult to their name.
Just barely. And look at Timeless, right? They know what they're going to be trying to do. So let's just hold forward. Let's just go for it. See what we can do to soften them up before they even get to the point. And with a Death Blossom like that, it hardly even matters.
Yeah, Death Blossom unfortunately ringing the death knell for Kaiju Corp's push. And it does look like this team are going to be full held at King's Row. We talked about it, right? This is a map on point A especially that plays into the Sojourn's hands. By picking it, you know that yes, you are putting Momo in the best possible position to be able to use the flanks and off angles, but so too do you have to worry even more so about their counterpart. Azure has been hitting those shots of Sojourn, and you just placed her into the best possible pedestal of power. Yeah, you've got 4 minutes to get a pick, or a tick rather, one of those words, and I mean the door is wide open. Right, you have all the time in the world to build up your ultimates. Just go for a straight neutral fight with maybe a little flank action. Like the list of options here is miles long. So for Timeless, you're probably feeling pretty confident here. Maybe even pull out something a little spicy, though of course we'll see. Blah blah blah. And Kaiju Corp just gonna stick to the guns here. Just gonna stick to the meta. Gonna try and just muscle this out the old-fashioned way. Not that you have very many other choices. I think if you go for a Roadhog comp or something and it immediately fails, you'll probably be kicking yourself thinking about the what ifs. So I respect just sticking to the strongest gun you've got and hoping that you can just go for a miracle here. Yeah, a tick or a pick though, they're pretty interchangeable. With this win condition, certainly. You need one win fight for Shock Timeless to be able to take this map. And Kaiju Corp, like, even if one of their players gets picked early, because of how little percentage they can afford to give, they cannot afford the full regroup around the choke. And Shock Timeless, they know they've got time to play with. They're rolling out with this. The Reinhardt, the Bastion, they're going to force them to fight in front of the statue. They're bamboozling Kaiju Corp, kiting them into Azure's hairs. But it doesn't actually work out. The Widowmaker doesn't find a pick. However, Kaiju Corp have been forced off of the point. They were not ready to deal with this. Firestrike picks up Momo. The Sojourn's not going to be there to be able to burst through the Rein's health. Azu goes down as a result of the frontline brawl that Shock are able to just run at Kaiju with. And this is probably going to be all you wrote on King's Row, as it now just comes down to Kaiju Corp trying to push away, but Macabre coming back on that Lucio has been able to knock back a couple of members of Shock Timeless. Azure now taking a lot of fire coming through from the re-engaging members of Kaiju Corp with that defensive corner they can hold behind. Shock holding on with this composition though, about to hit some of those ultimates. Configuration comes out from Jim, trying to find a pick, and again, Azure is able to take out Macabre without that Lucio to re-engage onto this point. All Kaiju can do is just try and push on forward, and that's exactly where the Reinhardt wants to be able to play. Shock timeless with a Bastion, a Widowmaker, and a Reinhardt walk into King's Row and pick up point A.
That is the start of a very interesting joke, and also potentially the beginning of the end for Kaiju Corp here. Match point, tournament life point on the line here for Kaiju at this point. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you just know. You just know that you can run a comp like that and you're going to be doing okay. The damage there obviously is immense. You just wait for that configuration turret for the moment that the Winston jumps in and pops the bubble. You crack it in what, like 2 seconds flat? And then all of a sudden there is nothing. There is no out healing that. Your Suzu is on cooldown, your bubble and your jump are on cooldown, and there is just nowhere to go. So honestly, pretty smart, and certainly no lack of confidence coming through from San Francisco Shock, Timeless Ethereal. I'll give them the Gone with the Wind name. Why not? They're probably feeling pretty good right now, right? Like match point, you're feeling nice and comfortable. These fights are obviously going in your direction perfectly well. The full hold on King's Row, like that tells you something about how this is going.
Yeah, and it may be madness of a meta, but there is method to the madness, right? You know, as we pointed out, you only need one fight win. You only really need one pick to be able to just make that composition crumble in its entirety. Because while it is the strongest, most meta pick, if you remove any one of those pieces, it becomes extremely fragile. That Winston without something like the Kiriko or the Lucio is just gonna fall apart in absolute seconds. And so they play it perfectly. They know that they don't need to win that first fight. All they need to do is get into the backline and break the composition's cohesion. And then they can set their Widow up in the position of being able to snipe out anyone moving through choke, meaning that the Sojourn isn't able to aggressively face check, and it's the Lucio who can try and slide around and wall right over to the Widow without being picked, who is sent off to deal with her. And as a result, without the Lucio, there is no way you can collapse on the Reinhardt and Bastion in time. But speaking of in time, we've got a little bit of downtime showing up in just a matter of moments, so don't join us anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Finals event day 2. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by Fibble, and Fibble, we're having a little bit of a shorter series today than we had on the 11th. On the 11th it felt like these maps went on for absolute ages. However, today we've been having some very fast series indeed, and this was something that you and I were talking about in between the break. It very much feels like Azure is just dominating this lobby, right?
Yeah, we're the spirit of Labosco is here in the building with some John Madden analysis. Zuri's just hitting the shots. You're gonna get more picks. You're gonna win more games, right? When you score a touchdown, you have more points than the other team. So just straight up kind of mechanical diff right now in a way. Like it's all being set up very smartly. It's more than just like everyone's standing at each other and someone's clicking ahead and someone isn't. Like this is all very intentional, very cerebral sort of play that we're watching. But when you just kind of glance at it, it just looks like they're just doing a little bit better on the day. That said, the series is not over quite yet. I don't think we'll get our 14 maps that we were maybe hoping for at the top of the show. But there's a chance for a couple more. You know, Kaiju could start bringing this back. We did get a 3-1 last series, and it was here. It was on Route 66, actually. So maybe a chance. Maybe channel that spirit just a little bit and keep this series going.
Yeah, I think I can see as well why you would veer away from something like Circuit and instead choose to field Route 66. And that's because Circuit, even though we see things like the Sigma come through, which sort of actually shows even more the problem with Circuit's line of sights for players who are strong with Sojourn, right? They're long, they're open, they're extremely clear, and they're very easy for players like Sojourn's were to make its Hanzos to be able to take advantage of. And even if you do feel the Sigma to sort of try and counteract it, because Sojourn's Railgun gets to charge up from shields currently, you're actually just adding more fuel to Azure's fire.
Yeah, I think if you see that the other team has a player, especially a hit scan, especially a sniper, who's just having a day, the move is not, let's take them to the map where they can really play that to its fullest. Instead, if you're shock timeless, let's just randomly go for the Roadhog. Maybe a forward hold here coming through, maybe just going for, like, let's get a hook, let's get a pick, let's see if we can string some fights together. But already on the other side, Kaiju thinking about what they want to do. Momo probably going for the early Sonic arrow, certainly, so they will see if shock timeless decide to go for this forward hold.
Well, Shock Timeless are indeed, as you said, subbing out Santana and fielding Ruby so that she can run that Roadhog, and they are actually going to, instead of taking this fight on that first bit of high ground where Sojourns like to sidle and slide up to be able to find a pick onto anyone holding on gas station, gonna hold up in train carriage, as that Sonic does out the team's position. You can see Shock, they've discovered the ruse is up, the wall is not over Kaiju's eyes, and I like this pick. They've decided, well, as long as we play away from the hook distance, the Farah is going to be able to pump out a lot of damage and potentially even concuss someone off cliff.
Yeah, I think a really smart adaptation here coming through from Kaiju. Only spotting the Reaper, but probably assuming the forward hold from Chase. Momo, okay, all right, stepping up, man. You're not the only one having a good day there. I'll show you what I do. In the trading up right away.
Zabi, empowered by Macabre on that Mercy, is going to be able to tap onto Azure as well. Azure taking a lot of damage both from Jim and Ruby's pressure, but unfortunately for Shock Timeless, the backup isn't really there to be able to take the Roadhog down. The hook onto Jam is immediately going to send him back to that spawn point, as Kaiju Kov off of a very nice swap onto this pharmacy have been able to break that early spawn hold, and Ruby immediately onto the Diva to contest the Farah.
And I think that makes sense. I think we're getting now into this rock, paper, scissors that we've been alluding to but had yet to see over the course of the day. That immediate adaptation forces more in turn. So yeah, the Diva coming out obviously can put a lot of pressure on this for Mercy. And then Shock Timeless as well, also going for the Soldier. Jim, kind of a very flexible hit scan player, very comfortable in this. And immediately, between the two hit scans there for Shock Timeless, trim the wings, clip the wings there for Kaiju.
This is really smart as well from Shock Timeless, because they're actually able to use that Soldier traditional hit scan to deal with the Farah and save the Diva's boosters to be able to deal with the res if it comes on through from the Cabaret. So Zabi is having to go back to the respawn point the traditional way. However, Momo on that Sojourn is dealing out a lot of damage and might just be able to burst through the Diva mech in one fell ultimate, as Momo still alive Next, still going to be up for Ruby, however. Self-destruct about to come online, and Kaiju Cop aren't really running a shield. Hook comes through onto the Diva, but self-destruct not actually going to be thrown in to be able to make sure that Ruby's going to be able to survive for a contest. Shock Timers look like they're just letting this go.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that makes sense. Obviously, the picks coming through definitely sort of seal that deal, but they have tools here to set up for a really good Streets phase hold. They can throw out, this is a great place to throw out Diva Bombs in general. The Tac Visor coming online gives you some options, especially with Jim playing sort of on this left side, this back side by the bridge here. I mean, so many options here for Timeless to set up a really strong defense, so no surprise, I think. They kind of just let that slide, let Kaiju Corp step forward, and reestablish themselves in a more comfortable position for everyone.
But talking about reestablishing, look at what Kaiju Corp have done. Shock Timeless are on an anti-Pharah comp at the moment, and Kaiju Corp walked back to spawn despite not losing a fight and swapped off the Pharah. So Shock Timeless are now going to be behind in terms of the comps that they're running into. Not behind in ultimates, however, Kaiju Corp have survivability. Tac Visor comes on through, combined with that Kitsune Rush, it's not going to actually be able to save those members of Kaiju Corp. They are going to go immediately down. Jam drops the Sound Barrier just to be able to ensure that Shock Timers are going to be able to win that fight and set themselves up onto the high ground. Ruby did go down, but now has the luxury of being able to swap onto that Roadhog. Interestingly enough, not opting for the Orisa to be able to counter Azu's pick.
No, I think the Hog Mirror here is kind of the logical first step. If you start maybe having some difficulty with that, I think the Orisa swap makes a lot of sense, but with so much open air, it can be really tough for Orisa to get into position properly, and also pretty tough to hit some long-range javelins. So for Shock Timeless, I think that's perfectly fine. Obviously, you're already getting a pick here. You're already starting to kind of curtail people off. As we're kind of caught in this corner here, and it's going to go down.
Yeah, that stagger as well. First Jam finds his mirror, and then they're able to just push Azu into a health pack room and catch on the corner, staggering out the Roadhog and not allowing Kaiju Corp the ability to be able to regroup until their tank is back in play. Momo's coming up to the overclock, but so is Azure, and Azure has a much better position at being able to use it as the combination of Disruptor Shot into Aramori's kunai immediately melts Momo's head.
Shot girl, hit your shots, right? I mean, some fights are just as simple as that. That's Aramori stepping into the pocket and just throwing a kunai. So great stuff mechanically coming through here for Shock Timeless, setting up nice and comfortable. And then we're right back to where you said, right? Some ultimates coming online from both sides. Azure just a little bit ahead with his overclock. All the space in the world to work with here. And the rest of Kaiju Corp kind of forced to just take cover and figure out what their next steps are even going to be.
Yeah, they have to be very careful as well, because when they actually show themselves, Azure is going to have another Disruptor Shot to put through and make it even harder for this team to be able to push. It still slows on this patch, so it really does open up a lot of potential. Either a hook from Ruby or a kunai coming out from Aramori, as we've seen Shock Timeless are very adept at being able to capitalize on that little bit of slow that the Disruptor Shot provides, as Momo is trying to find any player on Shock Timeless to snipe out before this fight begins. Has to know that Overclock is going to be there to match when they use their own, as Open drops in with that Kitsune Rush, trying to make sure that Azur's going to be able to hold on to that high ground. But here's Azure with the Overclock bursting through Kaiju Corp's ultimate, and what should have been Kaiju Corp taking control of this fight has very quickly turned into them just trying to return to spawn as fast as possible.
And it's so interesting that Azure saved that overclock not as an engage tool, but as almost like a zoning tool. The moment that Kitsune Rush comes out, and it's like, no, you're not stepping into the open. You certainly don't want to anyway. And obviously at that point, people already had, they get caught out, and that fight is just over in an instant, and even trade in ultimates. But the value out of getting the Kitsune Rush for the overclock is so intense. And there's only 25 seconds on the clock in any case.
That's another thing that it was able to do. It was able to burn off time. Kaiju Corp spent so long posturing up for that push, making sure that they had the position to be able to use that Russian Shock. Timeless just dented their time bank in half. Momo is able to snipe out Jim before the Tac Visor can come into effect. Zabi, with that Death Blossom, moves into position to be able to block out Shock's own rush. And as a result, Kaiju Corp are coming back into this fight. They needed to win it. They need to continue to win it as Overtime has activated. And if they step off this payload at any point, it is going to be an end to their Route 66 push. However, through just holding on to a couple of those ultimates and dealing with Shock Timeless before theirs can find value, they're able to continue, but they only have a sliver of time to push through arguably the hardest point of every single escort map, Point C.
Yep. pretty much mathematically impossible to finish with time. It would certainly take some pretty dominant fights coming through. Ruby, though, with this whole hog, is not going to let things go quietly. Next to bat after that would be the sound barrier from Jam and the Kitsune Rush from Open. The Sport Ultimates actually swapped, kind of flipped between Shock Timeless and Kaiju Corp. Could be an interesting wrinkle here, but I think they'll pretty much cancel out, and this whole hog could be the difference maker.
Yeah, that whole hog can be used very much in that same zoning potential that we saw the overclock being used to circumvent the rush the last time. But Kaiju Corp feed themselves into the blender. They position themselves into a small room to be able to immediately push out with that rush. And Open, unfortunately, goes down before they can drop it. Jim's able to deal with the stagger picks onto the other members of Kaiju Corp. The whole hog does come out before the rush. That's the small sliver of a silver lining. However, the reason Ruby felt safe enough to be able to use the ultimate is because Azure is still holding onto an overclock of their own, and we're about to hit into overtime. Unfortunately for Kaiju Corp, when the Sojourn ults, they do not have the luxury of being able to step out of line of sight to hide from it, as Ruby is able to find the first pick onto Zabi, the player that Kaiju Corp were relying on keeping overtime in play with. Rush comes out, trying to find an even of the numbers at the moment, but Azure is still stuck in main. No one's been able to deal with her. She's able to snipe out Open as well, and even though Azure hits the whole hog without the healing, they're gonna go down immediately after, and Shock Timeless will be able to slow the payload to an absolute standstill.
Complete raid boss performance coming through from Missouri there. Just like, no, I don't care. I don't care what you're going to do. I don't care what tools you have or what you're switching to. I'm just going to take your head off. Our Murray as well, not one to be left out of the festivities there, cleaning things up with some help from Jim. And right there is the line in the sand. That is potentially the end of the series if that cart can hit that box one more time. So still, Shock Timeless looking very comfortable here, happy to adapt. It seems. Not minding in the slightest. Oh, sure. You want to play Roadhog? You're going to pull that out on this map? I'm sure. It's okay. We have someone for that. Her name is Ruby. It's going to be fine. It totally doesn't matter. Also, Azure is still hitting all her shots. Kind of crazy. I don't know if you know who she is, but you should. Because, man, what a statement so far Shock Timeless are putting on for us right now.
Yeah, the Roadhog as well, like, while it's really good for that early pick potential, it also does enable the Sojourn a lot more than the Winston. Right, because a lot of the times when we see those Winstons, they have to body block the overclocks with primals or bubbles. Roadhog body blocks with himself, and that in turn means that Azure just gets to absolutely blitz up that railgun charge and really hyperspeed charge up the railgun as well. As it is not going to be Kaiju Corp not playing the Roadhog, interesting enough, on the defense. They are going to choose to return back towards that Winston. However, Ruby is very much a Roadhog specialist for Shock's composition, and look, they're anticipating a Roadhog to come through. Jim is on the Echo, very similar to the way that Kaiju Corp were playing that Pharah to be able to play out of hook range and still be able to have an impact on that fight with all of the spam damage the Echo's able to do.
And Jim's Echo is absolutely a signature. Usually comes out on Dorado, so I suppose this is just an escort map special for Aaron. I mean, so much spam, especially with the damage boost. You're getting so much damage down. And yeah, probably expecting a Roadhog composition, but it doesn't particularly matter. It can still deal with Winston Bubbles, or Winston Duplication is still plenty useful. And already, you know, approaching 40% 30 seconds into the game, that's nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, and because it's not that Roadhog, Jim can actually afford to get a lot closer than that he's probably expecting once he comes out of that spawn point. Look at the damage he's able to do. When you're dealing with a Roadhog, when you have the beam as the Echo, you don't want to play close because you can get hooked out of it early, but because there wasn't a Roadhog at the start of the fight, he's able to close up that distance and absolutely barrel towards that first duplicate as Kaiju now see, oh, maybe we should have fielded Roadhog from the start. I guess we'll very quickly make a slight deviation to our comp.
And even going for the full mirror here, even going for the Echo, you want that airborne duel. You don't want to just let her kind of fly around for free, maybe putting some paid to that, certainly. Jim, I mean, Jim is a specialist. This is Jim's absolute comfort zone, so the immediate pick onto Momo forces the res, but Ruby, in the meantime, catches their counterpart.
You have to remember as well that Jim gets, because you're the defending Echo in this position, to spam all of his abilities and things like disruptor shots as well that you can really play off of Azure's setup into all of these angles in Kaiju Cup. Like, you can see they don't want to go over the high ground because they know that they're potentially going to get hooked or spammed down by that Echo. And Momo, unfortunately, will go down. Kaiju Cup had tried to give away the recontest. They were looking to just be able to reposture up on this high ground and deny Jim's positioning in the next fight, but by losing Momo, they lose both.
And the damage boost, the sheer burst. That's what I'm talking about when we mentioned that Shock Timeless are so good at being explosive, right? You know there was a little 3-2-1 right there. You know that was exactly pixel perfect planned. And Azura even gets a parting blow.
Yeah.
So more stagger coming through, more space here for Shock Timeless, and this time bank already is huge.
2 players removed in one fell swoop by Jim, and Kaiju Cup, because they had to go for the field mirror, like they have to field Macabre on this Mercy to be able to match the damage boost that's coming through from Jim. And if it isn't Jim who's ripping your team apart, it's Azure. And if it isn't Azure, it's Ruby. Kaiju Corp just do not have an answer to all of the damage that's bumping through every single choke point every time they want to recontest. Aramori is literally using the heart souvenir on the payload to push because that's how little recontest there is for this Kiriko.
I mean, if you're Shock Timeless, you got to be feeling yourself right now. These fights are going so cleanly in your way. Again, I will say, look at this time bank, 5 minutes just to get right there. Just right there. And these picks are coming through so cleanly, like clockwork here. And already the ult are coming through, the hooks are coming through. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Rush invested for both teams, however, only one team has the whole hog, and Ruby, to add salt on the wounds, will be able to survive the entire duration of her using it. There is one last fight. Shock Timeless only have a duplicate, but immediately Jim is going to be taken out of that duplicate form. Kaiju Cup answering back with an overclock, bolstering into the forces of Shock Timeless and bullying them back to their spawn point. However, they have to do this for a whole 4 minutes, 19 seconds. If they lose a single fight, Fibble, this series for them is done.
Yeah, you must play perfect. You must not give an inch here. And Azure already was trying to make something happen there. You saw that little juke and jive. I mean, I don't know how she managed to live that long. Does eventually get taken down. A minute off of this 5-minute bank here, but still so much more to go. Only the whole hog really to defend. And overclock close at hand here for Azure, and Jam as well with that Valkyrie. So much sustain and so much damage boost potential. For an explosive team like this, that's pretty big.
Well, it's a good whole hog coming out from Azu. Zabi's able to catch on to Jim as well, but there's the overclock coming out from Azure to buy the space potentially for the resurrection to come back online and also keep Azu isolated away from their team. Power Slap comes out from Momo to be able to reposition, but Azure has been able to flank around the back, catches onto the Mercy, sees Macapre's position and snipes them out!
I mean, just vicious. Absolutely no fear from Azure here. Azu does take down Aramori, but the res immediately coming through. That's such an edge in these pick-focused fights. That resurrection equalizing immediately. Focusing beam from Jim, 70% towards that ult. Ruby is the one making the difference here. This whole hog pushing everyone back. And that's it. Clean as you like.
That's it. Clean as you would like. Shock Timeless on absolute fire. Whether they're running the Winston comp, whether they're running the Roadhog comp, heck, throw in a little bit of Echo Mercy action, they're still able to play absolutely everything. This team is looking absolutely monstrous.
And I mean, even from their upper bracket run, we knew, right? Like, we knew this is not some lower end team. This is one of the strongest teams we've had across both qualifiers, who have shown themselves to be perfectly capable of taking it to just about anybody, who have players with immense amounts of experience in this community and in this competitive scene in general. Like, no surprise that they're going to be making a hell of a lower bracket run. And this, frankly, was just the beginning. Now they go up against, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's Altior and Nimbus. And that already is going to look like a pretty explosive game.
Well, I mean, if they can continue to hit shots like that, they are going to be rocketing straight back up to the winners bracket because, my goodness, what a performance coming out from this team. Like, you really can see, like, all of the comfort picks too, the fact that they were able to play the meta that well and still have things like the Echo comfort pick to really turn teams that want to run that Winston, force them over towards the Roadhog, which means that you really do just get to farm. The Sojourn and the Echo can play from so far away and just absolutely absolutely decimate that Roadhog so your tank is free to roam, not having to worry about early pick potentials or hooks coming through from speed boosted Roadhogs, because the Roadhog has absolutely nothing that they can do. They're just running after one squishy, trying to hook a Mercy or an Echo and finish off the fight that way.
Well, I mean, that's as good an evidence as any to stop playing Roadhog in my ranked games. I think the conclusion has been pretty well drawn at this point. Don't even bother. Just go play Winston. Maybe some Reinhardt. You know, that looked fun. All right, we saw some Reinhardt come through this series. That was pretty effective, right, guys?
Yeah, maybe even Sigma.
Come on. Yeah, maybe even some
Sigma would have been
right?
honestly a great counter to Echo, right? You can use the shield above your head to feel sort of shield all of the damage from that Echo spam at the beginning of those engagements. You have the shift to be able to eat the stickies, the rock as well to be able to connect if the Mercy tries to go for that resurrection. But unfortunately, because Sigma has sort of retreated away from the meta, and I think there was a reason as well that they steered away from Circuit, one of those maps where the Sigma is known to be so prevalent, maybe they just didn't feel comfortable running it.
Yeah, I mean, you only have so much time to practice, even with the increased resources that so many of these teams have been getting. So, no surprise that we've seen a lot of that, like, let's stick with what we're comfortable. Let's just go maybe a couple comfort picks here and there if we absolutely must adapt, but let's not completely throw the book out the window. And I mean, that's, I think, just fundamentally sound Overwatch in any case. You want to be practicing what you're going to use the most and kind of let everything else fall by the wayside.
Well, let's not throw anything out the window, but let's absolutely throw Azure into the interviews booth, because honestly, I wouldn't rather talk to anyone else from Shock Timeless. Hello, Azure, and absolute congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
So we have to ask, as a Sojourn player who was hitting so many shots, how did you find so much value at the early starts of fights? Was it positioning? Was it space created by your teammates? Communication?
It was a lot of positioning. I got like Omega coached on my positioning on Sojourn. As well, one of our coaches helped my aim a lot to just make it way more consistent for me hitting shots and hitting like picks at the start of fight. So I'd say those two are the main ones. As well as the team creating a lot of space for me.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so going through this tournament, obviously the first game that you guys were in was so close, was kind of crazy to see. I cast that match as well. Now that you guys are in this lower bracket, kind of what was the mentality? Like, what sort of conversations have you guys had about where you want to be in this tournament and how you want to get there?
Basically, in the first game, it was a lot of our like mental showing that like contributed to our loss. So we basically were like, we just have to like fix our mentals and just like go through lower bracket run, especially with a Shock sponsor. Kind of fits the sponsorship to go through a loser bracket run.
And I have to ask as well, I noticed on Route 66 specifically, a lot of the times when we saw Kitsune rushes coming through from the enemy team, you would actually use something like an overclock to be able to zone them out of using it, as opposed to trying to disengage. Can you talk us through that decision-making process?
A lot of it's just like, especially versus Hog Comp, they don't have any bubbles or anything to walk in with Kitsune. Like, I can overclock, and the only threat really is their Sojourn one-tapping me, or if I get hooked. And if I play at a hook range, then I'm basically just free.
Fair enough. Okay, so you guys, as mentioned, we actually talked about that too. You guys are representing the Shock here. You're making the very emblematic, very appropriate thematically salty lower bracket run. Do you have any messages to send out to other teams or friends or fam or coaches as you kind of start this push?
I mean, I'd say we're pretty easily the best monkey team in the league, and we only had trouble because we just forgot how to play against Hog versus Washington. I feel like the rest of the tournament should be pretty easy.
Ooh, okay.
Fighting words.
Yeah,
Fighting
absolutely.
confident words. Well, absolute best of luck. You guys were absolutely incredible, as you said, with that monkey composition as well as the Echo. Definitely pass on our thanks and congratulations to Jim as well for pulling that one out for us and getting to see it in a front row seat. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
There we go. That was Azure 8 for the San Francisco Shock Timeless. And Fibble, it was another short one.
Yeah, we can't always have 14 maps of insane wall-to-wall 99 to 99 action. Teams are maybe starting to pick up some speed, right? They know how they want to be running this, especially here in the lower bracket. They've had a chance to review a loss, which is very impactful. It shows you so much about what you could change. And already, I mean, a lot of players immediately on a loss, they look at it and they go, of course, it was this, it was that, it was our mentals, it was positioning, it was some particular thing, and you immediately turn that around, really focus on bringing that up to par, and all of a sudden you level up tremendously for these lower bracket runs sometimes. And of course, this would not be a shock team if they did not do exactly that. So I love that confidence coming through from them. It's okay, we just kind of let one slip and now it's going to be easy, we have this locked in. Like, that's the mentality you need to have. So very excited to see them bring that to bear over the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of leveling up too, when you look at their performance today and compare it to when they were running their qualifiers, Azra actually touched on it, saying that the coach was helping and really improving all of the players' aims, like really stepped up in that Sojourn role. And you can really see that Shock have been doing their absolute hardest to be able to mold and help this team really be able to flourish and prosper. And when we saw these teams being picked up who'd already qualified to have sort of this training and resources that Overwatch League teams get, that was what we hoped. Right, that they wouldn't be changed, that their identity wouldn't be removed from them, but instead that they would be able to work with coaches and professional players to help make sure that what they already had and were able to improve and prosper in the esports scene. And that's the entire idea of the Calling All Heroes initiative, that all of these players not only get a safe space to be able to feel like they can just be themselves, but also that they can be able to transition between just playing with friends in Overwatch to being able to prosper on an esports scene.
Yeah, and approach the pro level, right? This is supposed to run parallel to the path to pro, provide the opportunity for these players to hit levels they have never been able to hit before for whatever reason, and then some. So good to see now, especially from a team like Shock. I mean, no surprise with an infrastructure like that, that the success and the results that you see are just immediately skyrocketing and developing this signature style, this confidence, this skill, both mechanically, mentally, you name it. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely a success story for sure, looking at this team and its results so far.
Well, speaking about looking ahead, we are going to see another of our Overwatch League level teams going head-to-head with, I do believe it's Altior Polaris, but we will be back after a short little break because the players need a breather, and I think after that explosive matchup, Fibble, we also need a little bit of a respite. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
I'm Allie. I go by Dax in game. I play Flex support while Altior Polaris. I started playing this game when I was 10 because I liked the pretty colors on my brother's PC. So Altior Polaris is one of 3 teams that was formed by the Altior org specifically for the Calling All Heroes championships. Our #1 goal is to create like a safe environment where everyone can feel that they can improve and nobody feels like attacked or aggressed. We just all want to be like comfortable with each other, be friendly with each other so we can all improve as players like individually and as a team.
So my name is Sarah. In game, I go by Saber. My pronouns are she, her. I play Hitscan, and I'm on Altior Polar. Been playing the game since it came out in 2016. For me, playing in tournaments like Calling All Heroes is important. It shows visibility of marginalized genders, but also the parity of skill and the ability that is like available in these different communities. The more exposure that people have, the more tolerant people become.
Well, I think especially as like, a very young player, Calling All Heroes just represents, I think, a future of hopefully co-ed gaming. Especially when I was getting into it when I was younger, just seeing all males in like esports, I was very confused. Because it's like, there's no reason why women and men shouldn't play together at the highest levels, but just seeing that and playing in this now makes me very hopeful for the future for esports for marginalized genders. We've never been seen as like on the playing field, always like you're boosted, you're not good enough for this, always discriminated against. It's always just felt like you've had twice the eyes on you no matter what you try to do. So Calling All Heroes really tries to emphasize, I think, that marginalized gender skill, which is something we definitely need in modern esports. Trying to break into that boys club recently has been very difficult and something we definitely still need to do.
Being trans femme, it definitely has been a struggle. I'm consistently misgendered. I get a lot of like backlash and hate, especially on the rank ladder, but it is pretty staggering that like even in like top 500 I just have to like leave chat because people are just like harassing me. The one thing I'd like to say to someone who's a marginalized gender, it's definitely gonna be hard, and there's gonna be times where you feel like it's unfair and you feel like everyone is like fighting against you, but just know that there are like people out there who are genuinely supportive and like people who will have your back. You need to like find those people and then use their collective strength along with your own motivation to sort of push through those barricades and like keep working in the ways that you can to get better. It doesn't matter who you are, it matters how good you are. But it's really nice to know that there are people who will look up to us or find motivation in what we're doing. I think an important aspect of our team and our synergy that we've been really focusing as of late is the way that our comms like interact with what we're planning on doing and making sure that everyone is on the same page. It's definitely still a work in progress, as is everything on our team, but it's something we've been putting a heavy focus on.
Being the only team to take a map off of Altior Artemis in Q1, I think really just showed our colors and showed like our strength as players. We're just gonna go in and we're gonna play the game and we don't care who we're fighting. Big thing with comms is that when you go into those games where you are underestimated, having good comms can clean up the game so much faster and just surprise the enemy, because you can clean up a fight and clean up those kills faster than like any individual mechanics can.
I really appreciate the support that we see in chat, and I love that people are tuning in. All it takes is like a little bit of dedication and a lot of perseverance, and you could be at the same level we are on the same stage that you're watching now.
Support Calling All Heroes teams. Everyone tries so hard. Such a good event that's going on here. It is really astonishing just to think about hopefully the kind of impact this will have on future esports, and very exciting to hopefully see what doors this can open to marginalized genders in esports everywhere, not just in Overwatch. In the future, like 10, 20 years, what's esports gonna look like? And hopefully this will be the start of a more co-ed and a less discriminatory, inclusive space for everyone.
Hello and welcome back. Zoe here, joined by Mr. X, and we just got to hear a few words from Altiora Polaris, and I echo all those sentiments. Support Calling All Heroes, support those players, support those teams. It's been such a great event so far. It's been so great to see all those teams coming out and just popping off, Matt.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. Our games last week, the first two kind of ran long, and then ours were like competitive, but didn't run that long. We could possibly be in for a flip here today, where the first two games of today, a little bit one-sided, and then moving in towards games that are going to be a little bit closer. We can take a look at the bracket as we are in the bottom half of the bracket, otherwise known as the losers portion, but that's okay. Everybody's winning. Shock Timeless, we saw them win a little bit just a few moments ago against Kaiju Corp, and then
they didn't just win a little bit, Matt. They won big time.
they won lots bit. Yeah,
lots of bits.
Lots of win there. And Altiora Polaris, they'll be going up against Washington Justice Red, who we had a chance to see last week on the stream.
Yeah, and I'm very excited for those. Also, maybe a new name here on the screen for those who just tuned in and didn't hear the explainer by Moxie and Thibble. Risk Sorority, they are in fact Altiora Nimbus. They rebranded now to Risk Sorority. So yeah, still same team, same players, different name. But I think, as you said, Matt, those teams can make for some very, very close games, because that's essentially what we saw last week, right? When it was Shock versus Washington. Those are such hard-fought maps. Anytime they could have gone either way, and I kind of feel like we might be in for a treat in this later half of today's matches.
Yeah, well, you have two of the teams who've had an opportunity to kind of sit around and watch teams play. You have two teams now who are kind of like battling through losers on a little bit of a hot streak, and like I mentioned, we'll have Washington Justice Red against Altiora Polaris first. That'll be our first game of the day. So Polaris, they've already played today. Justice Red, they end up losing in the semifinals last week, so they drop down into this portion of the bracket.
I'm super excited to see how Polaris is going to handle what Justice might be throwing at them. Predominantly, last time around, we saw Washington Justice really, really relying on those Hawk composition, and that was essentially what tripped the Shock Timeless up when they went up against them, as they were just so dominant in that performance. We do see their preferred heroes here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is what they're going to rock up on. Phone last week, we saw Phone putting in tons of work on Tracer, that's right. Emma has been on Kiriko as well as on Senyato, and has been
also
excelling
made it to
on
4
both
classes last week.
Absolutely, yeah.
I thought it was just one class, but 4.
Esther has been rocking on that hog all of last week, so yeah, I think we might be in for a lot of action. We know that those players do have deeper hero pools, so yeah, everything goes, Matt.
Yeah, and it's not the same balance as is on live, right? I think for a little bit, Doomfist had his moment in the sun on live for about a week, and then the balance comes in. I believe yesterday or the day before, right? But this is kind of playing on a patch previously, right? So they can finish out some of the competition. Where Roadhog's still really strong. We see a lot of the same compositions as like Owl playoffs with like the Winston Reaper in the mix. I expect a decent amount of Roadhog here though for Justice Red, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what you have to consider, right? If you're going up against a team such as Washington Justice, are you trying to match the Hog? Are you comfortable in that, or do you want to like just go for your comfort, which for a lot of the teams is still that Winston, Reaper, Sojourn, Kiriko, and Lucio composition. However, that has tripped people up when you're going up against that Roadhog comp, especially in case of the Washington Justice. They've been so good at getting those picks, which they just so crucially need with the composition they're running. Let's take a look at the opposition, which we just saw playing. Altiora Polaris will be rocking up their second match of the day. Not necessarily a disadvantage, of course, since they had a little bit of a break at least.
Yeah, a little bit of a break, and I think sometimes it really kind of depends. With the series earlier going a little bit faster, I think it's good as just like a general warm-up. I think where you see some teams maybe kind of like fall a little bit when they have the 2 games in one day is when that first series goes really long, right?
Yeah.
The first series goes long, everybody's tired, you got to get right back in there against a team who's been hanging out and had the luxury of watching you play. So I think the first series may end up actually benefiting Polaris here.
Absolutely. I mean, they're coming in warmed up for sure. They only really tripped on Route 66 and only just a little bit. So we can just ignore that ever happened. The rest of their performance was very dominant. And if you got to listen in on the interview they made with Dax, who, by the way, just sounds like the most delightful person to hang out with. Like, what an upbeat, fun personality. It was so great to hear from her. But she did say that their team specifically has been scrimming against Hog Zenyatta compositions. So they're coming in prepared. Might be tripping them up if their opposing team is now deciding to not run Roadhog for whatever reason. But this time they are ready for it.
Yeah, and that has to be game planning for what we saw from Justice Red last weekend. Emma playing the Zen, Esteth on the Hog, right? But if obviously Justice Red could have seen that interview potentially, and like, hey, they know what we're gonna do. We should consider changing. But
maybe it's a bait.
But maybe it's a bait. You never know. That's why we play the game, so
true.
So it'll be Lijiang Tower here first, where Lijiang Tower really good for the Hog compositions and good for Winston. It's funny, even with like a lot of the balance on live, I still believe, and I think just watching some streamers, like Roadhog's still really good. I think Roadhog is definitely just one of the stronger picks in terms of tanks overall, whether it be this patch, current patch. He just takes up so much space with just
himself. It's so hard to kill him. You have to devote so many resources, right? So it's
and you're not going to play an Ana, right, on the other side, because it doesn't really work into some of the compositions you want to run. So he's able to just kind of take a breather and get all healed up. So Justice Red, so they come out in that composition like you were talking about that we saw last week. Altio Polaris, they'll actually play the Orisa comp. So we actually saw the same exact type of strat used last week against Roadhog comps on Lijiang Tower, but it was, I think, Control Center. We saw it as that's a really nice spear there.
It was short-lived though. It was just for Control Center, and that was that.
Right.
But also, I think it was an Orisa mirror though, wasn't it?
So it was like Orisa versus Hog, and then I think it went Orisa or versus Orisa.
Yeah.
Emma switches off of Zen and goes to Kariko here, but they're still gonna go with that Roadhog, where I kind of like the Roadhog, if I'm honest. Like, just the ability to be able to just one-shot somebody. I mean, it only exists with so many heroes in the game, and to have your tank have that capability as well, really scary.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of targets for that one shot on the opposition, right? So it's definitely, if you're hitting those hooks, you're in good position. It's a bit of a brawl right here on the point. Saber is getting that crucial first pick on Esteth on that Roadhog, and with that, that is very few bodies left on the point, and that means Altiora Polaris can continue to hold point.
Yeah, it's just really difficult to try and barrel on through. We saw Esteth make their way to the point, but just taking damage from all different locations.
Junker Queen?
Junker Queen? Okay. So Junker Queen, so Junker Queen's actually pretty good against Orisa. Like when you're kind of thinking about compositions that Junker Queen would play good into, like Reinhardt comps, Orisa comps, like where it gets a little bit more brawly.
That's right. Saber is hitting those shots for sure, and we saw that last week already. Like, if you have a really good Sojourn, and if your team manages to create enough space for your Sojourn, those Sojourns just go wilding out on the point.
Yeah, and this may be a scenario where Justice Red, you're like, hey, we've just gotten so far behind, like Altiora Polaris in complete control. Froggies with the sound barrier, Saber with an overclock here, with potentially the final fight, with Justice Red having to make so many comps, having to switch things up as Saber pops the overclock, actually connects with a few players trying to make their way across, but not able to pick up a kill just yet. Nice sound barrier.
However, they are retreating a little bit, having to back off there. Saber once again getting a really, really good click here on that Emma, who is going down.
And this isn't the worst thing, so if Altiora Polaris actually ends up kind of losing this fight here, Justice Red had to use everything there to be able to take it. So Altiora Polaris 99, Justice Red now flips it back. But they have the ability to now kind of change their comp, make something that works. Yeah, where now the Junker Queen's not going to be as effective against this Winston and Reaper.
Exactly, but they are a little bit stuck right now, obviously, as they're in point control. So let's see what Altiora Polaris can throw at them in a bit of a neutral fight here. And that was a great first kill. Estef going down.
Yeah, and these are the scenarios where the Junker Queen doesn't really, benefit a ton, right? Once the Brawl out played a little bit of slower pace, when the Reaper and the Winston get right in the Junker Queen space, it's really difficult to keep her alive, and you saw it there.
They were making good use of that disruptor shot, getting that ult almost back up at this point.
And that is a sick shot from Saber off camera. The phone was going for the Death Blossom. Saber, she turned headshot right away. As soon as you heard the die, I don't even think we got to the second die. I think it was just, may not even finish the whole first die. It was like more like a duh, and then just dead. So Reaper got taken out so fast there.
So do you expect him to stick with the compositions, or now that we are on Control Center, do you think we could potentially see another run on Orisa?
I think the real thing to look at here is like, what does Justice Red feel comfortable playing? Altior and Polaris, they've shown a few different compositions right away. Where Justice Red, we saw them go to the Queen there. I know against the Orisa, it worked against the Orisa, but then not against the Winston. They'll actually play an Orisa of their own. So interesting. So Orisa Zen Kirito here with the Reaper in the Sojourn. So kind of similar, except you're just like really not going to be playing as like aggro as fast paced, because you're not going to have the Lucio in the mix.
Yeah, and I definitely have a little bit of deja vu here from Justice Red going up against Artemis, I think it was.
Yeah.
Where they also went onto Orisa on Control.
Saber with a really nice early first pick, as we saw what last week put up a really good performance in Sojourn.
Yeah.
But this is where maybe the playing that first game can actually benefit you, right? I know the Sojourn players so reliant on like aim and just like pace of play, where you've already played a game already. You kind of like in that headspace. Saber comes in, she's playing a few nice shots really early on. So, okay, now we have a back to the hog here when we see the Winston.
So it's really a game of chess at the moment in terms of what kind of main tanks the teams are going for.
Yeah. Like, you could easily see that, like, Polaris, like, if they win this fight, you see Justice Red go back and run something like that Junker Queen again. Like, it's certainly possible. Look how much space you can just take up with that Orisa. Just spin the spear, get right up in there, fortify, and, like, everybody has to run for Justice Red.
Saber getting critically low there on the sidelines, however, did come out still alive, but just barely so, and now is actually down. So what had the upper hand in that Sojourn battle?
And this is good for Justice Red. Polaris, they end up investing their Kitsune Rush around with Dax, and you can see how low everybody on the team is getting, and just need to almost use that Kitsune Rush to just get more healing out, just like pump more HPS. But just not able to stay alive. It was phone in the back line again, and all you had to do was answer with a Transcendence there for Justice Red. So you have a lot of good ultimates stacked up here. Watch out, maybe like a Kitsune Rush with a Death Blossom coming in, or Kitsune Rush Whole Hog is kind of filthy, and that's what we're gonna get.
That's exactly what we're gonna get, and that is so effective. Making great use of those two ults as they've taken down Terra there, and really Altiora Polaris, like, they had to just retreat immediately.
Now the final boss of PvE should just be this version of Roadhog. Just unbelievable. Just able to like see how fast, like, with the Kitsune Rush, just able to just use the whole hog and just burst down so much damage. Polaris, maybe their last attempt here, so they're trying to take that point back. Probably looking at, investing that sound barrier plus this overclock. Oh, the Death Blossom comes in though.
There we got a little bit of a back and forth there, but Terra actually making a lot of space there for the team on that already. So let's see if we can get rid of that Sojourn. No, we cannot. What is taking a frag in the end there? However, this could very well be a retake for Altiora Polaris, just in the nick of time.
That's wild, as it did not get off to a great start. Saber was trying to get in position on the platform there to use overclock, like shoot across the point. Phone with a big Death Blossom from the high ground. And then what with an overclock of their own, not able to hold the point where Polaris, they put themselves right back in it. You know, Saber, has the overclock. Maybe you're able to get a pick or two here. You know, Daxon gets the Kitsune Rush. You can see them coming back.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we're looking at the alt economy here, Altiora Polaris definitely in a great spot to defend the point right now.
Oh, it's a great shot from Saber. Gets the first pick on the phone, and then Roadhog doing what a Roadhog does, as Roadhog connects with a hook there on the Dax. That's that Kitsune Rush. So you got to use this overclock to just try and hold them back a little bit longer to get Dax back in the fight.
It's just so great with abilities such as Kitsune Rush. You don't even necessarily need to combine it with another ultimate, right?
No, I mean, look how fast the Reaper shoots.
Yeah, no, if you have a Reaper and a Sojourn in the mix, Kitsune Rush is just so effective as is.
Yeah, as this is Polaris making a really nice comeback. So that was Emma's Transcendence there during that fight. So now you're like kind of looking at this where last fight scenario, Altior Polaris a chance to go up, 1-0 in the series. You know what? They may end up getting a sound barrier like towards the end of this fight, or Terra may end up getting a primal rage. They just have to get this first pick.
And now we have Emma on that Lucio, since Auburn is currently on that Kiriko, which is usually the go-to swap from Emma once she is switching off of that Zen. But right now, Altiora Polaris is definitely having those bodies onto the point. However, Estet with the whole hog is doing some cleanup work right there. Disruptor shot on the hog, still alive, but goes down. Froggies get that last frag. The Lucio is keeping the dream alive for them.
Oh, it's a battle of the supports there as Terra comes in from the side with the primal rage. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush there from Auburn, but may not be enough, as that's going to be a sound barrier. Lots of players coming back. Phone though, that gets a few players weak with the Death Blossom, but that'll be it. As Altiora Polaris, they hold on. For a second there, so I got so scared. The Roadhog gets two with the whole hog. Turns the corner, not even a hook, just blindly. I think it was Saber on the end of that. Gets a headshot taken out, but Altiora Polaris able to hold on.
Yeah, but just so, I mean, this could have been turned there at the very end. And that's a great sign, right? Because we do want to see a close match here. However, for now, it is, of course, the team from Polaris, which is pulling ahead, but just by one map. But that also means that Washington Justice Red can now have the map pick. So, Matt, where would you take this one?
I mean, you think, where is Roadhog bad? That's kind of what you were like looking at, I guess. Or where is Roadhog good? And where you kind of think you can get an advantage there. Could you play Kings Row? I wouldn't say Roadhog is like awesome on Kings Row, but
Kings Row is like everything works on Kings Row, kind of. So
yeah,
it's
in like
it's kind
the
of
streets
freebie
phase
for
is like
everyone.
the streets phase is like a really good effective area for him. Like you think about how the distance of like hook is, and like that streets area is like where you can get tons of easy hooks like around corners and doorways and stuff. And I think players just love Kings Row, right? I mean, I would not be surprised like if that's the pick. I mean, you could I would say a map that's good for Roadhog is like probably like Paraíso. Like you think about like first point, I can play like in the corners, really good survivability, so some options there. I think if you're Washington Justice Red, you probably have to think about like, okay, well, what do we think we can do differently to potentially like not play the hog and get a W here.
I mean, they're not really locked into the hog either, right? Because we did see them playing pretty much everything as well. We saw them on,
Queen.
yeah, exactly. Winston last week as well. So they do have the capabilities of choosing different compositions. Are they as comfortable on it? Maybe not, but it might work in their favor. For now, we're just gonna wait and find out what map they're gonna take us to next. And I already love what we're seeing. Since the previous series, I felt like we were kind of locked into, the quote-unquote standard meta from the previous patch. However, now we're seeing a little bit more variety, and we do see that kind of chess play, right, which is going on throughout the entirety of the match, where people just have to keep on switching to stay on top of things.
Totally. It's way different, I think, than what we saw last week. Although you do see like teams kind of like centralize around like certain types of metas and whatnot. So Polaris will oh yeah, so Paraíso. Okay, so Paraíso, pretty good map if you want to play some Roadhog. You can play Sigma here, high ground Sigma. I know when we get towards that second phase of the map, like towards the streets, that's a possibility here. So way different. I mean, I guess like, you know, when you think about like Junker Queen was played, like, you know, pretty good map for her as well. But like a few different kind of compositions you can make work here on Paraíso that I think fit what Washington Justice Red wants to do.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're remembering back just last week when they did go up against the Shock Timeless, which was a super close match, they were dominant on Paraíso. Like, not just a little bit, they shut the Shock down and they had absolutely nothing, and I repeat, nothing to throw their way. I think it was Watt on the Sojourn who was really popping up. So let's see if we can see a repeat performance from Watt doing just that. And let's see if Altiera Polaris will fare better than Shock Timeless did last week.
Yeah, and I thought Phone played really well on Tracer last week. So maybe we see a little bit of a Tracer you know, battle come out here. Potentially that kind of happens yet again as Phone, they were awesome last week, coming up with like double pulse bombs left and right.
It did indeed. Yeah, it was quite a Tracer battle we got to witness, and Phone is now switching onto that Tracer. So yeah, hopefully seeing more of that. Now, if we're looking at Paraíso in general, we do see Altiera Polaris on the defense first, and that's definitely a map where and I feel like we discussed that every time we saw this map coming up, that it does favor the defense quite a bit.
Yeah. It definitely can, and I think Polaris, the composition they're playing obviously is one that we've seen a ton of. Is go up to the high ground there and just get a shot off. As Phone will play the Tracers, so missed last week. Phone's Tracer is awesome, able to come up with like double pulse bombs. I felt like constantly. This is like a composition that I think is like it's good for Polaris, but also really scary. See how low Terra's health bar is, but they're still going to come up with some picks. They actually have 3 players wrapped here for the Justice, and they'll actually end up getting 2 full ticks. So even though it's a losing effort, still pretty good there for the Washington Justice Red.
Yeah, that's actually quite surprising. Getting 2 ticks so early off the bat on this very map, that is no small feat there at all. So I'm very interested to see if Altiera Polaris are gonna wake up a little bit there, maybe.
So I think what you do here, though, I actually think Polaris like played that pretty well. Like Saber, she was up on the high ground, just putting down some damage on that point across. It's really difficult to get the Zen through this choke like safely, right? So if they're gonna use the Lutu speed to like get like a Roadhog behind, like you can just section off that Zen and try and come up with those picks. Is Saber what a little bit of a Sojourn battle here is just they'll back up, and that's what you have to worry about, the Hog with the Zen.
Yep.
So the Discord Orb on the Terra, and then a Hog Hook comes on through from Ested.
It's so scary.
Yeah, that should
It's
be
just
enough.
so much damage. And I mean, that point A is really just about choke control, and Washington Justice Red did so much pressure there onto those chokes, getting those picks, and yeah, the Phone on Tracer really doing so much by just pressuring the back line, the sideline, the front line, a little bit of everything, really.
And it's really difficult for Polaris, like I mentioned, to play the chokes there. I think this is where like having the Winston could be really beneficial, right? Like can access the high ground areas of the map that like Hog and quite frankly like almost all of Justice Red can't. Where this part of the map there's like lots of verticality, so this could be really good for Polaris.
This is especially scary on this map if we have 2 really confident Sojourn, right? If you're just free firing from those high grounds, that is scary.
Yeah, we'll have she'll go over and play Tracer as well, trying to match Phone in that 1v1. This is where you can have this big advantage though. You see the Hog trying to make its way up the street there. Like Saber, she can just sit here up on the high ground and just put down damage. And it's really difficult to access her at all. Like it's almost impossible. As Elwick can stick with the Transcendence, maybe be able to save some players through that. As see a whole Hog is looking for anybody.
I don't think there was actually anyone found there. Phone is getting that kill onto Terra, who's now going down. And it once again looks like Washington Justice Red getting the upper hand here and getting some good push on their payload as well once that Lucio's out.
Yeah, getting very close here to taking the second checkpoint. And I think if you're Polaris, do you think about investing some ultimates into this? As Sheep will touch Terra, opportunity here to potentially use the Primal Rage. That's going to be Dax getting a huge kill, though. Coming as Fall, not make it 2. So that's going to be taking out Emma in what? That may have just saved that from a completion going through as Dax comes through with 2 big kills.
It really did, and now Altera Polaris actually finding themselves in a pretty good spot, not just in terms of ultimates available to them for this next fight, but also just in terms of the position of that payload, because this is a point on the map where it's really, really hard to retake it, going through that choke. Very easy to defend.
No, that's a great point. We saw last week a lot of pushes really stalled out at this part of the map. So
yeah, teams started switching to Sigma at that point.
Yeah, I mean it's just really it's difficult to get through this high ground here, like just generally, but then especially when the payload's behind us. That's actually a Primal Rage that's forced out a little bit early. So Esed actually gets a hook on to Terra. Terra decides to pop the Primal, and then ends up taking out what goes in deep. Oh man, you see how much damage there is though. You're not able to like even hit the ground last for a second. I know you get another pick here if you're Justice Red. You may consider going, but that's going to be a nice sound barrier there for Polaris next with everybody.
Emma unfortunately going down to Sheep is doing a lot of work in that backline, but Washington Justice Red generally doing a very, very good job in peeling for that backline. So Emma actually managed to stay awake for quite a bit. We do see we dropped a player there, so we're probably going to pause here for a second. There it is. We're waiting for them to come back.
Who ends up dropping out there? Yeah, it's some nice tracer play. I did love the it's like the double kill, the pulse bomb ends up on Roadhog and he just heals through it, and then you have to double back go kill him anyway. Started to mount a pretty good defense there though.
I did indeed. So what do you think we're gonna see? Do you feel like there is an innate need heading onto the potential third point there for any of the teams to switch it up a little bit, or do you think both those comps are still viable for that part of the map?
I think you play the Winston here at the start for Altera Polaris, just because you think it can be more beneficial as the map goes on. Like we talked about, it's not really great at the start of the map. Can't really hold that choke well. I know lots of damage with the Roadhog, potential like get hooked. You have to play out in open space. Not great for Winston, but once you get toward that second part of the map, I think it becomes stronger. I think that's what you're starting to see now.
Absolutely. So as we're still waiting for our player to return, just a quick reminder, this is all or nothing for those teams. The loser is out of the tournament. So everything is on the line. They're playing with their backs against the wall, which means everything goes. And it's been just such a fun tournament so far, seeing those teams really, really fighting it out in the upper bracket already. And now we are in the lower bracket. And some teams, honestly, I didn't even expect to see in the lower brackets. But just due to who they faced off against in the upper bracket, the teams played so close, right? It was close.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of close games throughout the entire tournament thus far. It's awesome to see kind of like as the just kind of Challengers Cup, like it has gone on in its entirety, like, you know, the Shock have gotten involved, the Justice have gotten involved. It's awesome to see, you know, all these different orgs, you know, from Overwatch League, right? The Defiant get involved in a big way in calling all heroes.
Absolutely. And let's take a look once again at the lower bracket here. So yeah, the first two matches were on the one-sided thing of the spectrum. However, we do expect to see a little bit closer matches here. I hope I didn't curse it as I'm saying that, but
that is always the curse.
It really is, isn't it? I'm not a caster, so I'm not used to that. We don't curse people on the desk.
You can't say you're currently in the process of casting. How could you
Am
not
I
be
though?
a caster?
I
Yes.
feel like I just also talk about the video game. I'm not.
That
I'm
like
not,
almost is the definition of casting, like talking about the game.
I hate your logic here. I
But
see
it's
myself
working.
somewhere of a host.
Yeah, like we're all casters in some capacity, right?
So aren't we all casters?
Yeah.
Aren't we all Matt Mr. X too?
No, you couldn't even tag me right on Twitter today. I was like, what?
That's really on Twitter. That's not on me.
It's like, what is going on?
I literally just copied my Instagram post, and that's your tag on Instagram. So it's really on you for not having the same name on Twitter and Instagram.
It was
How
up to
about
me. I
that?
just wouldn't even have like So
A name.
I think the last time I posted on Instagram was like probably like a year ago.
It's pretty outdated, yeah.
Yeah, it would just be pictures of me sat here, whether it be in front of a green screen or other stuff.
Yeah, see, I wasn't
my
sure.
dog.
I actually clicked on it because I wanted to make sure that I tagged you at least right on Instagram. And I clicked on your latest post, and I was like, there must be a throwback post, but it wasn't a throwback post. It
No.
was actually just that long ago.
Yeah.
right, what
Justice
is
Red,
that?
we jump back in. What gets back into the game? So, Justice Red on offense here. We had Axe with a Kitsune Rush right away. That'll be Emma kind of using the Transcendence, trying to keep everybody alive through a lot of the damage that's coming out. This will be the overclock from Saber. She's been great today with this ult. Oh, connects with a shot there on the what, but not able to finish that kill off. And this is where you kind of see the Roadhog winning out, right? When this fight can just last for so long and so difficult to take out, right? Take a breather, back at full HP. Saber though with a shot there on the one. Still trying to keep Polaris in this. As that'll be a sound barrier there from Auburn, and I don't know who it connects with. It looks like maybe just for themselves is needed to survive. But you know, the spawn here, so he is going to favor Polaris. And now that Roadhog is out of the way, Terra, oh nice polearm there. Terra Surge.
Okay, that was a long one.
Yeah, good for a little bit of damage there. But the Fortify from that, the Fortify coming out of it, you may be able to stabilize here for Polaris, and just like that, you know, everybody's out of ultimates, right? Everybody just dumps everything into that one. There's only 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that ended up quiet, the brawl. Emma actually able to defend herself there from Sheep, who's trying really, really hard to get into that backline. And it's really Saber who keeps that team alive right now. Altiara Polaris still in it with just a few seconds to go for Washington Justice Red to make something happen and push that payload further in. We do see them dropping down from the high ground. So far, no picks.
Oh, that'll be actually, it's Death Blossom that's going down from Phone, but not able to come up with anything is a few players here is Estet with the whole hog. Might be able to get this one across the line, as it'll be both supports here. Froggies, if they just stay alive. Oh, I was gonna say, if Froggies, if you just stayed alive, you actually may have been able to get a sound barrier there, keep that one going. That is still though a tremendous stall there from Polaris. I know
it was
keeping that one going for ages.
And look at what great spot they find themselves in to keep on defending this. They're coming into this next fight with just 4 ults, which is going to put them in a great spot here.
Yeah, it's, now it's just kind of like, how do you use these ultimates? You have to know that you have a massive ultimate advantage. Looks like a Roadhog on the sneak here is a bit of a flank, as that'll be the Transcendence from Emma as keep a few players alive, but this is great also if you're Polaris, because you only end up having to use the Kitsune Rush to make this happen. You hold on to that sound barrier there, and you can come back in this next fight. Sound barrier, overclock, Terra Surge, set up in a really good spot, as Ested will actually go over to Diva here, so really get back towards the payload rather fast. Also access some of that high ground and mitigate some of that damage coming down from Saber as she's been popping off. As I say that, ends up hitting the pick right away.
Is that like a positive caster curse you just gave them?
Yeah.
I think that's how it goes. Saber continues to getting those picks. There's some of the overclock, of course, and what is down, and that's gonna make it really hard. Washington Justice Red not gonna have enough bodies on that payload. Diva is trying to stall it out a little bit for them.
Yeah, as making the way back towards the payload. That'll be a sound barrier there from Justice Red, so not out of it. Their spawn's pretty close. Oh man, the spears coming out of it just phenomenal. Like every single time, as the Sojourn's now going to war for both teams. Is Justice Red not out of it just yet.
And the payload is moving all the while we're seeing this fight going on, so that's a lot of free push there.
And they need to keep the payload moving, but Dax and Saber are able to pick up 2 players inside. And Dax comes out, picks up another one, as you couldn't just get off the card. If you're Estet, you have to keep it going, you have to contest it. And just Saber and Dax go crazy inside of that side room. They end up just picking up a few kills each, it seemed. And then the payload will finally stop. Really nice work from both teams. One for Polaris, able to stabilize again on defense. Really, Saber and Dax winning some big battles. And then Justice Red, you know, what gets the overclock? Auburn with the sound barrier, and they are able to get a little bit more progress than we originally had thought.
Yeah, no, and that's a lot of extra push, especially on this map where it is not too easy to actually finish it out. So I think Washington Justice Red, they should actually be very happy with the position they find themselves in, as they are now going for their defense.
As we'll see what Justice Red decides to do on defense here. Is little Torbjorn signing? All right. Well, look, Torb, Junkrat, there's a lot going on the ladder right now. As yeah, the Torbjorn setup here with the Roadhog, so makes it really difficult, right? You have just like the pestering, annoying damage of the turret constantly coming down, and then you just have the threat of the Roadhog, right? So what do you do now? It's like really interesting. Is like coming through kind of the choke. Like, what do you what do you put that? You got to obviously get rid of the Torbjorn turret, but also have to be very wary of the Roadhog.
Yeah, phone is I am phone. This is my go-to when I'm playing on the Switch. So I'm thrilled, elated to see Torb in action right now.
Looks like Polaris trying to make their way towards that high ground a little bit. The Torb really good against the Tracer as well. Just really annoying, forcing out that recall. As you see the turret up there on the high ground. Yeah, that big turn, they get rid of that right away. But yeah, as that's going down, they actually lose one to the Roadhogs. You see, just so difficult to play against.
Yeah, Altera Polaris tried to contest them there on the high ground, but couldn't quite make it up there as they just lost people left and right. Making another attempt at it.
Just a long area of the map to just get across. Oh, that's the Torbjorn
Oh, there's a
headshot there.
Roadhog in the back coming in. There we go. Little hog flanked there to disrupt the back line.
But you play Roadhog like Sombra. Just walk on in as Phone ends up picking up a kill, but then ends up falling. So let's see if this is the opportunity that Polaris needs. But it's just a lot of damage to just cross here on this choke, right? The Discord orb coming down, the turrets, is that's what you need to do. Oh, Emma tries to go in there with the trans. It's a really nice attempt to make a save there, but it's really that stun that happens. You know, Terra ends up connecting with that spear, breaks up Esteth, I know, using the vape there, trying to get some health back, and then it's like an emergency transcendence, but just not fast enough from the high ground. Zen is speedy, but just maybe missed out by like a second there to try and keep Esteth alive. So that'll be a take there for Polaris.
Yeah, that was a close one. Let's see how far they can roll it out. We do, of course, have a Torb ult here at the ready, but how much use can you actually get on the Torb on this very part of the map?
I think Torb is just like a nuisance everywhere. Like I think there's like multiple ways you can play Torb. Just really an annoyance to deal with at like any level of play. As Esteth going for the take a breather again, Terra with another nice breakup intercept on that, another one as well. As the Aris has been so good at the interrupt there to be able to just stop that Roadhog from getting all that health back, and because that stop comes through, just eliminates the Roadhog from being that aggressive. You can't play that aggressive if you're constantly going to get broken up from taking a breather.
Ooh, Saber got out alive there, but just so. Once again, trying to contest the high ground here as Washington Justice Red is trying to set it up for their defense.
Terra going in on the high ground. It's going to be a Terra Surge. Is all that actually grabs one player down. That'll be a sound barrier here as well. As this may be the opportunity for Polaris to take this checkpoint. You really need to storm through here, Zoe, and like win a fight uncontested. That may very well be it.
Yeah, they did a really good job initially, but let's see. Washington Justice Red look like they're stabilizing themselves back on those two picks. No, is Phone able to get back in time?
Yeah, Phone will get a touch there. I think that'll be enough, as Esteth will go to the Sigma. So Sigma to be able to control the high ground, but Terra gonna be able to go right over to Winston, as both tanks showing a lot of flexibility. Tara's Arisa, she's been really good, you know, just landing those javelins, just interrupting the Roadhog every time. I think that's what's forcing them to switch off of it.
Yeah. Terra's wins, however, also an absolute force to be reckoned with. Now we see Estet switching over to that Sigma, definitely something we've seen on this map before, especially on this very point. Having that additional shield to set up, and a flexible shield at that can really, really help your team.
Yeah, the shield for the high ground is going to be really beneficial for Justice Red. Phone was getting in the kill feed there. Able to pick up one on Tracer. So that was Kitsune Rush used by Altiora Polaris. So 2 minutes on the clock. Not really anything to really use here. Is that'll be the sound barrier from Justice Red, and it's a good one. It connects with everybody. They take out Tara. They go into the backline trying to make a play for Emma. They do end up getting Emma, but I don't think it's fast enough. Like, if you're going to commit that deep to get that Zen, it's got to be like a really fast kill, right? You got to meet up with the Tracer right on the spot, get that kill early, or else the Winston just doesn't have the he has the mobility to get in, not the mobility to get out.
Get out. Well, let's see. They're making for another push, and they should have quite a few ults available for this next bigger fight if they take it.
And that's the pick they needed, as that's going to be Saber. Connects with a shot there on Emma, as Emma gets forced down from the high ground, as Ulson comes through. Nothing home there from Phone. Now Saber can get the high ground and sound barrier. Investing a lot here is Polaris, as they feel like they have to take it now to try and beat that distance. Because if you remember, like, Washington Justice Red, and not only did they take this checkpoint, they did get a little bit further after it. So not completely over, just getting this checkpoint.
Yeah, and I gotta say, really good job here by Washington Justice Red of contesting that second point.
Phone has kept us going for ages.
Yeah.
Sheep, that's actually the rare, you rarely see that. It's the Tracer pulse bomb stick. So the Tracer sticks the Tracer. I believe in the Legends match, the Decay did that the other night. But yeah. You rarely see that, as that's a pulse bomb from Sheep that fortunately they get taken out by it as well. That takes out the enemy Tracer in minute 46, 59 meters to go. You'll have the what that is so much damage that has gone down from the Winston, and then Saber at long range with just the primary fight. Not even a rail shot there.
And it's pretty clear what Altiora Polaris' approach is in every single fight. They do try to take Emma out of the equation right early on, and usually they are actually managing, and then the rest of the team is following up and keeping that pressure up. And they get a lot of push now for that payload, and they're getting closer and closer to that.
Very close to getting it through, and you wonder, are they going to be able to even get there and get a touch? Looks like one player will get a touch. It's Emma with the Transcendence. Saber, she's up on the high ground, hitting these shots. At the end of the overclock, that's 3 during the fight. The Gravitic Flux, don't know if it got anything, maybe just to get out of the spawn, but that's a 2-0 for Polaris right away.
It is, and I think a lot of that I do want to attribute to Saber. Saber has been doing so very much for that team, getting robbed here, I dare say. Although I did enjoy Dax's Kiriko play, of course, as well.
Yeah, it's really, I think their strategy here for Polaris has been really good. They've been able to counter a lot of the comps that Justice Red is throwing out them. And then also, like how you were talking about, like, it's clear they have a strategy, right? When they see the Zen in the mix, they know that that's their dive target, that's their focus. They have somebody to kind of build their attack around. And there's really, with Roadhog, there's really not a ton of help for Zen there, right?
Yeah.
There's no defense matrix, no bubble. It's not really great like peel opportunities there to keep that Zen alive. Where if they're able to get that kill, that's Discord Orb damage, all the damage that Emma does, just obviously with the primary fire and whatnot, then healing as well. It's a lot out of the way.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Washington Justice Red's composition solely relies on them getting those crucial picks with that Tracer, with that Roadhog, etc., or with that Zenyatta. So if they're not getting those picks, the opposition, if they're playing that dive, they can just wear them down, right? As they are pushing in, if they are managing to put so much pressure onto those backlines, there's not an awful lot, as you said, that Washington Justice Red can actually do, having that Roadhog in the mix. And that is usually when what we saw last week week, Washington Justice Red, they started to switch off of that Zenyatta and onto that Kiriko, which Emma played to a T as well. So let's see if they're making some adjustments there to maybe help the backline there a little bit as we are waiting to get into our third map. But first, we're heading into a very quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all. It is now a match point for Polaris. Let's see if they can finish this one off and continue their lower bracket run, or if the Washington Justice Red are going to start their comeback. If they
Reverse
do, they have to
sweep.
start it right now.
Yeah.
You ready for this one?
And not a ton of time to potentially make changes here if you're Justice Red. Polaris, like I mentioned earlier, you know, they played a earlier series today. Went well in their favor, obviously, and it went well fast, so gives them a little bit, at least in my opinion, just from playing in tournaments and whatnot. You get all that confidence. You're already in that like game state. You kind of get going. Justice Red this break, a little bit here in between map 2 and 3 might be good for them. Just what Justice needs to get back into it.
Absolutely. I mean, the talent is there, is our favorite sentence, but it does ring true. We've seen those individuals on Washington Justice Red just doing such a phenomenal job already in all their games. They did play close. Let's see where we're taking it for map number 3.
I'm interested. Where are we going next? So, Paraiso went for Polaris. Dorado, interesting. Okay, so Dorado, another map that's it feels similarly like built towards like Paraiso, right? Where can be really good, pick oriented at the start. second part of the map has like tons of high ground. The ending kind of has the same almost like map geometry as Paraiso. So probably trying to play those same similar types of compositions where Polaris a lot still kind of opens up for them, and they can still play a lot of what we just saw work. I will say, even though this has been Polaris up 2-0, I mean, you see the control, first map went down to the wire. Actually, the first map was 2-0, and then Paraiso goes pretty far to the distance. So
Yeah.
both of these maps, so like relatively close. Like even the control rounds were like back and forth. Where here on Paraiso, like it was really just a few fights on the offense that Polaris really got to go in their favor and really started to bank up some of those ultimates. So still an opportunity for Justice Red to make a comeback. Like you mentioned, needs to start now.
Yeah, I do like this pick from Justice, though. I feel like they're just going back memory lane where what were we comfortable with? Where did we really excel with this squad just a week ago? And Dorado was one of those maps. When they went up against Shock Timeless, I think Shock had an insanely hard time to mitigate damage coming at the Washington Justice Red, where Emma did switch onto Kiriko on this map specifically. And that worked out so well for them. So let's see if they can run it back once more and start their comeback against Altiora Polaris, because if they don't, keep in mind, we are in the lower bracket here. This is all or nothing for the Washington Justice Red. They have to win this out. Otherwise, they will be out of the Calling All Heroes tournament, and Altiora Polaris will be the team to move on.
Yeah, everything kind of rides on this net right now for Washington Justice Red, as they'll be on offense. So we'll see what they decide to do first. But Polaris, this composition they're playing here, been really good on Dorado. Like whether it be Winston or D.Va, like the tanks that are good in mobility up on the high ground. So it looks like okay. So we'll get what on the far here. So Farah Junkrat here off the rip with a ball in the mix. Yeah. So I mean, this is just.
I didn't expect any of that, but I like it.
Yeah, so this comp's also like, all right, so it's not something you probably see like too often, but going against a dive, and with how they were, Emma playing the Zen and just a little bit more stationary kind of composition, like really easy to dive. This is the complete opposite. Like, who do you dive in a composition like this, right? There's like no, like, do you want to just jump like face first into a Junkrat? Like, that's not really like the way to go. Emma on Ana can definitely provide more for herself than on the Zen. And then like the Farah up in the sky, like you can obviously dive Farah Mercy, so really makes it difficult for Polaris to execute.
Yeah, they are getting picks here and there, and they are managing to stall that payload right underneath the bridge, but still a good opener there for the Washington Justice. They at the very least, they did manage to throw Altiora Polaris for a loop here. Terra now also switching to that D.Va, being able to, recapture some more high ground and have a little bit different mobility there than the Winston.
Oh, as Terra goes over to the D.Va right away, it is phone switch over to Sombra on the other side. Even if your abilities only go offline for a split second now, it feels like still no defense matrix, no mobility, as Terra will now end up playing the Wrecking Ball as well, as did not expect ball comms coming into today. Is
nope.
Ball, like, very well maybe like one of the weaker ones out of the tanks on the ladder, but this is going to be Justice Red coming out with really good strategies, using that break to great effect, being able to come up with something a little bit different that's definitely throwing Polaris off.
Yeah, I mean, this almost feels like throwing a kitchen sink at this point. However, if it's effective, why don't you? Emma now on that Baptiste, also providing a lot for the team. I do love that we actually ended up with a ball mirror there for just a little bit, but Terra is now back on the Winston, back on the hero that she is known for. And they should be able to like apply some pressure now onto the Baptiste at least.
Yeah, the Winston I think is better here. Like, I mean, generally I think Winston's better than Ball, but where you are on the map, like you need the access to the high ground. Is what'll take out Sheep there with a Widow from spawn. And the easiest access to that high ground is, you know, whether it be a Winston or a Diva. That'll be Dax with a Kitsune Rush, and this will be actually Auburn answering with a Valkyrie, so able to provide some good healing with the Mercy to everybody. Froggy's going to have to answer back with a Sound Barrier, but EMP connects with 2, so that might be enough.
Payload once again stalled there, but overall this entire match so far has been a bit of a brawl, so I can't really say that one composition is dominant on top of the other.
Oh, it's been frantic, I think, would be like the style of play, right? Because both of these compositions, there's nobody to dive. Everybody can play a little bit more freely, a little bit more open. So you see players just kind of like in every direction, right? You have the Forest up in the sky, Tracers battling on one side, and Emma actually takes the headshot there on the Sheep. So that is an awesome pick for Justice Red. That's going to have Polaris, you know, forced to back out here, wait a little bit. And that's going to get a lot of payload progress here for Justice Red.
Yeah, I love to see Emma back on Akiriko again. Definitely something that she's played before to great success. And that does provide a lot for the team in terms of how they can go in aggressive on the back of those Kitsune rushes.
As Saber, she gets overclocked here up on the high ground, and everybody runs for the hills there from Justice Red is trying to trap the Mercy inside, but just at the far end, somebody does so much damage. That'll be the rocket barrage there. Thanks to Terra. Everybody else falls here too. So maybe we have a switch off of the far. Typically, you wouldn't play far on this point of the map because there's a lot of good access to high ground for like Polaris, right? So you can actually close the gap to the far pretty fast in terms of the space and like that like verticality advantage Pharah usually has.
I mean, I find it a bold move to begin with to play Pharah into a Sojourn at this day and age. But you know,
yeah. Sojourn's really good, like medium to like long range, right? Where like Pharah can definitely give the Sojourn a ton of problems. It's see Emma with 2. Minefield goes down here right on the payload. Is yeah, that'll be the Justice Red getting the payload across the line. What could Polaris do here? So like, that stinks for Saber. Rocket right to the top of the head. You could maybe try and play. Do you play like another hit scan potentially? Like Sheep will end up taking out Esteth. You know, you could play here. So you could end up, you know, if you wanted to, you could end up playing a Sombra here if you're Polaris. You know, going for, you know, hacks on the ball or the Pharah, the Mercy, like all would be super effective. EMP 2. You know, or you've already kind of like banked up some of these ultimates. Maybe just continue to fight. As Terra will make it out. Doesn't have to use Primal Rage. Just yeah, no, it's a big rocket barrage. So that's gonna be 3 players.
Huge one. Yeah, damage boosted rocket barrage. That takes out almost the entirety of the team, and that's such a good time they're currently running.
Oh, it's a tremendous time. Terra will be able to get back onto the cart here. You're gonna have, oh, they're gonna use all 3 ultimates right on top of each other here. Will Polaris, I feel like they felt they needed to, but you see Justice Red, they realized as soon as the Sound Barrier, the Primal, and the Kitsune Rush were all used on top of each other, they just backed up. They were like, hey, you know, the 3 ultimates for 1 in that scenario, that's a fantastic trade for Justice Red.
Absolutely. It looks like they're sticking to the composition they're having with Pharah. Which, quite frankly, actually, on this point, it can be annoying, given that you have different angles to come in from.
Yeah, it's really devastating as a phone trying to get a pulse bomb there is not able to connect. But you see these angles that you can play with this Pharah and just like put down damage consistently. It's just, do you have teammates around to be able to capitalize on some of that damage?
See if they can make something work or not. We have another barrage ready, and it goes out but gets the hook, so Terra takes down what?
Oh, as Terra switches over to the Roadhog, little Roadhog of their own for Polaris. As you know, Hog has always been a fantastic counter towards the Wrecking Ball. As Phone trying to do some work here, putting down damage on Terra, but that's gonna be, they're gonna get the full vape off, as that's gonna be a whole Hog as well. just putting down damage onto the Tracer. Whole Hog just devastating at range or close, and you just see how the Roadhog is just so self-survivable. So now we're down to 13 seconds. Oh, I got scared. That Froggy's going right into the Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, Saber switching onto the Cassidy there, trying to pump out a little bit more damage. But it honestly looks like Altiora Polaris are able to stabilize.
Yes,
oh, great
Kitsune Rush
there
from
onto
both
the Mercy.
sides. Yeah, and you get the Cassidy inside of the Kitsune Rush and fires so fast. So that's so heartbreaking there for Justice Red. It felt like all the momentum was in their like favor there. They were like starting to really kind of like turn the tides. And then just the Roadhog swap at the end, a few big clutch kills, and they don't end up completing the map. And now if you're Altiora Polaris, it's pretty clear here, right? You know, just complete the map and you take this at 3-0. You go what, 6-1 in maps on the day.
Yeah, that's you know, that's so much from a mental perspective there going into there as well, because Washington Justice, all the pressure is on them. Like, they need to win this. They are down 0-2 against Altiora Polaris, and Polaris just managing to keep their cool. They're making those switches at the very end of the map, being able to hold and stabilize, even though they were absolutely on their back foot. Phenomenal plays.
Yeah, it's, see what Justice Red does here in defense. So Hog, Farah, with the Kuriko Mercy. Pretty interesting. Like, do you hold the low ground here? Like, I feel like you know, you're gonna need the protection Suzu for the Roadhog, right? Like, where does the Roadhog play? Does he play in the low ground? Do you play Roadhog high? I got a lot of questions about this one.
Well, I guess it will be answered in just a little bit as the round is about to start. Altiora Polaris only has to finish the map and then they get the big W. They are currently holding or trying to get onto the high ground.
Phone will end up taking out Dex. It's, yeah, it looks like Polaris, they just like tried to push straight through the choke. Maybe you need some like, what do you need here? Do you want to play like a Reaper maybe if you're Polaris? But the Reaper's so terrible against this Farah. I actually think you can maybe play Diva. You maybe play Diva here.
Yeah, I think Diva in general on this map and in this current patch, like, keep in mind they were not playing on the most recent patch. I do think Diva is a super valid pick for maps like Dorado or like Paris, or like anything where you have those high grounds which you really want to contest and also just be mobile with.
It's a little bit of a stop in action here, and as I say that, it'll be 2 kills here for Polaris. Tara and I believe Saber in the feed here is now you're starting to get the Tracers. Tracer's pretty good against the Farah, so I know even though Tracer's not like up on the high ground, Tracer's just very difficult for the Farah to hit, and then as soon as the Mercy gets a little bit low, really easy target. But what's been huge with these rocket barrages has yet another one is not able to get it off. Looks like he has it dropping right before that. You see they don't want to let this res get off. Just looking right up at Auburn, but it's gonna be everybody else falling as Justice Red maybe able to get a defensive stand here.
Yeah, it does look like they managed to stop that payload just short of that first point. Once again, putting themselves in an advantageous position there in terms of where they can set up for the defense, and they are going a little bit more forward with their defense as they should, so they can get at least 2 fights out of it.
Looks like Polaris trying to work their way around here on this left-hand side. Try and go down the staircase, get some of that high ground, but minute 40, lots of ultimates for Justice Red. See how much damage is going down on these Roadhogs. It's going to be Emma with long range on the Zen. You get another one, that's a prime opportunity for Zen, right? When players are coming through those chokes and like stairways and whatnot, it'll just fire a volley of orbs. Get a kill.
This is such a good defense so far from the Washington Justice Red as they're really shaving off that time. Just now, that was a great pick on to Terra. where the whole hog was just ready, as well as the Kitsuna rush, so they could have made a move, but Terra went down early on in the fight. Now we just have ults across the board.
Yeah,
this is going to be an absolute bonanza.
Oh yeah, this next fight's going to be chaos. It'll be a Transcendence, and it'll be a Kitsuna rush. Looks like we did end up losing one player here on Polaris, but looks like Esteth does have the whole hog. Are we going to hold on to it here? Looks like as that'll be ends up getting that first pick and maybe getting this across the lane. Oh, it's going to be the whole hog here coming like out of the spawn.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge whole hog coming out of the spawn. Now we'll get the pause that comes through. So right in the middle of the fight, just really unfortunate there. End up losing Sheep.
Yeah, but once Sheep is back in, I'm gonna reset just prior to that fight. But still, wow, I'm actually so impressed with what we're seeing and how those teams are able to stabilize and really throw a little bit more wonky stuff at the opposition there. Washington Justice Red really coming out here once again with that Pharah composition, which I don't think we've seen any other team really committing that hard to. I think most teams would have switched off by now, even just after losing 1 or 2 fights. Lots of teams would have gotten discouraged, but Washington Justice Red, they're pulling through with it.
It's just a comp that not a lot of people run or even probably seen or got an opportunity to practice against. I think it's one thing to practice against like Roadhog based comps, but like Roadhog with the Pharah in the mix and really difficult for Altior Polaris to deal with. So I believe when we get back in a game, it'll be about like 20 something seconds in the clock. We'll have to kind of see the state, but a lot of ultimates used in that fight where we may be looking at Justice Red extending this series a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see them fighting it out to the very bitter end and maybe coming out on top. I don't know. Both teams definitely very deserving of that. And then I am interested to see if Washington Justice Red can start their comeback right now. Would definitely be a deserved victory on this map. As we said, they are coming out with something else, They use that break after being down 0-2 to reset, to maybe, turn the page in their playbook and just coming out with something different. As you said, people not really used to playing that Pharah or playing against the Pharah right now. And I mean, what are your options, right? You said Tracer, that's a good pick. Pharah, obviously you pick a D.Va then on the other side to really try to mitigate some of the damage and like putting a lot of pressure on that Pharah. But then you're also losing the pressure that you can put on with your Roadhog, right? So it's a weird trade to be making.
Yeah, I mean, there's it's never easy when Roadhog's in the game, right? Always just makes it quite difficult. And then Pharah, another one of those heroes that's really quite difficult, is not only have we seen just really good damage come out from but she's been getting some huge rocket barrages, which are like typically like a death trap, like there was...
Yeah, you're not supposed to go to the end of your animation, that's
right.
That's not how this works.
It's like Reaper, you're only supposed to get like half of the voice line off and then just die. Where the barrages have been big, whether it be picking up like 2-3 kills sometimes or just putting down loads of damage.
Yeah, lots of that also, of course, big props to the backlines there. I think the supports have done a phenomenal job, not just keeping their DPS and their tanks alive. I also just want to reiterate how very flexible we're seeing the support lineup, especially from the Washington Justice Red being, because they were able to just like mix it up constantly. They have made so many switches in order to adjust to whatever pressure is coming from the opposing team, and I think that speaks volumes of the skill of those players.
Yeah, they made a lot of adjustments in the support line. If they get a win here, I think it'll be interesting of like, where does Altior Polaris take us next? Push is a game mode where like, obviously I think you love map selection whenever you can get it. But with such a small pool of maps, it's not as impactful as like being able to pick, whether it be escort or hybrid or control, right? Lucky for Polaris, lucky / bad, right? Like they get to pick the rest of the maps throughout this series. Now you obviously would not like to pick a ton of maps. If you're Polaris, it means you're on the losing end of some. So we'll see what happens here. As we're getting close to ending Dorado. And then after that, Polaris, a choice one of 3 of the push maps.
Which one would you like to see here? Just based on the compositions we've seen so far.
I mean, what you're looking at, like potentially like Coliseo. Like I don't think there's really kind of like anything on Coliseo you could do, like not anything like Pharah type compositions, right? You can definitely play like Roadhog, but some of those like close alleys and corners, like you would just play the Reaper into it. So maybe Coliseo if you're Polaris, or even like Esperanza.
Yeah, Coliseo is also one of those maps where a Winston comp, for example, can get punished quite a bit just based on the map architecture. So that's something to keep in mind here for when we do return and then get to see the map pick, of course. Always a big advantage when you get to choose. Also a lot of pressure, I feel like. If you're picking a map, you have to win your map.
That's kind of true. But also this like map is not over, right? Still some time left. It looks like for Sheep actually just not I think like losing internet, so that's quite unfortunate. Should be back here any moment. But they still time left in this map. Lot of ultimates used. Not really sure where Sheep was at. I think she was on Tracer at the time, so
but it's definitely on the tail end of the map
right
now, and it is a Washington Justice Red who are looking to probably closing it out. I don't want to curse it.
If you had like real time odds, they
bet,
they would be in a really good spot, I would say.
And I think as we're waiting, I also want to encourage everyone who's watching to check out callingallheroes.gg if you want to learn more about this beautiful initiative, about this great program and everything to do with it and what it's all about. Head on over to the website and get your info. We had some great activations already. We had the Caster Camp, for example, Matt, where we both were part of, which was just so much fun. It was so great to share our experiences on broadcast as broadcasting talents with all of you guys watching. And I hope we get to do more of those.
No, I would love to do more of that. Then just an Overwatch Esports, right? Overwatch World Cup got announced. That's making a comeback, so that'll be awesome. We've always worked the World Cup in the past, so to see it come back, it's awesome. I know it's a program everybody whether at the pro level, tier 2 level, community, everybody loves that to get involved with World Cup.
Yeah, and we might get to see some of the players we're seeing Calling All Heroes in the World Cup as well. I know we do have different nationalities, even just on the Washington Justice Red team. I do believe Emma is from Denmark, and I wrote it down. My cheat sheet. What do we have? Esdeath, Chinese. Then we do have one of their substitute players, Hazel. I don't think we've seen Hazel yet, but Hazel will be British. So
loads of opportunity, for
lots
World
of
Cup.
Opportunities. So I hope to see a lot of those players maybe participating in the Overwatch World Cup. And here we get to see Washington Justice Red squad. As you mentioned before, it's just so great to see those OWL teams getting involved. And showing support for this initiative.
Oh, absolutely. And it'd be awesome to see like some of these players, like you mentioned, potentially in Overwatch World Cup. I mean, that's where a lot of players like at the pro level really kind of got their start. I think a lot of the players like that I met through OWL and like professional play, like I met them like doing World Cup, and like that's really kind of where they got their big like opportunity to shine, where I think you just start to see like so many awesome avenues, right? Playing Calling All Heroes, then maybe make it onto World Cup contenders, like loads of different options to just keep playing Overwatch at a high level.
Yeah, and I mean, some people who are watching right now, and they might not be familiar with some of those players. Like, trust me, a lot of them are top 500 players or have been making appearances in contenders as well as in collegiates. So they have been around, and if you do some research, you'll see that those players have been playing on the top of the game. So it'd be absolutely no surprise to see reoccurring names in the Overwatch World Cup. And hopefully more, of course, in Calling All Heroes in maybe a future tournament. So now we are back in the game with just a few seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Polaris, when we get back in with about like 25 seconds, they actually have sound barrier and overclock to use as Sheep comes back, connects with one, and the res comes through though as the mercy play from Auburn, and the Pharah from What just so strong. It looks like Froggy's here contesting the payload, but it will just be a contest as that'll be the Justice Red taking Dorado.
And that's exactly what they needed. What a great way to start a comeback here with quite a composition there. And really, we didn't see Polaris finding an answer, at least not in this round.
No, as I do think this is a really good like map selection, I think.
Yeah.
For Washington Justice Red. They definitely came in, with this map in mind, with a strategy in mind. So really, I think, kind of caught Polaris off guard. Polaris didn't really have an answer for that type of strategy, right? They kind of knew the compositions that would come in, with Roadhog in play, but didn't expect some stuff like that.
Which is great. Again, I do love that we're seeing different compositions here. I love that the teams are switching it up. They do have different game plans heading into different maps. We also want to compliment, of course, the coaching, because quite a few of the teams which we are seeing, they have quite a resources in terms of coaching. We have some bigger names out there as well. I think Jake is also coaching one of the teams. I believe it's Start Monkeys. So yeah, we have some big brains behind the operations as well, who are meddling in the affairs of the players, and that all is being on display when we're seeing such interesting switches.
And I'm really curious where Polaris goes here for this next map. If I was picking, probably I would say Colosseo. I think that's the map that, if you're worried about like potentially like, hey, do they want to run the same thing again? Like, I think that would be the map that would like really like neutralize that. Can't really play the Pharah there. You can still play Roadhog, but it's like more common Roadhog comps, right? Like Roadhog with Tracer or Reaper with the Sojourn in the mix. So I would probably go Coliseum. I think New Queen Street opens it up for like a little bit of a different possibilities, and I think the same thing with Esperanza, just because like you think about like the skybox, right? It's just way closer to the ground on Coliseum. So give you guys a reminder where the series is at. So Polaris still up 2-1. So they ended up taking the first two maps in this set. It'll be Washington Justice Red. They'll take map number 3. And where do we go? Yeah, Coliseum. All right. So I like this pick. I think this makes a ton of sense for Polaris.
Absolutely. So we're probably going to see the Washington Justice Red switching it back up, maybe going back to something a little bit more quote-unquote common to be played. But even so, I don't think they looked bad in a standard composition either, right? Like I do think like on Parisa, it really just came down to the last few fights there. Like it could have gone either way. Lijiang Tower, I also think that, that was a close map, right? So no matter how you spin it, Colosseo probably being set up for yet another close map.
You're also starting to see, I think, like Washington Justice Red, right? They don't play a match earlier in the day. They played last weekend, and Polaris ended up playing a match already today, right? You're starting to see the Justice Red like come alive a little bit more, like wake up, warm up a bit. So we kind of talked about it, once we did like the caster handoff, like that little pre-game where the first two matches of our day weren't really that close, where these last two were looking like they could be really close. And this one looks like it could be delivering on that.
Absolutely. And the standout performances, they're already starting to like come out again. I think today Saber is one of those players on Polaris who's really been showing up, whereas last week we did see a lot of Atera really popping off as well on her Winston. So let's see who's gonna make this their highlight reel on Colosseo.
I'm curious how Justice Red responds to this, right? Because this has to be looked at as like a direct kind of shot at what they just did. So what what is your answer, so to speak, right? Like, hey, they kind of view this as a comp that's definitely one they don't want to see us play again. What do we go to? I think that's what we'll see from Justice Red. This would be interesting here. I think obviously some time to make some changes. Bastion. Really good at just mowing people down. Does that probably better than everybody else in the game.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we're seeing Bastion today, so why not?
No. So interesting is that they'll play the Pharah yet again. Okay, so you're gonna have to take like an off angle, right? Like through the windows here on this like left-hand side. Probably just go for like crossfire. Could be really difficult to like hit this Pharah, right? But you see how much lower the Pharah is to the ground, and Phone, you'll actually combo the Pharah with the 76, so a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's harder to hit the Pharah, but also it's harder to hit things as Pharah just due to the map structure and architecture we're facing up here with. But what? Getting that kill on Terra, so that's actually huge. Great start here for the Washington Justice Red. Let's see if they can get a bit of push back on that.
And I think the scariest part here probably for like Justice Red is that the 76 gives like a clear dive target for the opponents, right? Where like the Tracer before, like you can't really dive Tracer. You have like the Kuriko with so much mobility here. The 76 like can be dove a little bit and like forced out of position. But you can't turn your back to the Pharah. It's not, oh, Saber with a nice shot there onto what? So now you got to try and deny the res and get control of the bot.
Yeah, but this is a good fight here for Altiora Polaris. They're getting the necessary pick, and the push bot is back in their grasp.
I like this this Roadhog switch. Like if they're gonna play this ball, go with the Roadhog. It's that'll be just as Red now, switching to a Roadhog of their own. So Altiora Polaris will end up taking the lead here.
Do you think you're gonna switch off of that Pharah once the barrage is out?
You'll think. Look, if they use barrage and the fight is a loss, say it looks like the barrage ends up going for not there. You're gonna think about it because you know you end up losing this fight and the bot keeps going. Like that's a lot of space. It's actually Phone ends up using the attack visor and almost the hook connect there from Terra. And as you mentioned, so were they gonna think about switching off of the Pharah? They do right away. They'll actually go over to the Sojourn of their own.
I mean, what Sojourn definitely been a difference maker for them time and time again, so I am excited to see what can do.
So just a lot of damage going down on SNET. It was like the protection Suzu used there. The vape trying to take a breather, stay alive. Just not enough. This is where it starts to get scary. You're forcing to make switches to try and hold here on defense, but Altiora Polaris just with very close to their standard comp. Getting close to that first checkpoint. So you see everybody around the corner when Saber turns. She's got to back away just for a sec.
Yeah, Steph using the whole hog there to great effect. However, does go down at the very end, but was able to at least push for a little bit more space for the team, which are managing to reclaim that push ball.
Yeah, and they're getting it going the other way fast. Both Roadhogs die right at the start. In Altiora Polaris will make another change, so they see that there's no. Okay, so this is interesting. So you have a Winston switch, which you probably would be like, oh, we don't really love into the Roadhog, but because they're not running that far anymore, now you have two dive targets, right? Whether it be the Sojourn or the 76. So now you feel like maybe you can get a little bit more separation to that Roadhog and make the Winston way more impactful.
Yeah, and I think once that Winston is starting to have an impact, I can see another switch coming out of Phone there once the visor has been used, which is just happening right now. So there the visor goes out, doesn't get any kills from it, does not look like it. Never mind, Saber goes down. That is a great fight for the Washington Justice Red. Castle Curse is a real man.
it is. Yeah, I mean, attack visor comes out. Not really seen anything for a bit, but then Auburn able to pick up one kill there. And then Phone pushes up with the visor. So this will be tough because you're gonna have another fight here. Kitsune rush on both sides. The Trace will be so good at contesting, but you're getting very close to like that ever important like one team getting control of that checkpoint first. This will be a Kitsune rush for both sides. Estet pushes up first though and ends up taking out Saber as Estet with another hook, and that's going to be Froggy's and Saber, the Lucio and the Sojourn out of the fight. Big hook onto the Winston as that's going to force the Primal Rage.
Yeah, Estet really shoulders that fight there for the team.
Oh, it's not enough though. So while that's going on, Esteth doing a great job staying alive. Terra goes into the back lane with a Primal Rage, able to get 2 players there. So the tanks for both teams just doing work is Justice Red. So they'll answer back with a change of their own. This is really awesome to see so many switches. You can just see kind of how both teams want to attack these types of scenarios where instead of playing the Reaper, they actually play the Junkrat for some extra damage here against the Winston and the Tracer, as 2 kills right away here in favor of Justice Red, and they'll get the bot going the other way.
Yeah, actually, not gonna lie, I actually really like the Junkrat here. It can be just so annoying with all the little choke points, with all the little, bits of the map where you can just spam it out. Junkrat can really, really do a lot for you.
This is a big fight that they're going to need to win, though. Terra now switches over to the Orisa, and we've seen how good she's been with those lances, interrupting constantly throughout fights, throughout the series. So it's going to be a big fight, though, for Justice Red. They need to win this, and they start off phone, ends up dropping early to Sheep.
They've taking out Terra there, also using the beats.
Oh, as Sound Barrier goes off there for Polaris, but is it enough? I mean, you got to dislodge his hog, and that's going to be a pulse bomb from Sheep. Sheep and Saber saving the day here as Sheep, nice track in there, able to take out. I believe that was Phone and what, and then Auburn coming around the backside there on the Lucio. So, this is what's so difficult about push. So it's like you get all that progress for, you get all that move of the bot for Justice Red, but it's really not any progress. Like, you don't actually make it anywhere, right? That's the toughest part. It's too many rush for both sides. Whole hog here for Esteth, and you do have this Riptire coming online, getting very close to that first checkpoint for Altera Polaris, which would be massive for their chances. So here's the tire.
Riptire.
Oh, the tire going for the Tracer, the recall, the one. That is a sick play.
That was funny.
No, Sheep just dodging as much as she can there. So this is still potentially winnable, right? I believe you still have Froggies here, Saber here as well. And even if it's not a win, like, look at Auburn, very low, can't really exactly push this as fast as they would like to around the corner.
Lisa getting it to the right side of the map again, and I mean, quite frankly, we do have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, and that is still very doable for the Washington Justice. If we're looking at their ult economy there, though, not too much to work with, where on the other side we do have the overclock from Saber.
Yeah, Saber goes in, has the overclock available, gets a rail shot, then pops it, but everybody on the team falling. That'll be 1 kill with the overclock. What pumps the overclock as well? Justice Red needs to get this bot going in that opposite direction. So you kind of take a look at where we're at now. Minute 43 on the clock, behind by 20 meters, slightly over. You have Whole Hog coming up here. Sheep with a pulse bomb is that'll be a nice stick. It's actually the protection Suzu able to keep. I believe there was one player line stuck with that, so huge play there from Emma.
Bit of back and forth initially in the kill feed, but what is evening it out for the team and enabling the bot to get more push and actually cross that mark. This is huge for the Washington Justice Red.
Yes, this will be Terra coming over the top of the Orisa. Just trying to keep this contested for as long as possible. They don't have the lead yet. This will be a Riptire next with Dax. Terra falls.
This is a dangerous situation when you're trying to stall in such a moment right there. You're really just kind of staggering yourself. I mean, granted, they are having not a far off spawn, so they can come back quick-ish. However, that did enable the Washington Justice Red to now get a little bit more push on the back of that. And they are coming in with 3 ults.
Yeah, it's brutal for Altera Polaris. About a minute away from taking this series, and Justice Red is just flushed up in a massive way as they get that checkpoint. They've now taken the lead, and they're still moving. This bot, still moving in their direction. Esteth It's another pick on the hog. So we very well could be looking at a game 5 here in our first series. So
absolutely, that's exactly what it looks like. Altiora Polaris, they do have the beat ready. However, it can't be used as there is no one to use it at, and they are actually managing to win this one out. Wow, Washington Justice Red.
not going down.
Comeback, no, the comeback started right there. This series is going places, I like it.
Yeah, as the last 2 maps, they have really come alive. In Altiora Polaris, they actually had a lead, so for a lot of that map, it was the last like 1:50 that really things started to turn in favor of Washington Justice Red. And now you're like, okay, well, where do we go now? For control for game 5, Polaris still get a chance to pick.
This is
I don't know.
This is so well played though by Washington
Yeah.
Justice Red, because they made so many adjustments just in this map. They rocked up with like something completely different, and over the course of the map they just kept on making adjustments, and sometimes really kind of dropped their alt advantages there as well, right?
Yeah.
So technically Altiora Polaris should have found themselves in an advantageous position. However, they did not. Washington Justice, they were grinding it back out. Now we're heading into our last map. We'll find out which one that will be after a quick break. Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Mr. X, and we are ready for game number 5. This one is going the distance.
Oh, yeah.
Washington Justice Red. A successful comeback? Question mark? Is it happening?
It's looking good. No, this is when we're Altiora Polaris. They came out to just a really strong start. They'd already won a series today. jump up 2-0. Dorado, it felt like all the momentum kind of swapped sides, though, as Farah play from what made a huge difference. Able to really, I don't want to say confuse Polaris, but really just the not able to find an answer for it. Saw some of it there on Coliseo. Who knows where we go for this 5th game? Do you go like Oasis? Do you go Nepal?
Go Ilios.
Ilios? I mean, I would say like Nepal maybe would probably be like the.
At this point, we just said every map. So.
Well, if that was what you were worried about, I think like the kind of like Farah type play, like Nepal, I think would be the.
There it is.
Yeah, that would be the one.
Smart.
So I think like, you can clearly tell whether like map selection, like kind of like what's like making them worry a little bit, right? Because Coliseo's not the best for like Farah type play, neither is Nepal. I mean, like,
not that Washington Justice were discouraged by that. They're run out of the gates with the Farah, right? So we might as well just see it again.
Yeah, I mean, you very well could see that. They were, if they did that again, I don't think anyone would be like, why would they do that? You would just keep it rolling. So we'll see as we get into our 5th and final map here. Opportunities here to play, like, you could play May, right? Here on Village, right? That's an opportunity to do so. Lots of different stuff you can do.
Absolutely. Oh, also, updated news on the situation last week. I know you were all worried that Emma is not going to make it in class to class in time. She made it in time. Huzzah!
To 4 classes.
Yep.
I saw a tweet like, I
was
made
she
it
very
all
tired?
4 of my classes.
Yes.
Yeah. She. I imagine she was exhausted. Justice Red looking like they're hovering in this ball Junkrat Farah comp yet again. It's just a lot of disruption here. Altiora Polaris. What is the answer here? They'll actually play Sheep on Reaper versus like a Tracer. So this might be better against the ball. Just a little bit more like point survivability. Doesn't really help with that Farah. Really, Saber, she's had a great series, but putting a lot of pressure to try and take out that Farah.
I mean, that's a big question now, right? Like, who is your main target if you are the Altiora Polaris? Like, who do you need to take down looking at Washington Justice's...
It is what? I mean, what? Able to come up with 3 kills there on the Farah. Yeah, turn. She gets on the point. So I almost feel like Esteth on the ball is like a bit of a distraction, right? I even think probably the same with the Junk. Like, really,
those two are just annoying, right?
Yeah, the Junk's just annoying. The Junk also, it's just like a, hey, I dare you to try and dive me type of thing. As Saber switched over to 76. Okay, so maybe this is a bit better, right? Get 76 is kind of the traditional Farah counter. Also, like, quite interesting. Like, I think too, sometimes when you go up against like a Farah Mercy, a lot of the focus is on the Farah, but like it's a lot easier to just kill the Mercy. Like trying to focus down maybe Auburn is that'll be a barrage when you get that 1 kill there. Moving towards the point, you see what's health and Auburn's connected. It doesn't take any dips. The point was split there for a second, but it goes right back.
And we do actually see Terra kind of trying to go for Auburn there and trying to like take down that Mercy first. So far unsuccessfully. So that is just the difficulty really going up against Farah on the opposing team, right? Like, it's a lot of resources you have to commit to in order to take it down, just because she has that Mercy pocket.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think this is a really good fight though for Polaris. They flipped the point twice during that, so obviously Justice Red got a ton of percentage, but maybe not as much as they could have. It could have been another I think at the time, nice shot there from Turk with the right click, but I think at the time like they ended up flipping it and like they went from 9% to like 37, so you actually could see like Justice Red like above like 60, close to 70 there. So pretty nice for Polaris to flip. But also like some big key ultimates, right? Valk was used there, Kitsune Rush, now Polaris has a little bit of an ultimate advantage.
Oh, absolutely. And the visor is just being used. They're on the high ground, not even letting the Washington Justice Red really commit on coming back in.
Yeah, he's just gonna buy some time. They take the lead in a big way, and look at this. Terra ends up taking out 2. You gotta work your way back to the point. As looks like players there. Nice use of the Primal Rage to make it back. Is
Another one.
Double kill with the barrage again.
This is not it. Like, this should not happen. Pharah should not be able to get away with such great barrages. There comes the tire, and it finds the Kiriko. So yeah, I mean, Altiora Polaris, they just have to reset this one.
Yeah, and they do still have that sound barrier. So what? You know, rocket barrage, tire used there, minefield. You have a sound barrier here to, you know, whether you want to use it through the choke, you want to get players down by the point. As you look at that, they combo and they jump right on top of that Junkrat. Now they use that sound barrier to push on towards the point.
Sheep getting that hit onto Thone. Saber finding Anna, and that should actually be the point for them already. Just gotta get the bodies onto.
So what gets very low. You see, that's why Tracer good against FR and Auburn. And you get those 5 extra pistol shots now at Mercy, but that's not gonna make a difference there. It's looks like high ground completely controlled by Polaris. His phone will get on, get a touch, send us into OT, but Polaris looks to be taking round number 1.
Yeah. Nothing they could have done there against it in the end. Yeah, it was still a close round. I mean, we still saw above 70% coming out for the Washington Justice, again with a composition which a lot of people would have not expected. Now on this particular point, they are going for that Sojourn, which can just do so much with that mid-range, like across that balcony. There's a lot of good positionings you can have with a Sojourn. However, it looks like
Yeah. Potentially. Yeah, no, let's see. So, do you have a Reinhardt-based solution here? If you're Justice Red? Would be interesting. Okay, so Reinhardt with the Batiste and the Sim in the mix. You can play inside of that, like, close room, like, and really make it difficult to come on in. But, look at that. I mean, Estet just starts swinging the hammer. No shield needed. Is pushed right up to the doorway.
very aggressive there with that Reinhardt. You love to see that.
You can play super aggro with this, right? The Reinhardt can play these chokes. You have the TPs to get you away. You have a Reaper in the mix, and Sim's damage just ramps so high. You know, some of the best damage output in the game. Oh, that's a nasty combo. Nice immortality field there from Emma. Able to keep Estet alive as this is such a filthy composition here from Justice Red.
It really is. I do not think that Altiora Polaris were expecting this at all. Washington Justice Red really playing such an aggressive forward defense here, just working really well in their favor. Terra now forced to that switch onto the Orisa.
Yeah, as you want to try and like break through here, kind of go after the Ryan jumps around the corner and pushes past the M Matrix. Not enough. Does Polaris, they're gonna have to wait a second though, get everybody healed up. Can't just push on right away.
And Estet switching over to that Hammond now. Get back onto that point a little quicker.
Can you touch here though? I think like the goal here is to just contest. Is at least one player into the drink. Let's see, this is a great stall here from Estet. Being really such a nuisance on the ball. It's good for another like 5-6%. Is look like what was trying to make their way on the contest as well. Not as lucky. It's booped off the side. So.
But that stall from Estet really worked for them. I mean, that puts them above 72% right now on point capture. So they're in a decent spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. you know, now the Justice Red, they're going to have to be the team that's going to have to figure out how to get in and break this now as Tara pushes into the choke and get a little bit more aggressive there as looks like 2 players from Justice Red going to go try and contest the point as it'll be a Death Blossom that comes in from Sheik. You know what though, Zoe? This may be a lot of ultimates used here by Polaris.
I was just about to say, like, that was there's three ults they did commit to this one.
Estet actually flips here. Oh, that is brutal here for Polaris. So they end up using what? Sound Barrier, Death Blossom, and Overclock. And then the other team actually just like backcap flips. So you don't even get like loads of time off of that.
No, that really that might be hurting them, especially if we're looking at the other side here. They do come in with a Sound Barrier ready, and of course we're gonna see that Ham ult as well. Let's see if those mines can get some work done.
Yeah, there's potential for the mine kill on point. Terror Surge here. This is way far away though from where we're watching. This is actually out by the spawn. Is this time Polaris doing a much better job just not letting that backcap come in. Is another javelin here. So Terra has hit so many throughout the day. She's been on fire with that ability. Is Dax now uses Kitsune Rush right here in this choke, probably forces out like Sound Barrier, and you may be in a good spot now for Polaris to win this.
Absolutely. Let's see, Washington Justice Red, they do have to come in a little bit more aggressive now. Kitsune Rush going out for Dax, but we do see once again the backcap. And now the mines are coming in, getting them the point.
So they do flip. They do end up taking the point back. But 97% for Polaris. They should be able to flip this. They only have 1 player down right now. The minefields maybe making it just way too difficult. Is yeah, look at that. Oh, actually, that's a sick play. Estet actually able to make it back on the map. It looked like they were getting forced off. As what comes back from the spawn has the overclock, connects with 1. Looking for another. Terra just so healthy there on the Orisa, but oh, that's big value out of that disruptor shot there. As loads of players forced back into that corner. I think that might be enough for Washington Justice Red to flip that point for good.
Yeah, Death Blossom got absolutely nothing there. So once again, it was really onto Estet here, like backcapping twice, and that really, really opened up so many things for Washington Justice Red. Nope, can't get back onto Saber. One last-ditch effort, but Phone takes him out. 1-1. We're really going the distance with this one. I'm loving it.
1 round to see who takes this series. It's been so back and forth. Really just kind of like in bursts, right? Where, you know, Polaris comes off to like a fantastic start. Then it's Washington Justice Red who ends up making a comeback. You know, right now, we're just 1 round away for both teams. You know, loser of this round goes home. It's so tough.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3.
All right, it's coming down to the wire. Let's see who is gonna take this one home and move on in the bracket. Once more coming out on that Pharah. We are also seeing that Wrecking Ball again from Estet. So far it's been working phenomenally well for them. Phone on that Tracer, definitely something we saw a lot.
And this is the one point so that you can actually play the Pharah on. Like the Pharah is like historically always been pretty good on this point. On Nepal, so maybe being able to go back to this Pharah could be the difference. But Saber, she's made the switch pretty much now over to the 76 just entirely, but that'll be Phone who gets an early first pick though onto Dax. You're gonna have 2 kills now going in favor of Polaris. The point just opens up as Polaris should be able to be the first ones in control. Still have their tank up.
There we go. Far out of the equation as well. So yeah, this first tap goes to Altiara Polaris.
And they'll end up having a attack visor during this fight, so could be really good. Neutralize this Pharah. You know, you could see Polaris jump up, you know, to 50-60% just off of winning that first fight.
We do have Phone, of course, with the pulse bomb, so that's where it gets really scary, or it got really scary last week already. Phone hit some incredible pulse bombs.
Oh yeah, and Phone has actually been looking for Saber here for a while. In Saber and Altior Polaris, they actually get aggressive and they push on forward. So when Phone is actually looking to land that big pulse bomb, you know, as we saw last week, they push up. They're able to get the kills they need, whether it be on the Pharah, you know, or the Mercy. So really nice play there from Polaris as they're ringing the bell. They're already shooting the bell here. So,
That's aggressive.
yeah, it's quite aggressive. Sound barrier potentially available here for Polaris in case the rocket barrage comes on through.
Yeah. We will almost have that double support out for Altiora Polaris though for this next fight. Kitsune Rush coming out from Emma. Unfortunately, a lot of her team is dead at this point.
The soldier pick here is just paid off in such a massive way. As they've been not able to like put enough pressure on the soldier with the tracer and allowed, you know, Saber to just free fire, and she's been on point here. They're just able to just land these shots. You know, right there in that fight was able to connect with 3 players there. So huge kills.
This is getting really, really scary now. Of course, if you're the Washington Justice Red, so far they've not done anything. Now SDF going down once again right after landing those mines, and so far no cap back.
Oh, and then you're probably going to be without your tank here. So I'm not sure if SDF's going to be able to make it back. Is you know, using the statue for a little bit of protection there, as we are in OT here in game 5. As I know ML will take out Sheep. SDF back now as Winston next to one, so getting a little bit closer, but the Tac Visor could be what. Oh, they jumped right on top. Tac Visor gets nothing. Could have been the thing that turned the tide there. It's Washington Justice Red. They have a decent amount of players alive here, so he should be able to flip this, but the Arisa just so hard to take out.
Yeah, just keep on staying alive, and that gives, of course, the rest of the team the opportunity to come back onto that point. Dax going down, however, SDF keeping it up with that Winston. Now Sheep is falling as well, and that means that is finally that cap for Washington Justice Red, but 99% for Altiora Polaris, so you cannot make any mistakes if you're the Washington Justice Red.
I mean, if Justice Red is going to do the reverse sweep, they got to do the big run back here in our final round of Control, down 99-0. I tell you what, though, they have both support ults here. I know you kind of conserve one, you have another one later. That'll be the Kitsune Rush there from Emma. They're trying to get Sheep in position, and they're not able to do so. I think if you're Altior Polaris, just die. Everybody die. Yep. Fast as possible. Not the worst fight for them, Zoe, because they end up using the Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier.
Yeah, I was about to say that is a little pricey. I mean, we do of course still have what with his overclock. However, yeah, that's not too much to work with.
No, I mean, you're in a much better spot here for Altior Polaris than you were in that previous fight. That previous fight was almost close to unwinnable with the double support ult on the other side. Now you definitely give yourself a chance.
Absolutely, you gotta come in hot with those picks. What, getting the first one on Sheep as well as on Dax with that overclock, so at least the one ult they had available, they made it work. And what is actually fragging out right now on that point, hitting a team kill.
Yeah, you got to drop again, just like how the last fight, you got to fall. So everybody on Justice Red, you see once those kills go down, Polaris, everybody just kind of like standing there. Froggy says the sound barrier, you're going to get up to a Kitsune Rush. They're going to engage with the sound barrier. This gives an opportunity for Justice Red to back up if they want, but Saber finds that first pick.
No, this is looking dire for the Washington Justice Red. A Sheep is getting those picks, and they are at 99%, so it doesn't need much for them to get it back in overtime and bringing it home. Altiora Polaris taking that map. But man, did Washington Justice Red make them fight for it.
That goes as down to the wire as possible. You know, obviously Altiora Polaris, they're the victors here today, but just tremendous play from Justice Red, right? I know what with the Pharah pretty consistently. I know S-Death, whether it be the Roadhog or the ball, causing problems, but man, Saber on the hit scan, she was on point. You know, Dax with the Kitsune rushes and some big kills at times. So Altiora Polaris, they pull it out in the end.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah.
That one really went the distance, and that is kind of what we expected from those two teams. I do love all the adjustments we saw. We did see a lot of flexibility, so really everyone show some love to the Washington Justice Red. They are out of the tournament, but I kind of want my heart because they just kept on coming up with like different compositions and all sorts of things to trying to take down the opposing team.
Oh, it's just awesome Overwatch, right? I mean, that's kind of like what Overwatch is about, like all these different switches and strategies and trying to like catch your team and not necessarily just kind of like, hey, let's just play the mirror and just play it on out, right? They kind of had different strats for different points. Just not enough in the end. It's really those first two maps got off to a little bit too slow of a start here against Altiora Polaris in not able to turn it on like fast enough at the end.
Yeah, but what a great game it was. However, if you're looking at Altiora Polaris there, I mean, so many pop-off moments. Saber really impressed. I think on this last map, Sheep was also putting in a ton of work on that Reaper at the very end there. So overall, just like absolutely fantastic plays across the board from that team. So much great cohesion and also just such great restraint. Like I think that they were one of those teams who just like remained their cool, kept their cool, and were patient in their engages, which is just so very important.
Yeah, and in the end, they kind of figured out what they needed to do against this type of composition, right? It's funny, I think in the pregame we talked about how they mentioned that they were kind of like studying for all these Roadhog comps, and in the end, they really needed to figure out what to do against the Pharah. Like, it was really like Pharah Wrecking Ball. That was the one that was giving us them trouble, right? I know at the start they were beating, I know the Roadhog comps that the Washington Justice Red was throwing at them. And then they couldn't solve this Pharah and Ball. They couldn't make it happen. And then right at the end in game 5, they make it work.
That's the thing though, right? I mean, like that Pharah, it didn't come out on the points where you expect the Pharah to come out. Like I think Washington Justice, by just keep on rolling with it, that really must have thrown Altiora Polaris for a loop there. And they made their map choices accordingly to avoid those Pharah scenarios. Yet Washington Justice wasn't having any of it and kept on going with it. And it came down to the wire. But in the end, Polaris did manage to come out on top. And we will be talking to them in just a little bit about how they got it done.
Yeah, it was I think when we got to Caliseo and like there were so many swaps coming in, I think that's when like it started to get a little bit chaotic, and that's where like because Polaris was in the lead for most of that map if you went back and looked at it. It's just like once they started playing Junkrat and all these other types of like, that's when things really like kind of fell apart for Polaris, and that last like a minute and 50 it really just down to the wire there on Caliseo, where once you lose that, if you're Polaris, I imagine the nerds are just ramping up.
Yeah, that means that Altiora Polaris is now, of course, waiting in the next round for their next opponents, which could either be their sister team, Altiora Nimbus, which is now Riz Sorority, or Shock Timeless. So one of those two teams will be facing off against them. However, first things first, let's talk to the winners. We have Sheep on the line. Sheep, congratulations. How you doing?
Good. Nervous. Anxious. Bah. Good.
Everything all at once.
Yes. All
so
of the
many emotions.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we felt all of the emotions as well watching you and your team play. That one came down to the wire, and I mean, Washington Justice Red, they made you fight hard for this victory. Let's talk about that match. I mean, obviously that Pharah ball comp, that must have thrown you guys for a loop.
Yeah, I think that was the point, right? Like they knew they were losing the mirror, and they were like, all right, let's just be weird. And it definitely worked because we got super, like, we got in our own heads for a second. But once we like,
what were the comms like?
Well, it was hard because it was hard, right? Because we're used to calming into the mirror comp, so we were like, who do we calm? Who do we call? Like, what is like who are we on? So a lot of it was just like calling out their hog, making sure he wasn't getting hooks, and like calling out their Zen because Emma like hits crazy headshots, so it's a lot of like just keeping LOS and stuff. But I mean, also versus Pharah comp, we just had to call to like be really clean on our engages and go fast because that's what gives Pharah the value is like going slow. So that was the comms, but we were definitely getting nervous. Yeah,
I was going to ask, like, what was, after after Coliseo,
Yeah.
and you guys like end up picking Nepal. What were like the vibes going into that map? Like, what was the team talking about?
We were basically just saying like keep our head on straight. All of these control maps are Pharah maps, so we can't really pick a map that's bad for Pharah. And so we were just like, okay, well, we're gonna just act like it's 0-0 right now. This is the first map. We're just gonna try to be super like fresh and just not think about it too much and just just have fun. And it worked.
It did work indeed. Now, next up, you're either facing off against your sister team or former sister team, I guess, with Altiora, then Nimbus, now Aris Sorority, or Shock Timeless. Do you have a favorite to face off against, and why?
Okay, interesting question. We've scrimmed Timeless a lot. They were our scrim partners, basically. And so it would be fun to scrim versus them just because I could kill Jim on Reaper, and that's fun to do. But going into Nimbus would be really fun for us too, because we did lose to them last week and we got knocked out, and that really kind of upset us. So we are kind of looking to like knock them out now. So yeah, so either or, we're excited.
I love that. I love that. Well, we can't wait to see more from you and your team. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. Fantastic to hear from Sheep. She was rocking on that Reaper at the very end there, and just overall, she and her team, they really collected themselves just in time after getting thrown for quite a ride there from the Washington Justice Red, which now unfortunately are out of the tournament. But that does mean that Polaris's dreams are still alive. They are still in the Calling All Heroes tournament for now, making their run through the lower bracket. But that means we're now moving on to our next match. However, I do believe we do have a break before that is happening. We do indeed.
Which this next one should be really good, right? Shock Timeless versus Riz Sorority, formerly known as Altiora Nimbus. So should be another really close game.
Or so we hope. So don't go anywhere. We're getting ready for that one. And after the break, we'll be talking about it. Welcome back. We are about to dive straight into the action with our last match of the day. It is another lower bracket match, and that means everything is on the line. My name is Zoe. Joining me is Matt, Mr. X, Morello, the second one on Twitter.
And look, there's somebody who has kind of like a similar one. It doesn't mean they're me as well, or I become this. I'm already
I don't
like
know.
caster 2,
Does not
caster
mean-
B. Now I'm the second version of me.
It's rough.
Yeah, it's tough out here for me.
Yeah, it is, but only for you.
Right. We still have one more match here for tonight in the lower bracket, like So had mentioned. Riz Sorority against Shock Timeless. So Shock Timeless, saw them a little bit earlier. Really good showing. And then Riz Sorority, if you guys watched the broadcast last week, played as Altura Nimbus. So we got to cast their game. A tough loss. In the second round, they did win a game last week. But now they find themselves down here in losers. So we'll see who can end up taking this one. Previous match we thought would be close. Looked like it wasn't going to be close. Then in the end, it was
close.
actually close. This one, I think, this one should be very competitive as well.
Yeah, and I really hope for once again seeing that kind of chess play we've seen a lot of in the quote-unquote current meta, because we might have a difference in style here, or definitely a difference in what kind of compositions we saw from either of those teams. Riz Sorority, that did make adjustments just last week when they went up against Dart Monkeys, which are arguably one of the favorites to actually win the entire tournament, but they are, or rather they were forced to kind of switch onto that Sigma, which really worked very well against those monkey compositions from the team from Dart Monkeys. And HMR was a huge part of why they kept it so close as well. HMR's Sojourn was just absolutely filthy. Like,
Yeah.
they hit some shots which were absolutely unreal.
Yeah, no, they were just on fire last week. Just not able to get that second win of their day. And then even Odmi Kariko had herself a very good week last week. So excited to see Altura and Nimbus play yet again. This time it's Riz Sorority, as we'll take a look at Shock Timeless. So we didn't get a chance to see them play last week. I believe they didn't play in one of the games on stream. But from what we just heard from Sheep, look for Jim, right? On the Reaper, potentially, to make a big impact.
Just because killing Jim is fun. That's what we learned in that interview. And now, of course, if we're looking at the Shock Timeless squad.
Sorry, I just thought when you said that, one of the funniest parts last week was when we interviewed SK, and she's like, "Yeah, we're just cool." I was like,
cool.
That's awesome.
Sometimes, honestly, so far the interviews we've got treated to in the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup, they've been way better than any OWL interviews we've ever done. Right? Our players gotta step it up, because all of those beautiful people here in the Calling All Hero tournament, they might not be media trained for what I know, but they're certainly nailing those interviews.
Sometimes it's better.
Yeah, I think sometimes maybe that is the difference maker. But I'm really excited for this one, just based on the compositions we might be seeing. Santana, obviously very well known for playing that monkey on a very high level, but Sniper and that Sigma, and those Sigma comps we did see from them, that worked really well against Dart Monkeys. Yes, they lost their match against Dart Monkeys, but again, Dart Monkeys potentially one of the favorites to take it all, right? So it was a quality loss. Is that what we're gonna go with?
Quality loss.
Quality loss.
Losing is learning. That's what they say. Evidently. I'm curious if we see both of these teams take the same approach as we saw in our last series, where not really interested in playing like the head-to-head often, totally down to switch off, or how we've seen teams play in the past in all levels of competition. In Overwatch, where we are gonna match in the mirror, and that's what we're gonna do. I thought last series was really awesome, like entertaining. You can kind of see just like almost like the minds of the teams like working real
it's like
time
the
out there.
thought process is like on display, which is really great. But also, like, quick shout out here, in their earlier game today, Shock Timeless, Azure they were actually doing the post-game interview, and they did say that they would say that they are the best monkey team in the entire tournament, and they only got tripped up because they forgot how to play against Hog when they faced up against the Justice Red. So there you have it, just throwing that out there. That they call themselves the best monkey team. Let's see if that one is aging well.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are way more interested, inclined, okay, playing the mirror matchup against each other, right? Like, if you've practiced this a ton, you feel this is the best composition that you have, you may as well go in with it. The Shock Timeless versus the Riz Sorority here in our final match of the day. It'll be Sniper on the point first.
Right on. Both Winston's taking quite a bit of damage right early on, and it does look like the Riz Sorority team is gonna get point control, or at least presence a little earlier on, as we did see the Shock Timeless backing off a little bit. Essel getting that good pick onto Santana, so now they do have to back up for real.
Yeah, Santana dropped so low. They tried to like make a play for the opposite side of the point, and just kind of coming across, whether it was like the Reaper shots or AJMR, landing some big hits with the Sojourn, just got chunked down, and was not really a lot of burst healing here in this setup, so not able to heal the Winston back to life. That allows Riz Sorority to take that first fight. Ooh, everybody got low here.
Yeah, that's a nice aggressive approach there. However, they're still moving in as they got healed up quite quickly. Santana is now quite low, but being kept alive by Aramori and Jam.
Yeah, as we're taking a side angle there, as Aramori with the Kitsune rush there, but HAMR with a pick. So you had to back up a little bit if you are the Riz Sorority, but now you might be able to actually move your way back in. You're getting close to your own Kitsune rush here, and that's going to be a pop.
HMR getting another pick there, this time onto Jam. Santana dropping very low and dropping for good. HMR give him the rest. Now HMR once again fragging out, and I think we're in for a treat here if we're looking at HMR and Azure. Those two Sojourns were popping off and lighting up the kill feeds.
And I really like the way that Riz Sorority played that. They saw the Kitsune rush, they knew it was coming out, they don't want to have their own at the time. So instead of just trying to like stand there and fight on the point, they just back up, they give it up for a little bit, they come back, they use one ultimate, they flip the point, and just like this, Issel and Sniper in the back line, they're going to be able to pick up just about everybody there. That'll be a team kill. Riz Sorority looks great so far, so.
They really do, and they didn't have to commit a lot of resources to that. They're still sitting comfortably on 3 ultimates for that next fight.
There's AJMR with the overclock yet again. Sound barriers to match here with 80%. If you're Shock Timeless, you think about maybe letting Aramori build up towards that Kitsune rush, and then pushing in. That would give you just a really limited amount of time to make a play, as that'll be the sound barrier for both teams here. Primal Rage from Sniper, knocking players everywhere. Just to get into OT here in a sec.
Yeah, and Riz already committed all their ults for that fight. And it still looks like Shock Timeless might be able to actually flip that point, so that was a very expensive fight for Riz Sorority.
Yeah, and I think now, like, if you're Riz Sorority, like, what do? I think you probably have to build up this Kitsune rush and then push in behind this. There's going to be one on the other side, and Jim's got a Death Blossom here too, so trying to break the bubbles, and now trying to find something with the Death Blossom. Connects with one, finishes off a second. Another fight loss here for Riz Sorority. Still just one fight away from taking our first point. Not a terrible trade for them though, so if I'm honest. You end up trading what? Your your Kitsune rush for theirs ended Death Blossom, right? So like a 2-for-1 trade. Pretty good there for Riz Sorority.
Yeah, and I mean, considering that you are sitting on a 99% kind of situation here, you really just need to win one more fight, and they had it in them since Shock Timeless had absolutely nothing at that point. So now here is a big fight. Let's see if they can actually flip it. Sniper is dropping a little bit lower. However, once again being kept alive. Azure is now hitting that overclock. Let's see if she actually finds anything with it.
Nothing right now, but still they push him so far back. Difficult for Riz Sorority to even get out of the spawn. Shock Timeless. They just have to make sure, yeah, it keeps Santana alive. As Jam's actually gonna have this sound barrier a little bit faster than Karopi. It could be the big difference.
It's a big difference make. Let's see. Essel is finding a lot with that Death Blossom, and then actually 2. That is huge for Risk Sorority, which are gonna get that flip as there is nobody's left from Shock Timeless, which unfortunately will not be able to make it back in time.
A lot
99
invested.
to 100.
Yeah, a lot invested into that Death Blossom, but totally worth it. They ended up using a protection Suzu and then actually just pushed up a little bit. I know the Lucio just got a speed boost, got the Reaper right in there, and the Death Blossom does the rest, ends up taking out 2.
But it was a very, very close round in the end, with Shock Timeless managing to really come back into on the back of good alt economy.
So
Now we're heading to Night Market.
Yeah. So we'll see if both teams kind of go with the same thing. I talked about at the beginning. I believe so. I believe we're going to see these teams play that mirror pretty much the entire length of this.
If Risk Sorority would ever feel like they're on a back foot, that they have the option to fall back onto the Sigma comp, which worked well against Winston comps last week. So that is a nice cushion to have if you are the Risk Sorority, which are currently going head-to-head though in that Winston mirror. So right now, absolutely no reason for either of the teams to really change it up.
And it looks like they're almost trying to like bait a dive here. Like for a second they're like Sniper and Co waiting around the corner, like AJMR just playing that pillar, just waiting for them to maybe dive AJMR, and then they were gonna just kind of push around the corner, really play for that counter dive.
It's a bit of a game of chicken here if you're playing those mirror comps.
It is Risk Sorority getting control of the point. That'll be flipped as Shock Timeless just kind of like, obviously with more players alive at this point, just push straight on through. But here's Sniper back in the fight. AJMR kicks things off with an early pick, so it could be getting flipped right away.
Yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth, but it does look like Risk Sorority is taking it back. So far, neither team has gotten too much percentage on the point, so everything's still very much left in the open. So if we're taking a look at where we're at in terms of the alts, it's pretty even Steven there as well.
Yeah, so
I can't believe I said even Steven.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt.
I know that one. I know that one. Trying to push around the side here. That's going to be a Kitsune rush here from Risk Sorority. So I think Shock Timeless just trying to back up a little bit. Do you primal this? Like, possibly able to get some kills off of it. Is Jam's able to get one? You flip the point. Really good primal tech here. Just knocking players around from Santana. And that'll be the point flip for Shock Timeless. So
not only do they get the flip, they're also putting themselves in a great spot right now. They're gonna have double support alls. They have overclock available for them. Jim is coming up on a Death Blossom. They're looking very good to defend this for at least 1 or 2 more fights.
Yeah, potentially. The thing is like the Sojourns with this overclock, right? You're just a shot or 2 away from being like up like 2-3 players. Like, it's crazy that with just that 1 kill potential. This is HAMR, getting the end of the overclock, not going to get anything with it. So now, like how you mentioned, Shock Timeless with a big advantage here. They're earning obviously percentage on the point. Now they have this Death Blossom that maybe uses. They come on out. Sound Barrier here too as well. A lot of key ultimates.
Timeless with a very far out defense, trying to stop Risk Sorority as they're coming out. We can see this, the beat being dropped by Karopi.
I thought they were going to lose Santana there. Jam hits the beat at the perfect time. Keeps Santana alive. Santana was really low.
Death Blossom from Jim getting 2. That should be another good defense for that point.
And to remind people at home, this is the Reaper with the damage passive with the speed. So you see Jim pick up these kills, you start to see how fast start moving with that Reaper.
Can they even make it to the point in time?
Yep, yeah, it'll be somebody who'll get there and
Barely so, yeah.
Close to flipping it. They'll have to keep somebody on at all times. HAMR. Another pick off is winning this, flipping the point here, having to use nothing like pretty big for Rizar, right? Sniper with the primal, just trying to stay alive here. Is Jim is now what you have Kitsune Rush you can use in this close corridor like they did the last time they ended up getting a fight. AGMR with another overclock. This could end up flipping right back to Rizar.
Absolutely. All Shock Timeless has to do is win one fight. Aramori, he's now having the Kitsune Rush available. Let's see if they go in aggressively. Should be using it right now. And there it goes. Here it comes in. Let's see if they can make something work on the back end.
Yeah, and it's a pick from the side as yeah, things are just kind of falling apart here for Rizar as Death Blossom, Primal, Kitsune Rush. Which might be a little bit too much here for Rizar as Shock Timeless, they just push on in. They'll send us to a third control point.
Boding well for the rest of the series, I hope, as this looks to be a closely contested one.
You would hope so. Both of these teams seem to be able to play this kind of composition at a very high level. Where Shock Timeless, you know, they just lose that first round as gets very close there towards the end. But you know, we'll see how they bounce back here. Maybe they kind of found their groove here. Is that first point was really kind of Rizar towards the end of it really started to put it on with Sniper and Issel putting a lot of pressure on the opposing team's spawn. So both teams will come out here statue side. Nothing too surprising with that. It looks like actually Rizar will take control of this inside area a little bit, so maybe trying to bait Shock Timeless into this Reaper.
Let's see if that is gonna work. The point is about to unlock, and it looks like Shock Timeless is gonna stick on it for now.
Yeah, as Aramori building up towards this consumer so fast because there's so much damage that like Rizar is like poking and putting out from here, but obviously none of these kills getting followed up on. Oh, and that's actually Sniper. They actually maybe call out Jim a little bit. I don't know if that was a boop or something, but they're actually able to take out Jim. You know, it's the Karopi and Sniper able to do so. And look at this, Issel as well pushing on forward. Yeah, they're going to be able to flip this. So, you know, even with it's not really a first fight, I would say. Like just like with the first little bit going in favor of Shock Timeless, not able to get a massive lead off of it.
No, just about 25%. But if we're looking once again at the alt economy here, we're pretty even. So like no team should have a big advantage coming into this other than positioning. We do see Shock Timeless trying to wrap around the back. He's hoping to get one of those kills in before they're jumping in with the entire team.
Or set up their Kitsune Rush. They end up getting that Kitsune Rush earlier. Nice protection suits there to keep players alive. Now they're going to rush. They're going to push on forward. You see just, I mean, Reaper with the... Once he starts to get in the mix with the Kitsune Rush, I mean, it is almost impossible to stop unless you got a Sojourn, headshot on the other side of things. So...
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you really want to do is just get out of the way and wait it out.
I know, yeah. I mean,
don't necessarily want to fight into this.
Or you need the Primal, right? Primal's great at just knocking players out of it. Rizar, this may be one of their better opportunities. Double support ults. We saw the Kitsune Rush already used by Shock Timeless. So double support ults, Primal here. Potentially able to take it. Yep, one. Sound barrier used here by Karopi, just connects with Karopi and Issel, so not able to get the entire gang there with the sound barrier, but it may not even be needed. As really nice way to engage there. Sniper uses the Winston jump, leaps right over the top, and as that's happening, even uses the teleport of Kariko, lands right on top of the Winston, drops the Kitsune Rush right at their feet, and then everybody funnels around the corner. Really difficult to stop that type of play.
Yeah, now both teams are left with the Death Blossom. Shock Timeless once again wrapping around the back, just trying to engage from there. Now Death Blossom coming out here from Essel. Let's see if there's anything to be had from it. No, it is not. However, Jim on the other hand is getting that 3k and a 4k to finish it up. 5 for good measure. There we go.
So, we saw when Easel had the Death Blossom, like there was a Winston bubble in the mix, not able to get a lot of damage. And then Jim just gets pushed right on forward, you know, with that speed boost right into the mix. And 3 players with the Death Blossom, another player gets taken out just by the Hellfire shotguns. I believe Aramori ends up kind of taking the 5k away with a nice shot on the Kariko. But Azure opens things up with a headshot there on AJMR with 85%. And what do you do here if you're Riz Sorority? It looks like they're trying to back up, but there may not be enough time. Yeah, they backed up. Now I think they realize, like, hey, we don't have enough time maybe to do this. Maybe the Lucio just gets the speed to AJMR, but yeah, they got to push in, and they're pushing into a Kitsune rush.
Yeah, this is rough. That's not how you want this to go down. Aramori is getting that kill onto Essel. HMR getting Jim down, however, I don't think they're going to have enough bodies on that point. They're starting to drop one by one.
You know, you do have the Kitsune rush here from Riz Sorority. Sniper's going to get Primal. Is it enough, though? I mean, Heeman getting Primal just off the side. Karopi as well goes for a little bit of a ride, as Karopi will be able to make it back onto the point. Riz Sorority getting very close here towards the sound barrier. That's both teams. Oh, that's huge. So AJMR, as Jam was going for the sound barrier, connects with a shot there with the overclock. So no sound barrier comes in there for Shock Timeless. That is a huge pick-off, as maybe that's the difference here. Is looks like Riz Sorority has 1 more or 2 more players here on the point, trying to just get Shock Timeless out of here. So who's a Jam running around? This will be 5 players now on the point, and it will flip.
Yeah, at exactly 99 and in OT. And full disclosure, I have no idea what was just happening. I'm too old for this, Matt.
It was really nice shots from AJMR. Was able to land the shots.
Those I saw. I just started looking at the kill feed and was like, all right, I'm out.
It landed.
This is why I don't cast
landed
Overwatch.
those huge shots onto Jam, as Jam was trying to go for that sound barrier. A little bit of an Ajax moment. Let's see. Aramori drops the Kitsune rush. This should buy them some space. Maybe allows them to just take the point without a big contest. Yeah, the Death Blossom at the end of that Kitsune rush. This may be enough for Shock Timeless. They've now flipped it. Looks like there's just 1 player, you know, Santana here on the point, just trying to live long enough. That's actually Sniper that falls there at the end, and that will be it. It'll be Shock Timeless taking map number 1.
Yeah, but how close and contested this one was. They do look so evenly matched.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you who's going to come out on top of most of those fights. In fact, I can't tell you who's coming out on top of those
I mean,
fights.
a lot of these fights and a lot of these like rounds come down to just those like, you know, big Sojourn shots, right? You know, but who can open it up? Who can start things off? I thought support ultimate usage was like really important there during that first map, right? You know, Aramori drops down the Kitsune rush there at the end, and I know that's good enough to get her team a victory there.
Yeah, and I mean, now, if you're Riz Sorority, you have Mac pick, but of course, since both of them are relying on the same kind of compositions, whatever you're picking you're comfortable with, the chances are the Shock Timers are just as comfortable with this one, Mr. X.
Yeah, I think it's really just kind of what maps do you feel comfortable on? Like, if you're going to play the same types of compositions, like the same exact ones, where do you kind of play the best on those? Like, how do you want to, you know, utilize that comp? Who you trying to really kind of set up? And that'll really determine where we go here in this next you know, map in the set. It'll be Riz Sorority's pick.
Right on. Do you feel like... Nah, probably not. I want to ask, like, do you think one of them is going to make some switches? Do you think Riz Sorority feels the need to switch it up? Because they played it so close, like, technically, no, it's probably just, like, little mistakes, little cleanups they have to do in those team fights. And
no, there's no reason
it could
for
very
them to
well be
switch.
them.
Nah, there's no reason for them to switch. I think with how close that game was,
Yeah.
and how much these teams seem to practice this type of composition, there's no reason to switch things up now. Kings Row will be the next map selected by Risk Sorority. So, I mean, if you wanted to change some things up, right? Hog, Sigma, potentially here. Just don't think it's really that necessary.
It's not, but wouldn't it be fun, Matt?
I mean, yeah, sure, but I don't. I also just don't think it's that necessary. So,
But
who
the good
knows?
news is Kings Row just allows for tons of different compositions to be played, as we've seen throughout this tournament. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the need should arise, or the urge, not need, to switch something up. So yeah, we'll see if Risk Sorority can tie the series up, or if we can get to match point for the Shock Timeless here. So far, it's been a very evenly matched game. They are playing mirror matchups, however. So let's see if the Shock Timeless can come out on top of this one.
Yeah, I know a Shock Timeless win here would set us up for like the same exact thing we just saw, right? Where a team goes up 2-0, you know, where we obviously talked about how close thought the teams were. We wanted a close series, and then you had like a reverse sweep. Who knows?
Just speak
I
it
think
into
Kings,
existence. That's what you do.
Kings Row. This is a map I think everybody like knows how to play at like the highest level. Where I think things are a little bit different with this type of composition is like how fast things can kind of like snowball and spiral, right? Like, it's also just really difficult to play Winston on you know, point A Kings Row. Like being able to just have Winston just stay alive and you know, play that perfectly, it's just really difficult to execute. So we'll see who can really, you know, play the strongest on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the teams to get ready to load into this one.
What happened?
But are you allowed to say this out loud? The players are upping their time at the LAN cafe. Once they put some coins in, we're gonna get ready for the second one.
That's pretty awesome. It's like, hey,
this.
you know, this first series ran really long. We're gonna need a little bit more time for this next one.
That just shows how confident those players were. They were only paying for a certain amount of time, thinking,
Yeah,
like,
well,
we'll
we'll be out of here.
quick. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I mean, maybe they didn't think they were gonna lose the first series. They were probably like, oh, they were probably hoping the last one was a 3-0. They were like, okay, like, you know,
Got it.
yeah, let's get out of here.
Put
It's
an hour
awesome.
into the clock.
It's awesome to see some of the players actually, together playing this from a LAN cafe. That's pretty sweet to see that type of
I love that.
play here and calling all heroes. It's always like different and fun just playing like in the same vicinity as teammates, right? You can say like, you know, whether it's like a LAN or I know internet cafe, like just being around your teammates like during a competitive match is always just a pretty fun time.
I honestly think it gives you an advantage. Like, I mean, sure, even though like you might be in the comfort of your home, you have your equipment, you have your comforts, you know, you're feeling all good about it. However, there's something to be said about the energy you can get just by sitting close to your teammates.
Yeah.
I know that sounds very like hippie of me, but I do think like you can feed off that kind of energy. I mean,
All the
Matt does some
memes
of his
get made.
best. Yeah, Matt only really casts top notch when he's in front of an audience.
Me?
At home, yeah.
I'm always on point.
No, I kid. I just before someone calls me out of being mean to Matt. They always
know.
call me out on being mean to Reinforce, apparently,
Yeah.
which I'm
I know.
not.
Now I know how Reinforce feels.
Yeah, it's
Just
rough
the-
out there.
The constant meanness.
Yeah, I mean, with you it's especially easy. Not as much with
True.
him, but for you I can like punch down since you're small.
Oh man.
There we go.
just being hit from all directions. So,
Yeah, that one I was waiting for. I had that one written down, to be honest.
Rizran, opportunity here. I know, play a little bamboozle, maybe hit a little widow shot. We saw it last week. I don't know if
It actually worked out.
Yeah, it actually ended up working out. So back over to the Sojourn. It'll be Shock Timeless here on D. And this is what I talked about. Like, you see how low that Jim gets there. This is so difficult to play the Winston on defense. Like, you have to be like just absolutely perfect right there. Santana jumps backwards. I think probably was trying to jump back into the doorway there, just kind of like the arch, but ends up jumping back like towards the wall and just eats a rail shot. I don't know how much longer Shock Timeless can hold this.
Probably not much longer. HMR gets that pick onto Jam. Jim falls as well right after, and that is pretty much the point for Risk Sorority right there as Essel is doing some cleanup work.
Yeah, it's really fast take here from Risk Sorority as they decide to push up. Maybe they can get a little bit of a better position here. You see players from Shock Timeless, they have to back up a little bit. They have one player move the payload at this moment in time. But you're just like an AJMR shot away from giving yourself just a huge lead here going into the second part of this map. So
yeah, being able to snowball onto streets, getting through that doorway really quickly is giving you such a good setup for the rest of the map.
I mean, it was like almost like 5 minutes plus.
Yeah.
A little bit above that when they take checkpoint A. That'll be with the Kitsune rush. They don't answer with a rush of their own Shock Timeless. They actually use a speed boost to back on out, and that's awesome for them. Azure ends up taking out Easel with a headshot, farm up some energy off of that barrier, and stops Risk Sorority in their tracks. And they don't have to use their own Kitsune rush. This could be where Shock Timeless could take a little bit of a lead here. And as I say that, the Sojourn battles now goes the other way with AJMR getting a pick.
Yeah, Aramori also just used Kitsune Rush, helping them get through those doors. They're making the best out of it, being able to like push them back. Essel getting that pick on Jim. It all kind of falls apart there for Shock Timeless, and that should be some good push for Risk Sorority.
Yeah, they end up having to use their sound barrier for it, so I wonder if you're Shock Timeless, if you consider coming back, using sound barrier, using primal, you can maybe fight this again. We'll see. It looks like AJMR pushed up, trying to get damage on, preventing them from trying to fight this one more time. I think you're Shock Timeless with how much is left on the clock. You have to fight this as Santana looks to jump in there, just put some pressure onto the payload, and look at that. And that is best case scenario. So you didn't have to use primal, you didn't have to use sound barrier, you just popped overclock, ran around the corner, and killed somebody. And that's gonna get a stop there, at least for now, before checkpoint B.
Yeah, and Shock Timer is also sitting still on one support ult, is gonna make them feel pretty comfortable for that next engagement. Sniper going in, we have that Winston battle going in, and a Sniper popping his primal rage, trying to push the opposition back.
Yeah, as AJMR comes around the corner with an overclock. Sniper with the primal gets one. Nice bubble there from Santana before using the primal. They're right on top of AJMR, and they're able to pick him up. So.
Sniper getting stuff done for the team.
Can you fight this though? Like, you have the support coming back. I mean, you have the Tsune Rush. You have sound barrier. No, yeah, nobody else can make it. I was like, if you get Jim back to the point, like it's possible, right? Reaper can be so tanky with that sound barrier, but without having that Reaper in the mix and then losing your Winston, yeah, that's a loss of a fight. So you have to back up. But better defense there on point B from Shock Timeless than their point A defense. See how they play around this first corner.
Not a lot of time here though for Risk Sorority.
Yeah, I mean they have what feels like an eternity. I mean, look at how fast Jim's shotgun shoot there. Gets up for a Death Blossom right in the middle of their Kitsune rush. That's a great counter to it. Looks like Shock Timeless is gonna just back up here. Should be enough to just stop Risk Sorority from getting any more progress. So they'll have to wait a little bit. Everybody will group up. And maybe Azure. Yeah, I was gonna say overclock here. Maybe you're able to find one around the corner, and that's gonna be a sound barrier for both teams. So spawning to the sound barrier there from Risk Sorority with one from Shock Timeless. Flash just a little bit longer. Okay, Death Blossom takes out the enemy Sojourn. So not done yet. Risk Sorority still trying to push this one around this first corner.
They are getting the picks to make it happen for them, and now they're able to actually pushing quite aggressively. HMR is pushing the opponents back to their spawn point.
Looks like, yeah, Sniper trying to take high ground here. You don't want to let, whether it be the Reaper or the Sojourn, get set up there and allow this open space for your Sojourn here up on the high ground. As JMR drops for just a brief second, as they're going to build up Shock Timeless towards a Kitsune Rush into Primal Rage here. Still an opportunity for them to get a full hold.
Rush is now out for Armory. And then moving in, Santana is dropping quite low though, however still has a Primal in the back pocket. Doesn't need to use it though because Risk already just had to back up.
Yeah, nothing they can do there. You know, once that Kitsune Rush comes down, shotgun shots from Jim. So Sniper will jump across. Just trying to create some space, be able to make it back towards the payload. This is such a difficult map to finish, especially with these types of comps. AJMR pops the overclock, gets dove on right away. Santana a little bit low, but also has the Primal to use here if necessary, and is going to pop it as Jim uses the Death Blossom. Almost like the Primal actually knocked players out of the Death Blossom potentially there. Both Winstons doing work. Sniper in the backline is Shock Timeless, and then Santana in the backline of Rooster already.
This is the kill feed I wanted, just Winton on Winton.
Winston's just getting final blows everywhere. You will have Sniper very close to Primal, and we're already down to 60 seconds. Think about how good Risk Sorority's offense was on point A, and then even through checkpoint B. It's been a really good hold here at the end from Shock Timeless.
Yeah, no, they're shaving off so much time. We're now underneath a minute, so now the big question is, can Risk Sorority even finish with time left? Azure just popping that overclock, once again pushing Shock Timeless back to where they came from.
It's going to be really tough.
The other way around, Risk Sorority.
It's going to be really tough because you have a Kitsune Rush available for Shock Timeless, and they're going to end up getting their Sound Barrier here. With just Sound Barrier available for Risk Sorority. They do have the Primal and Death Blossom to potentially break this up, but Jam getting very close to Sound Barrier. Oh, they actually get Jam before he could use before they could use it. It's huge, actually. Is now this could be an opportunity for Risk Sorority to finish the map. So Shock Timeless will have another opportunity here to touch. So they'll be able to come out of spawn with that speed boost and Sound Barrier. You just got to get the Reaper in the right position. Azure over to the Widowmaker here towards the end, just trying to find a headshot.
Alright, Beat is out. Let's see if they can actually defend that point. Azure is on that Widowmaker, trying to get those crucial shots at the very end there. Getting onto the Sniper. And that is round one. Managed to stop them just in time.
Yeah, and even if the Widow's not getting like headshot, like final blow like kills, just the damage putting down with the Widow, right? Just those loaded up, shots, whether they be body shots or headshots on some of these targets that can live on through that. Still just loads of damage, forcing players back. The Reaper getting in your face. Pretty good defense there, all things considered, from Shock Timeless compared to what it looked like was going to happen, because Risk already started out really well.
Yeah, no, Shock Time has really managed to, stabilize there on the back of what looked like quite a snowball initially from Risk Sorority, with Sniper especially popping off on that Winston, but of course Santana also putting a lot of work in on that tank. Now it is Risk Sorority's turn to defend. They seemingly are staying with the composition at hand. Shock Timeless hovering over that Reinhardt, and also we see the Bash, and something they've done a little earlier today when they went up against Kaiju Corp.
It's doable.
It is.
It's not what everybody would play, but it's doable. Bastion in that Wheels mode can just do tons of damage. I believe the official name is Sentry mode, but Wheels mode can do a ton of damage. Able to keep the Bastion alive with that Baptiste, and then you just get the Reinhardt just swinging. So look at this. So Azure taking a side angle here with the Widowmakers. Yeah, you don't want to push into the line of sight of this Bastion. I mean, look at how fast those players get chunked down.
But now, either way, right? On one side you get into LOS of the Bastion, on the other one of the Widowmakers. So either way, you're kind of forced in terms of your positioning there.
Yeah, as you know, you back them into that corner. That gives the sight lines for the Widowmaker to be able to pick up some kills.
Exactly.
Yeah, now that you're forced out onto the point, I mean, you cannot stay here for a split second. And and we're talking about all these DPS swaps. You know, having that Baptiste in the mix. Baptiste can put out a good amount of damage. Azure with a headshot there on an Easel, and that should be a point A take here. Yeah, for Shock Timeless. So really nice use of the Bastion. I think
that's definitely a composition for
Yeah.
King's Row. I'm gonna put that in my playbook and try to put people in rank.
Yeah, it's different now on live, and I haven't really seen
Not
a
in
ton
my
of like.
rank, it isn't.
Yeah, I haven't seen a ton of feedback from players yet. Just whether it be like on Reddit or social about how Bastion feels now, but like, on live, like he's able to get into sentry mode a bit faster. I know more often, I would say, like with a reduced cooldown, and then the ultimate drops faster, which I think right now, you know, in the version that we're seeing this match take place on, his ultimate's a real like, you know, downer of Bastion. Like everything else is pretty good. It's just the damage output. It's so easy to dodge. That's gonna be filthy. Shooting that through the Amp Matrix. Jim deletes Karopi. What do you do playing into this? Is now they're actually going to end up using that Bastion ult, but you see, like, it's usually pretty easy to dodge. Like, it does do a decent amount of damage, but you can dodge it. Is this going to be a shatter that comes down on a flank?
Love to see those. However, Santana is going down in the end. Essel is sniping around. Karopi doing some work now on Jim as well. So now Shock Timeless might not be able to run this one all the way. And they do have to switch off of that composition. But it was fun as long as it lasted.
Yeah, and I think it pays off, right? You end up getting the first checkpoint relatively fast. You get almost all the way to the second one. You don't have to change that much else, right? To make things work. So, you know, if you look across the board, Rizarani, Karopi does have that sound barrier. Gonna get one here for Jam in just a second. Azure with the overclock. I think he probably just use that overclock. Yeah, pop around the corner. That's going to be that sound barrier out early. Just make sure everybody lives.
Great beat there, keeping Azure alive just in time.
Yeah, it looks like you know, once the Terra Surge comes out, like they try and push across the point, but Santana gets a little bit further from everybody else, not able to live. So I think they're just trying to find another kill, yeah, on the way out. So they do end up getting Azure there, which is a pretty big kill. As no ultimate needed to use there for AJ Mark. Able to hold on to the overclock. Shock Timeless, still a good amount of time to take this second checkpoint. Aramori and Miman, both with Kitsune rushes coming in. And they're looking at like Jim and Easel. Easel's got that Death Blossom to use maybe inside of it.
Setting up for the next attack. Santana going in. Also see, of course, the Death Blossom from Isol taking out Azure, and that is a huge pickup for them. Santana, however, once again making it work for them, popping into the backline and taking it out completely. Aramor getting that frag onto Isol, and that looks like this should be the point for Shock Timeless.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a later Death Blossom that comes through, and it doesn't like result in like 2-3 kills, but just does so much damage to everybody in that area. Probably gives enough to let Shock Timeless, you know, get this second checkpoint. A few more players here. Easel will come on, try and contest for just a little bit. As yeah, they will get pushed back. That'll be 3:29 on the clock to try and finish the map here for Shock Timeless. You see the golden box of victory. It basically is the finish here, so gonna have to make a lot of progress. This first corner, and first corner is really the toughest one to get around. It's where we saw Rizzer already get stopped for a very long time.
Kicking things off. Speed is dropped from Jam and Karopi both at the same time.
Primal used here by Santan. Trying to put some pressure on Miman. Force back to Kariko as Now you start to get everybody back in the fight here for Shock Timeless. So extending this one a little bit longer, you're going to actually end up having your overclock here for Shock Timeless and your Death Blossom. So 2 big ultimates as the sniper gets really low. This is good for Shock Timeless.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a great hit there by Azure onto Neyman on the point.
Ooh, those are
keep
clean.
it going. Clean shots there across the board, taking 2 out on that overclock, and that is some good push. Of course, Rister already does have the spawn advantage here, so they are going to come back to defend this one more time. Sniper moving in, has Primal Rage ready as well.
Death Blossom available though here for Jin. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush that comes down. Probably going to be followed up by the Death Blossom, but that's actually Isu who ends up using the Death Blossom. Oh, look at that. Jim going right for the support. Saw the Kuriko. Few players there in the back line as Mori doing a fantastic job keeping everybody alive. Nice protection Suzu there. Just Riz Sorority just trying to come out of the spawn, just keep this one alive. Issa with 1, so this might be yeah, this is gonna be one where you may just not have enough to get over the line here for Shock Timeless. So they'll have to back up. Still a minute and 33 though to get it done.
They will have Primal ready for that next fight, maybe a B as well. However, on the opposition, we do see the exactly same thing. At least Karoki with his B. Sniper still quite away from.
Oh, I saw they get Krobi before they can use B. So, no, now they're gonna try. If you're Shock Timeless, you gotta try and push this, take advantage of it. It's a nice CP there from Eamon, but it's gonna be the Primal Rage that comes out from Santana. Now it'll be the sound barrier for Riz Sorority. So they exit the spawn. Is it enough? Jam is going to end up getting a sound barrier here for Shock Timeless, and that is huge. It's going to be HIMR using the overclock here for Riz Sorority, but it looks like just finding one right now as players falling for Riz Sorority. Nobody able to contest. And that'll be Shock Timeless taking a 2-0 series lead.
There it is. But once again, a really, really close one. I think the hero of this particular map has just to be both Winston's. We do see the play of the game here from Sniper, but Quiet Frankie Santana on the other side did just as much.
Oh yeah, the Winston play was awesome. I thought really, both Sojourns had their moments, and then Reapers really as well. Like I think it's kind of what you're gonna see with these kind of compositions. Like you're gonna see both teams play pretty even. Everybody's gonna have their moments. I really thought though, Shock Timeless, just a better use of their ultimates pretty much throughout that entire map. So that's how they end up taking that 2-0 lead.
Absolutely. Now that does put them on match point. Shock Timeless up 2-0. Will they be able to stay alive and keep on going, or will we see a comeback story once again? Riz Sorority is trying to make it happen after a short break.
queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Fought the world since 17. She better down with kerosene.
Cheers, loves, welcome back. So here joined by Matt, and we are currently standing on a match point situation for the Shock Timeless. However, so did we before, and we saw a big comeback start, at least from the Washington Justice Red. Let's see if Rissorority can, you know, get it done.
Mount
They
that
have to
comeback.
start now. Yeah, they have to start now as we're heading into map number 3. Why do you want to take this, Matt?
Ugh, I mean, what? So you're thinking about like what you could go to here that could really kind of like start to turn. Do you have Route 66? I mean, that's a possibility. Although I feel like Route would play similar to Kings Row and like that, it's like pretty difficult on Winston defense. In terms of like you have a bunch of options. Just what do you decide to play? What do you feel comfortable doing there? Maybe Paraiso, but no, it'll be Circuit. So this tells you want to go in a completely different direction, try and play some Sigma.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was asking for, so I'm not mad. We did see Sniper putting in a lot of great work onto that Sigma when they played against Dark Monkeys, so I do expect exactly the same thing. However, we might once again find ourselves in a mirror composition here, because playing Sigma on this map is very common. So Sigma double Sniper, definitely something we might be seeing from both teams coming out here.
Yeah, I think Sigma really, like, his entire kit is just perfect for Circle Royale, right? Where he has the shield, like there's lots of high ground, you can play with the shield there, you have a stun, like you have like good survivability. So I think Sigma, he'll be like a staple of this map for ages. Do you see double Sniper? Do you see Sigma with like a Widow Sojourn? I think that's a possibility. I think
we even saw Hanzo last week.
Yeah, I really like the Hanzo pick from last week. Hanzo's just really good at breaking that Sigma shield, just forcing him and effectively the rest of his team back around corners. And it's just really difficult to match the damage output that the Hanzo puts out with the Storm Arrows. And I mean, just like primary fire in general, where I think, you very well could see. Like, could you see even maybe you ditch the Widow? Do you play like a Sojourn with a Hanzo? I mean, that's a possibility. I think there's a few different options to combo DPS with a Sigma here.
Absolutely. So we're gonna wait until we know which way those teams are gonna swing for this one. I'm a big fan of Circuit Royale, just because it is a little bit of more variety after seeing, mirror composition for the first 2 maps. It's nice to switch it up a little bit on Circuit Royale, and especially if you get some Sniper extravaganza on those long sidelines on that map. It is one of those maps where defenders may be on an advantage in some parts, especially point 2 defense there, getting that payload up to that high ground. It can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think it's how like maps and just kind of I don't want to say like the game, but like how I really like how the map dictates like the meta, as opposed to like the meta just kind of exists everywhere, because like of all the really like high verticality, high ground, that like nasty, I think they kind of call it like a switchback, where like you go up and then you like do the turn right around, like where I mean you have those like scenarios where I think like I really love the map design of Circle Royale, and I think I love it probably the most because it forces different types of compositions out, or allows you to play different types of comps.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that is the entire point of having different maps, right? I mean, what's the point in having different maps if you're going to see exactly the same thing on every single map? Then it might as well just play on one map and be done with it. So I think Team 4 did a really fantastic job on that map design here to really kind of force something out of some of those teams and some of those players. Shock Timeless coming out on that Winston Widow Sojourn. On the other side, we do see Sniper on that Sigma, very much like we expected. And then, of course, we see the Baptiste in the mix there as well.
For Shock Timeless, the Winston is going to be very good here against like the Widowmaker and Sojourn. Should mention also we do have Senna coming in for Riz Sorority, so that'll be Isel out, Senna in. I believe they made this sub the last time we watched them play as well for that Widow Specialist. So.
And we talked about that pressure when you're being subbed in as the Widow Specialist, especially if it's like a match point kind of situation for the other team. Everything on the line. Senna is gonna have nerves of steel. Second time around they do that to them.
Yeah, Santana comes around the corner, puts some pressure. I think that's how you have to play this if you're the Winston team, right? You have to play close to that corner, and somehow actually they find Azure. It's like Santana doing a lot of work there, getting them caught inside the room, but not going to live long enough at all, as it looks like everybody falling here for Shock Timeless.
It's a good start here for Riz Sorority. Memon is doing some cleanup work there, and they get the payload moving.
They will stay on the Winston as well, so keep the Winston here. They drop down. It's interesting. So they'll have the Tracer in the mix. So they're going to just, ditch trying to play that long range game. I actually think they're just going to try and put lots of pressure on the Senate, force out stuff, like the Immortality field from Karopi. Make it really difficult and costly to keep the Widow alive.
Yeah, the Shock Timeless's whole thing with the composition they're running right now is to get in close, not stay into that far away range, and getting those picks. Jim, however, getting down.
Yeah, I was going to say Jim pretty deep and not able to get out. This will be the primal here. Of course, Santana, nice accretion there from Sniper, and that's going to be a Kitsune rush here for Riz Sorority as they're going to push up and get that kill on Azure as they're looking pretty good to potentially take this first checkpoint. Ooh, shots are so difficult to hit. Nice job on Karopi though, keeping Senna alive through a lot of that. Trying to push on forward here, but Jimmy, you see, as soon as Santana drops in a really weird spot, so to go back to the cart, contest this a little bit. You consider investing your sound barrier in here. Oh my, that actually breaks up Jam's sound barrier. Jam actually going for the sound barrier. That accretion from Sniper actually just connects as the trying to land on the ground. It's like our second one of the day, or third one of the day, I think. Actually, we had to have twice in the previous series where sound barrier interrupted. So some big plays there, but even with that, Riz already not able to get that first checkpoint.
No, Shock Timeless are playing their composition really well. They know exactly what they need to do. They need to have Jim in there getting those picks, as well as Azure is a pick heavy comp, and they have to get in close.
And this is dangerous territory here for Riz Sorority. They will end up having their Gravitic Flux. They actually change Senna away from the Widow. She'll actually end up playing the Reaper here, so oh, that's huge. You get a pick right away onto the Kuriko as Aramori very close, actually. I know, having that Kitsune rush, but that's going to be both supports down. That's terrible for Riz Sorority. AJ Martin just trying to line up these shots as Jam very low, has to get back. Do you consider using the Kitsune rush here? Maybe trying to fight this again.
To getting this second checkpoint. They might actually, nope. Getting stuck there again.
Come on and touch. That'll be the Kitsune rush. I think you're having players coming back here. Yeah, you see Jim back in the fight, Santana as well. They boop the Reaper away. Do they have to touch? Oh, I was gonna say, you could see it on the side. So Jam actually boops Senna away. Maybe thought that that was gonna like have OT be triggered, but
this one is a heartbreaker because that would have been their fight to win there as well. They were in a great position there. All they needed to do is just
I've called a lot of those, so where somebody doesn't get back to the payload, and I kind of have that, like, you can almost kind of see it coming, and you kind of have that time of like OT triggering, and you can kind of see it there. And not even it's not even on Senate. Senate was very close. I actually think just got like booped away. It's really a jam coming up big.
That means absolutely no point taken here for Risk Sorority. Shock Timeless really don't have to push that payload very far. They only have to get it around 2 corners.
Yeah. And with how they played it in the mirror versus each other, with Risk Sorority now willing to take that mirror, Shock Timeless in a prime position to take this. And I actually think this is like a little bit of scouting here from Shock Timeless, because when Senna comes in, we've seen Senna play the Widow, so they actually decided to just keep continuing to play the Winston to try and put pressure on the Widowmaker, and it forces them to kind of change up their strategy and what they would have liked to do.
Alright, switching off onto that Echo for Jim.
Interesting selection versus like not playing like the Reaper is some extra damage there from the Echo to the close corridor as you trade that goes down. The Echo is probably pretty good at like once you get closer towards where the checkpoint is, right? You want to use that verticality to push on through, but they move right off of it as it's like mid trying to touch there for a brief second, stops the payload from moving forward. Not great though that you could already see the golden box of victory.
Nope.
In this case, the blue one.
It's very, very, very close. Do have Jam on the payload. The rest of the team moving forward, trying to get a sneaky pick early on here. A Sniper engaging right away, dropping that bubble. Has to back out again.
It's so difficult for Risk Sorority. You have to take this space, but you also know that a few kills here for Shock Timeless is the series. You have to play so careful, and through 2 doorways, that's going to be Azrae finding AJMR, and that may be the pick.
Yeah, that was the one to open it all.
Yeah, so they get on, touch the payload. That'll be the Kitsune Rush. They'll actually back up Shock Timeless, and now they're going to be able to go in with double flex support here. You think this is more than enough to seal the deal, as you may just round this corner, drop that Kitsune Rush, and then just push on forward.
We have a lot of ults coming on for Risk Sorority and just a little bit as well, so maybe, just maybe, they can actually manage to hold it.
Big sound barrier.
Drop.
Both teams actually. This Death Blossom though from Jim on the payload doesn't end up actually getting anything. So Santana trying to make their way back towards that fight is that's gonna be big. They get Karopi. They have to know though that Senna has the Death Blossom. 2 players already down here. Senna gets one, gets a second low, as this might be doable for Risk Sorority. His Sniper's gonna end up picking up a kill as well. Somehow Risk Sorority may actually end up having enough here to hold on.
But like everyone used everything.
Yeah, same on Shock Timeless. So I actually think Shock Timeless, like, they actually probably could have just like they played that really well in terms of like backing out and waiting and getting both support ults, but they actually probably could have just dumped things in and just like almost like zerged it down, right? Like
60 seconds.
now you only have 60 seconds
60,
here.
Yeah, I mean, this starts to look like it can go either way. So Risk Sorority not in the worst position right there, mostly because they have Miman with his Kitsune Rush being ready for this next big fight.
You lose the Reaper here, so it's going to be pretty tough. This Aramori will get back into this fight. You'll have really everybody, by the time this one kicks off, back at full strength. Yeah, as they go and taxi the Kariko back. You absolutely need that Kitsune Rush to battle the one on the other side.
Yeah. There he goes. Miman just used her Kitsune Rush, and they are engaging on the top of that. AJMR getting that pick onto Santana, which is huge early on. Senna is also very close to the Death Blossom.
So Azure finds AJMR. You're going to have Sniper get pretty low as somebody's going to have to get on the card here or Shock Timeless. It looks like Jim does get a touch here onto the payload as Azure just trying to find a second pick. Nice beat there from Karopi, getting very close to the beat here for Jam. As well, Jam's going to land a huge beat. That's going to connect with everybody. Jim with the Death Blossom a little bit later in this fight as you get Karopi early. Oh, they know where Sniper is. Sniper's so low. Somehow going to be able to get the Winston healed back up as Shock Timeless getting very close to having their Primal. Santana just trying to knock players back off of the payload. That's going to be 3 down. Make it 4. Karopi trying to make their way back. Not in time. Shock Timeless at the end, so takes that fight. Takes the series.
Yeah, but once again, it could have gone either way. Honestly, they actually managed to really bring it back, and that's very impressive considering just how rough their own attack was. So really big ups for them to pushing it all the way into OT at the very end there.
Yeah, and I know Riz Sorority, that's our last time seeing them here. I know as they fall to Shock Timeless, they a really great roster. We've had a chance to see them twice, I know, with you and I, and really performed well both times. So big credit to them. Shock Timeless will be the team that moves on as they clutch up at the end there.
Absolutely. So that is the match we're going to see in the next match in the lower bracket final, which is tomorrow. Shock Time is going up against Altiora Polaris.
That's going to be a sick game.
Oh, it really is. I can't wait to actually watch it. But for now, that is it for today. It's been an amazing set of matches, though, even though some of them have been a little one-sided. We hope to get a quick word in, of course, with the lovely people from Shock Timeless in just a second to get their thoughts on how the game went and why it actually ended up tipping in their favor.
Yeah, as goes really close down to the wire. We can take a look at like the bracket to give you guys an idea of where this one will head going into tomorrow. So this is the bottom half of the bracket. This is what we saw today. Shock Time was perfect on the day. 3-0, 3-0. It's Altior Polaris. They squeak by Washington Justice Red. I mean, it goes absolutely down to the wire. And they'll actually get a chance to play against Shock Timeless tomorrow, which I think it'll be really interesting because like LTR Polaris, they're actually willing to play a lot of these compositions that aren't exactly, these Winston-based ones. They're willing to go a little bit, outside of that. And does that force Shock Timeless there, or is Shock Timeless just really good, at these sort of compositions?
I mean, so far, that's exactly how it looks like. But dreams do come true. Because Polaris now gets to have a shot at killing Jim.
Yeah, that's true.
That's really all we wanted, right?
Yeah, that's all that was wished after Polaris actually got their win, is that they would get a opportunity. We'll take a look at the upper part of the bracket. These are some of the games we saw last weekend. So we saw Altior Artemis 3-0 Washington Justice Red. And then we saw Dart Monkeys 3-0 Riz Sorority there in the semifinals, where now that'll set up that Artemis versus Dart Monkeys game, which that one should be a banger. So
yeah, I mean, that one might as well be the grand finals of it all.
Yeah, very well could be.
Those are the two teams I think a lot of people had as one of the favorites to take it all. Now we do have Santana from Shock Timeless joining us for a quick chat. Santana, thank you so much for taking the time, and also, of course, congratulations.
Thank you. This team is great. I'm really excited that we won these 2 matches.
And deservedly so. I mean, you guys played it so very well. However, even though it looked like a sweep, some of those moments got quite close, and a lot of that in the mirror matchup. Is that what you expected to see coming out of the opposition?
Well, yeah, everyone here is like good, but yeah, I think all these players are good, and these teams are good. So it's kind of like expected, especially with these like comp and meta, that it's like supposed to go back and forth. You feel?
Yeah. So what do you think ended up giving you the edge here?
My DPS players are really really good. Like Jim and Azure are really good. I think they're on a level with Bun and HK from Artemis.
Right on. I mean, quite frankly, no need to be humble. You were fragging out on your Winston too. You're
Yeah.
lighting up that kill feed, so.
Yeah, Winston is my favorite character. He's my favorite tank to play.
Yeah,
And it
and
So this
shows.
meta is pretty good for me.
I was gonna ask. We've seen other teams kind of go outside of the Winston-based compositions in your matchup tomorrow against Polaris. They're willing to do that as well. Is that something that you guys have some strats prepared for in case you have to?
I don't really think so. Unless Polaris like brings out like a hog, which I don't think they will. But I can go Orisa, but I think we're just mostly gonna be Monkey Mirror because that's what we're most comfortable on.
And I mean, you guys looked clean. No reason to change anything up if things are just working, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's it for our interview. We want to thank you for taking the time. We're going to let you celebrate. You made it one round further into the tournament. Wish you best of luck in your next game tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Right, that was Santana for quick chat after their game. It was a close one, not by the final score, but some of those maps definitely could have gone either way, Matt.
Oh yeah, I mean, even that last fight felt like it went on for like 2-3 minutes, right? The payload only stops there because they're not able to get a touch for Rissorardi. So yeah, just really back and forth. Is the games tomorrow, like every game is a must see. Everyone is going to be really close down to the wire, I think.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the schedule so you know exactly what is coming your way. And we got some goodies, I'll tell you that. We're going to start things off with the upper bracket final between Altiora Artemis and Dart Monkeys. As we already discussed, this might as well be the grand final, as both of those teams are some of the favorites heading into the entire tournament. Afterwards, we're going back to the lower bracket for the lower round 3. Shock Timeless and Altiora Polaris will battle it out. It's all or nothing for both of those teams. And then the loser of the upper final will face the winner of the lower round 3. And then afterwards, at around 5:30 p.m. PST, we're going to head into the grand finals. It's all been leading up to this, with I believe a 25k on the line for those teams. It's been a fantastic tournament, and tomorrow sees its conclusion.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I want to see that first game, Dart Monkeys versus Altiora Artemis. Both of those teams, we showed the upper bracket, like faced good competition, but didn't really face anything that like made them sweat. I gotta feel where tomorrow, I think that's definitely going to change. It's a really close game.
Yeah, we are excited for that. For now, we're going to say good night and goodbye. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thanks so much for all the sweet messages in chat, for all the support, for the players, for the teams, for the initiative. Keep on at it and make sure to check out callingallheroes.gg for more information on how to get involved. And of course, also join our Discord channel to get in on all the love. Thank you all so much, and we're going to see you again tomorrow.